Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Could you please come to the front seats because we will have a panel discussion and we would like to have easy, smooth for the mic between the audience. So I would appreciate if you come to the front seats, please. Come to the challenge. By the way, the view from the front seats is much better. Come to the future and be in the front. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be great if you can come to the front seats, please. I would like to say again, please, the first presentation will be in English. So if you'd like to get a headphone set for the translation, you can get it now. After the presentation, there will be a panel discussion in Arabic. So if you like, again, to get a headphone set to understand what we are talking in the panel discussion in English, please don't hesitate to collect a headphone set for the translation. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be with you all here in Dubai, the city where we create the future now. And with regard to the food safety, the most important topic where all of us, all of these experts, all of these executives are here to explore the future of food safety in Dubai. It would be a pleasure to have the first speaker, Mr. Sultan Al-Tahir, who is going to talk about new directions for food safety management in Dubai. So Sultan Al-Tahir is going to talk about how we shape the future of food safety in Dubai. After that, we will have the panel discussion with executives and experts from Dubai municipality to continue talking about the future of food safety in Dubai. Sultan Al-Tahir joined Dubai municipality in 1998 as a food safety inspector. And now he is the director of food safety department in Dubai municipality. And I believe you do understand that this gentleman does understand the challenges in the field. As he worked as an inspector and he rose up to a director of food safety, he will be the best person to speak about the challenges, about the solutions, and about the future of food safety in Dubai. I'd like to mention as well that Sultan is the chairman of the organization committee of this great event. Welcome with me, Mr. Sultan Al-Tahir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Dubai municipalities and the organization committees of the Food Safety Conference, I would like to welcome all our guests who's living in Dubai and who's coming from overseas to our great conference. This is our annual meetings here, conference. It's number 18. And alhamdulillah, we are every year, the number of the participants in this conference are increasing and increasing, either in the attending the conference sessions or the panels, and also for the attendings and visiting our exhibition halls, and also the number of speakers and numbers of posters. And this give us great honors that this conference get a very good, people are know all good about it. I will talk about a few things, which is we are new services we are giving here for Dubai municipalities in the food safety department for improving, and how we are progress and how we are ready for future, because the themes of this conference is about the futuristics and what will happen in futures and the food, especially food. We are deal with food on daily basis. The food elite, which is you saw that in the opening ceremonies, but our director generals who are give awards for them in the first day. So this the food elite, the ideas started when we want we have like many food establishment here in Dubai having A grade, like we have 10 or 15% who has A grade. I mean for in the restaurant categories. So how we can award those people, because many people ask us why I'm bringing A grade, so then what will happen? So I want to be the best. So the idea is coming for our teams and from our director general, and how we can motivate those food establishment. So we get an ideas and we look to the best practices in whole region here and even globally. What is the best practices in giving award for the restaurants? So we looked at that there is some authorities in food safety giving some in the food safety fields only in the scope. Some scope is food safety and nutrition. Some of them are only in for example, sustainability. So we gather all these aspects and we will put it in one unique programs, and we call it DM Food Elite. And from first editions of the DM Food Elite, the numbers we get, it is very good numbers, and we are very happy on that. And inshallah, and I know and I hope that next year will be more, because now people know about it, and after the ceremonies and the restaurant has given award in the opening ceremony here, many restaurants contact me and contact my people and said that how we can participate this, and they want to be ready from next year. Even when when the auditors was visiting people for the audit for the DM Food Elite, the people who are there, the management of the restaurant, they are calling their CEOs and some international company, the CEOs from headquarters, they are coming to support their teams to win this award, which is honor for them that I am the best restaurant in Dubai, or I am the best cafeteria in Dubai, or I am the best hotel restaurant in Dubai. So this is give all good indication that we are on the right tracks, and this is one of the future things that, because our criteria for this DM food elite was not only food safety. Food safety was one of one of the criteria. We have it in nutrition, we have it in sustainability, we have in how to use the digital things and the smart thing in your restaurant. And this, can help in future. What is, if you have a overload food, what you will do for this food? How you can give it to the people? This is aims of this programs. So this can encourage people to work on it and to participate this, and this will help industry and help our cities that our food establishment will be sustainable, will be healthy and safety, and will be using the new technologies for their traceabilities and for their to monitoring their system. So next one here, what we present here, I know many people are saw that, but just I will explain that our new journey for the products and for the layout approval and for everything. So you can enter this, it's Montagy Plus, and you can enter this system from UAE Pass, and you can enter to our three main systems from one click. Before it was like only if you want to go to the customer product, for example, will be different system, food different system, inspection different system. But now from one UAE Pass, you can go to our system, which is Montagy Plus, and the 360, which is for the layout approval, and the smart inspection and food watch, and you can go all from one application. This is for approval for the layout for the restaurant, and it will be connected with the system. Now I think it is how you approve the layout by sending email to our team, and they approve it and they get back to you. But when the system will be launched, inshallah, by first quarter of 25, this will be the through the system. You can enter your layout and you will get approval through the system. No need emails and hear a feedback. Similar for events and any function you have, you need approval also through the system. Product and registration. This is also one of the things. Now we have 1.6 million items registered here in Dubai. And for your information, 90% of the food which is coming to the United Arab Emirates coming through Dubai ports. So this is another challenge also for the how you can build the systems and make easier for people to attract more companies and more people, and to make things easier for people, not even for the make it easier also for the safety. There is for the future. What is future? Artificial intelligence. The system will read the labels. If the labels need the risk engine for the system, I mean, if they need lab test, or if they need some items needs maybe there is some colors which is banded, need halal certificate. All this, the system automatically will give it to our people to how to trace these items. Then after that, they decided when the shipment will be either will be if it is comply with everything, so they can go to the green channel, which is no need inspection, directly to the market, or they need some we look to that, it is which is the second one. Then it is if they need to go to the lab for the test. So things, if you are compliance and everything is okay, so you can go fast, easier as a fast track. Then it go to the customer table. So this is briefly what is our futuristics according to the conference themes that what is we think for future. So we need to be compliant with the future. We need to be what's going on in the world, and we need to match. As I mentioned, we have every year 90% of the food coming through Dubai, and about by the end of quarter of the third quarter, in the 30th of September, 8 million ton of the food enter to the Emirates of Dubai. This number was a newer number, but this year only in the third quarter 8 million. So it means that number of shipment, number of people, food coming to Dubai are become more and more, and this is how you think of the future. If you don't think how you can release this and how you trace this thing, and food safety wise, you will not be, get a safe food and safe and good services for your consumer. Now I want hear from anyone from food industry or anyone about what they're thinking of future, or what is the things we need to do or we don't or miss that. Anyone have any ideas or any comments regarding the futuristic things, or how the future of the food and the traceabilities, or anyone from this hall? Everyone is happy? No question? أكيد ما في أسئلة بالعربي حتى عادي يعني. مستقبل الغذاء، أو حد عنده فكرة معينة ممكن نطرحها هني مثلا، سواء من الشركات أو حتى من موظفينا يعني احنا يعني. يس. ما اسمعك، علي صوتك شوي. تفضل. معروف داود، تفضل.
أنا داود الحاج من إدارة سلامة الغذاء التفتيش الغذائي. أنا عندي اقتراح بخصوص الجائزة الفود إليت، إنه تتوسع يعني تشمل مؤسسات ثانية بالإضافة للمطاعم يعني، بحيث تكون حافز للجميع للتطور يعني، زي المصانع والشركات الكاترينج وحتى شركات التوصيل يعني لو في مجال. شكرا.
صح، نحن في البال نحن طبعا حاطين بعين الاعتبار نشوف شو اول دوره شو مثلت لنا وكيف كان الفيدباك من الاندستري، وبعدين ان شاء الله بنطالع، لان حاليا بس فئه المطاعم حابين نشوف السلبيات والايجابيات في الدوره هذه. ففي مقترح ان شاء الله عندنا حاطينه مع الفريق ان نزيد مثل ما تقول الكاتيجوريز يعني نحط مصانع او شركات تموين او حتى الريتيل يعني. ففي فكره يعني، فبنشوف يعني اما نزيد او نخلي مثل ما او نحطهم في تراك ثاني يعني. تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
مشكورين على جهودكم.
في
عندي اقتراح، إذا في مجال لدراسة منصة تعتمد على الذكاء الصناعي بتسجيل المنتجات قبل استيرادها.
منصة شو؟
تعتمد على الذكاء الصناعي.
الذكاء الاصطناعي، أوكي.
نعم، في تسجيل المنتجات قبل استيرادها، مما يسهل إجراءات الدخول وإجراءات التتبع.
أنت عندك مقترح يعني أن يكون في ذكاء اصطناعي في شو يعني؟
بتسجيل المنتجات قبل استيرادها.
وحاليا ترى في النظام الجديد بيكون فيه لما المنتج يتسجل هو بيحدد الخطورة مالته، وبيحدد إذا في أشياء محظورة أو شيء بالذكاء الاصطناعي.
نعم.
بينعرف يعني، فهو اللي بيحدد هذا يروح جرين شانل، أو هذا بيروح المختبر للفحص، أو هذا بيروح مباشرة للأسواق يعني. في هالأوبشن موجود يعني، مع
إضافة دراسة الفود ليبل مع تقييمها، الاسسمنت للفود ليبل للمنتج.
هي ترى هو الريسك انجن، هذا هو بيحدد الشيء
ان شاء الله.
Any questions؟ حد عنده سؤال بعد؟ No questions? Yes.
Good morning. Sarah Boyd from Dublin, Ireland. I'd like to congratulate you on a fantastic program.
Thank you very much.
I actually think we could learn from you with this elite program. It's also establishing an opportunity for food business to showcase and, I suppose, show off a little bit. And I think it's a great program. I wonder, is the future to incorporate more sustainability within food businesses locally, particularly in the area of food waste? And I'm sure that the program will incorporate that in the future. But I'd like to congratulate you. I think it's a fantastic program, and I think there's a lot of positivity associated with it.
Thank you very much for your great word you said. I appreciate. For sustainable, already we have programs like now our nursing team are working that with the restaurant here and in Dubai to be more, focus on how to having solution for the wastage of food. And also one of the targets of the DM Food Elite, that one of the criterias of the, if you get it in the winner, there is sustainability. And one of that, it says how you do recycling for the things you have and for the what is your plan for the wastage of food. So this can encourage people to do, because many restaurants here, they don't have this system. But if they want to get to the DM Elite and to get this award, he need to have these things. Also, in addition to that, we have programs with Dubai government, with Executive Council, that how for the wastage of the food, where we can use it, because many wastage of food there is here, and which is not good. And the numbers we get it from the FAO, I think not here, around the world, food are comparing with people who have not having food, and people are throwing food to the garbage. So they need to make a balance. So food security and what is the plan for the wastage of food, it is one of our priority also. Thank you. Any questions؟ أي سؤال حد عنده؟ Okay, في النهاية, in the end, I would like to thank you all attendees for attending this small presentation, and inshallah all of you are joining next panel and also enjoy what is remaining from this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sultan Al-Tahir. It was indeed a great initiative what we have seen here in Dubai, and we are looking for a better future, for the best of the future here in Dubai with food safety, security, and sustainability. All right, now we'll switch to Arabic. So again, please, if you'd like to listen to our panel discussion, could you please collect a headphone set for translation. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. مرحب بكم جميعا بصناعة المستقبل بدبي، حيث نصنع الآن المستقبل. حديثنا الآن راح نستكمل اللي بدأه الأستاذ سلطان الطاهر. نتحدث عن صناعة سلامة الغذاء للمستقبل. بسعدني نستقبل معنا بالبانل ديسكشن أو بالحلقة الحوارية الأستاذ خالد عبد الله محمد البلوشي، مدير قسم التفتيش الغذائي. تفضل. واثق. مرحبا فيك. كما يسعدني نستقبل معنا الأستاذ سيف سعيد السعدي، مدير قسم رقابة المنافذ. مرحبا. كما يسعدني أن نستقبل الأستاذة حنان علي داوود، أخصائية سلامة أغذية أول. والأستاذة علياء عبد الله الهلالي، ضابط تصاريح الأغذية. أهلا وسهلا. وأخيرا ليس آخرا الأستاذة عايدة عيسى، أخصائية سلامة أغذية أول في قسم الدراسات والسياسات الغذائية. أو تفضلي هون. السادة والسيدات، السلام عليكم مرة ثانية، صباح الخير، حياكم الله ومرحب بكم. بنرحب بكم بالدورة 18 للمؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الغذاء، الحدث اللي أثبت جدارته خلال سنوات طويلة، وإحنا بانتظار اليوبيل الفضي إن شاء الله، يعني خلال السنوات القادمة. بداية أعرف بنفسي، أخوكم باسم عزام، مدير شركة TSI. أتصور يمكن معظمكم بيعرف TSI، الجهة المانحة لشهادات الأفراد والجهة الداعمة للجهات الحكومية داخل دولة الإمارات. بسعدني أكون معاكم وأكون مع الأخوات والأخوة بهاي الحلقة اللي راح نتحدث فيها عن مستقبل الغذاء، سلامة الغذاء، مستقبل الأمن الغذائي في دبي. راح نلتقي اليوم بكوكبة ما شاء الله من المدراء الأقسام التنفيذيين، من الأخصائيين بسلامة الغذاء بالدراسات والأبحاث، لنتحدث مع بعض في هذه الإمارة السباقة دائما إلى صناعة المستقبل، إلى استخدام التكنولوجيا، أحدث التكنولوجيا، إلى استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. راح نبدأ مع الأستاذ خالد عبد الله محمد البلوشي، مدير قسم التفتيش الغذائي. خلوني بالأول أعرفكم عن الأستاذ خالد نبذة صغيرة جدا، ولو أنه يعني يطول الحديث عن الأستاذ خالد وعن البقية. الأستاذ خالد هو مدير قسم التفتيش الغذائي، وحابب أشير لنقطة، لإنجاز عظيم كان للأستاذ خالد خلال إكسبو 2020. الكل بتذكر إكسبو 2020، الكل بتذكر التحدي اللي كان موجود عندنا بكوفيد 19. الأستاذ خالد قاد فريق سلامة الغذاء بهذا الحدث الكبير، وبفضل الله لم يتم تسجيل أي حالة مرض منتشر عن طريق الغذاء بهذا الحدث رغم التحديات الكبيرة. حياك الله أستاذ خالد، مرحب بك. وخلينا نبدأ بالحديث عن شو هي رؤيتك كخالد لسلامة الغذاء بما يتعلق بالتفتيش الغذائي بالمستقبل بدبي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أشكركم على الحضور مؤتمر دبي سلامة العالمي لسلامة الغذاء نحو استشراف المستقبل سلامة الأغذية، وأشكر أخوي باسم على هذا الإطراء. رؤيتي بخصوص المستقبل سلامة الغذاء، نظرتي الشخصية طبعا ما نعترف أن إمارة دبي متمثلة في بلدية دبي، وتندرج تحتها إدارات، وهي ممثلتها إدارة سلام الغذاء، تتطلع حول التغيرات المستقبلية في الصناعات الغذائية ونحو استشراف المستقبل. طبعا بتوجيهات من مدير إدارة سلام الغذاء، ويدل على ذلك أن استشراف المستقبل في سلام الغذاء هو عنوان المؤتمر، لنطلع إلى أفضل الصناعات الغذائية في مجال الاندستري ومجال الغذاء، ونحو مثل من هذه الأنظمة الصناعات الغذائية تتضمن مثلا لحوم مستزرعة مخبريا. استقبلنا عديد من الورش التعريفية، ورش متخصصة في اللحوم المستزرعة من ضمن هذا المؤتمر. وحاليا نحن عن مجال دراسة اللحوم المستزرعة مخبريا ومدى التأثير على سلامة الغذاء ومدى تقبلها من قبل الجمهور. وطبعا كل التقنيات والأنظمة الغذائية في إدارة سلام الغذاء تواكب التطلع والمستقبل بإضافة الذكاء الاصطناعي في أنظمتنا. وتتم مقولة سمو الشيخ صاحب سمو الشيخ محمد مراهي آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس وزراء حاكم دبي، الذي قال: يجب علينا أن ننتظر المستقبل بل نصنع المستقبل من اليوم.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ خالد. راح انتقل للأستاذ سيف السعدي مدير قسم رقابة المنافذ. الأستاذ سيف هو كمان رئيس فريق تطوير الأنظمة الإلكترونية في قسم رقابة المنافذ، مدير مبادرة مصدر غذائنا آمن، رئيس فريق مبادرة المسار الأخضر والتفتيش الافتراضي، وعضو في العديد من الفرق على المستوى الاتحادي. ما شاء الله أستاذ سيف. تحدثنا عن رقابة المنافذ، رؤيتك المستقبلية لرقابة المنافذ في إمارة دبي.
أول شيء السلام عليكم، طبعا أشكرك على الاستضافة أخ باسم وأرحب بالحضور. طبعا أنا بتكلم عن رؤيتي كسيف في المنافذ مش كموظف بلدية. طبعا نحن بدينا كبلدية بدينا على أنظمة أول شيء إلكترونية، ودخلنا مثل ما تقول أن التكنولوجيا دخلت أول شيء في مجال الحكومة، عقب دخلنا الشركات ويانا. وأنا أشوف أنه في المستقبل وهاللي باين واللي اتضح أنه بتوصل للمستهلكين للبيوت. وردي يوم الأول يعني نقارن بالأول قبل التفتيش كانت تعرف ورقي وش اسمه، دخلنا على أنظمة إلكترونية، دخلنا على ذكاء صناعي، الأوراق كانت تجينا بالإيميل مش بالإيميلات بالبريد. انزين فأردي أنا أشوف يعني على قدام أن كل الداتا وكل شيء أبي يكون عن طريق الأنظمة، يعني ما في أي تدخل بشري. وقد يكون الإفراج في المنافذ ومتتبع الشحنات كلها يكون إلكتروني، يعني ما في عامل بشري إلا يمكن يكون كمتابعة للأنظمة فقط. يعني هذا كان مستقبل. وطبعا واللي حاليا نشوفه في المجتمع يعني عندهم وعي. هم يمكن ما بش عارفين الوعي في الأمن الغذائي والاستدامة، بس أنت بتلاحظ على المناطق الشعبية في أغلب البيوت حاليا تحصل عندهم ثلاجات حاطينها حق الأغذية الفائضة. ويوم بتمر على الثلاجة يعني كان احنا كفود سيفتي حتى بتشوفهم انهم يحطون الأغذية في نفس الثلاجات اللي برا حاطينها بطريقة صحيحة. يعني فأردي المجتمع يقوم بدور كبير في الفود سيفتي، في الاستدامة، في يعني مثل ما تقول دور الرقابة قام يقومونها في البيت من نفسهم. وفي فيلم يعني ممكن بقول لك على السريع مصري ما أعرف شو اسمه، هو كوميدي بس انه يكون رابحين ثلاجة ذكية، ما كان حد شايفنه. طوالي بعمرك الثلاجة شو تقوم بروحها بتطلب المواد الغذائية اللي تنتهي. هو ككوميديا يبينها، بس هذه ممكن في المستقبل تتطبق موجودة في البيوت. بروح تعطيك وورنينج وتسوي اوردر، البيض انتهى، الخبز قريب ينتهي، استخدمه، تعطيهم شو اللي موجود. طبعا هذا كوجهة نظري كسيف يعني هل أشوفه في المجتمع. وإن شاء الله دبي دوم في المقدمة إن شاء الله، شغالين على الأسهل. ما أقول لك كحكومة بروحنا، نحن والمجتمع والشركاء والشركات طبعا إن شاء الله في تطور في تقدم إن شاء الله في المستقبل.
إن شاء الله. شكرا لك سيف. يعني إحنا راح حسب ما فهمت منك سيف راح نبدأ من المنفذ الذكي للثلاجة الذكية إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
شكرا.
يعني خالد ما بيكون له ثور. ما خالد ماسك الأسواق، أنا مثل ما تقول أنا الخط الأول اللي في المنفذ، من بعدها طبعا كلنا كسلامة غذاء مكملين بعض الإخواني. طبعا أنا الخط الأول، عقبه خالد كمل علي، فخالد بنستثني عقبها. الشعب الافراد هم اللي بيقوموا بالدور ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. شكرا لك سيف. ننتقل لحنان علي داوود. حنان هي اخصائيه سلامه اغذيه اول، حاصله على درجه البكالوريوس في العلوم الصحيه والتغذيه، ماجستير في مجال السياسات العامه في الصحه، خبره اكثر من 10 سنوات في مجال الامتثال في البطاقات الغذائيه، وخبيره قوانين وتشريعات غذائيه بالاماراتيه والخليجيه. ما شاء الله حنان. حدثينا، يعني انا بكون سعيد اذا بتحدثينا عن موضوع القوانين والتشريعات على مستوى الامارات وحتى على مستوى الخليج. هاي الخبره الكبيره جدا. كيف رؤيتك لمستقبل سلامه الغذاء من ناحيه هاي التخصصات؟
اول شيء شكرا. شغال. اول شيء شكرا فيكم على الترحيب الجميل وعلى الحضور. ويعني حابة أبين نظرتي للمستقبل بتكون مش 100% تكنولوجي، بيكون أكثر فيها تغيير أدوارنا نحن كجهة رقابية. نحن حالياً ياسين نطور أنظمتنا عشان نحن نساعد الشركات، نساعد المجتمع يكونون واعين أكثر. نفس ما الأخ خالد أخ سيف إنه قالوا أن نحن نبغى كل شيء يكون متأتمت. ليش؟ عشان مو نحن اللي بنقوم بالدور الرقابي فقط، بنقوم بالدور التمكيني لهالشركات، للأف ان بي بزنس اللي موجود عندنا في الإمارة. نحن يعني حتى أول محاضرة في اليوم الأول كان لدكتور باربرا، كانت تقول أن وايد ناس يحاولون to make food safety fun، يخلونه ممتع. هو فعلا مش ممتع، بس هي مسؤولية كبيرة، ونحن بدينا أن نحن تحملنا هالمسؤولية عن القطاع الخاص، عن المجتمع، والحين نحن ياسين نتشارك هالمسؤولية وياهم، نشارك وياهم أن خلاص الامتثال نحن موجودين كجهة تمكينية، يعني we guide the businesses، بس في نفس الوقت الدور يكون على المجتمع، يكون على هالشركات عشان يمتثلون ويانا. وخلاص أنا أشوف أن المستقبل بيكون أن نحن بنعطيهم البيانات، الديتا انسايتس، الفيوتشر ترندز والريسيرش، وكل واحد يقوم بدوره. فبيكون مثل ما تقول ايكو سيستم كامل، كل حد له دور واحد ويعتمد عليه الكل.
شكرا لك حنان. يعني من الامور انا بتصور جدا متميزه بدوله الامارات بشكل عام وبدبي بشكل خاص، هو التكامل بين الجهات الحكوميه وبين القطاع الخاص. يعني الحاله اللي عم نشوفها من التطور السريع جدا ما كانت لتكون لولا هذا التكامل بين الجهات الحكوميه مع القطاع الخاص مع المجتمع، بحيث نصعد بدور كل فرد من هذول الافراد. شكرا لك حنان. ننتقل للاستاذه علياء عبد الله الهلالي. علياء ضابط تصاريح الاغذيه. علياء حاصله على درجه البكالوريوس في العلوم البيئيه والاستدامه. موضوع الاستدامه يعني حديث الساعه. علياء حاصله على ماجستير في علوم المدن الذكيه سمارت سيتيز. ما شاء الله. خبره 5 سنوات في مجال التصاريح المتعلقه بالاغذيه والمؤسسات الغذائيه بكافه انواعها. يعني مكني حالك تماما استاذه علياء. كيف بتحدثينا عن رؤيتك كعلياء لمستقبل سلامه الغذاء بما يتعلق بمجال عملك؟
اول شيء السلام عليكم ورحمه الله، وشكرا على المقدمه الجميله. طبعا من وجهه نظري ان مستقبل سلامه الغذاء واعد في دبي، خصوصا ان دبي تعتبر الهب للمهرجانات والايفنتس، وحتى عدد المؤسسات الغذائيه دائما في ازدياد. في جهود مبذوله من اللي لاحظتوه من البدايه، ان استخدام الانظمه الحديثه والتكنولوجيا في الاعتمادات فيما يخص التصاريح. دائما المؤسسات الغذائيه تكون في الوقت الحالي متبعه للاشتراطات والاشتراطات سلامه الغذاء، لكن مستقبلا كل شيء راح يكون في وان بلاتفورم تسهل على المتعامل كل الرحله وتقلل مدتها. فان شاء الله المستقبل سيكون افضل في بارت التصاريح.
شكرا جزيلا علياء. اخيرا وليس اخرا، استاذه عايده عيسى، اخصائيه سلامه اغذيه اول في قسم الدراسات والسياسات الغذائيه باداره سلامه الغذاء. عايده عنده خبرة أكثر من 23 عام في مجال سلامة الغذاء بإدارة سلامة الغذاء، عضو في الفريق الوطني لدولة الإمارات لرصد بقايا الملوثات في الأغذية، وهذا حديث الساعة تصور عندنا بالدولة، موضوع في غاية الأهمية. عايدة عندها دراسات علمية منشورة في مجلات علمية محلية ودولية، فازت بجائزة راشد بن حميد للثقافة والعلوم فئة البحث العلمي، كما فازت بجائزة Global 200 Women Power Leaders 2024. ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. مبارك بالبداية الجائزة، وخصوصا الجائزة الأخيرة 200 Women Leaders. عايدة، كيف تحدثينا عن صناعة المستقبل بدبي مع هالخبرات الطويلة هاي؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية شكرا على الاستضافة وشكرا للحضور.
حياكم الله.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، حققنا في إدارة سلامة الغذاء إنجازات بارزة، لكن كبداية خليني أقول لكم مدينة دبي مثل ما نعرف نحن مدينة عالمية تمتاز بنموها وتطورها السريع في مجالات عديدة، منها قطاع الأغذية. بالنسبة لقطاع الأغذية عندنا أيضا تزايد وتسارع في الأنشطة الغذائية، منها المؤسسات الغذائية، حجم الاستيراد والتصدير بالنسبة للمنتجات الغذائية، الفعاليات اللي هي تقام على مدار العام مثل ما ذكرت زميلتنا هني خت عليا، هاي كلها تعكس الأنشطة، هاي كلها تعكس دور بلدية دبي المتمثلة في إدارة سلامة الغذاء وقسم الدراسات والسياسات الغذائية في قطاع سلامة الغذاء. حققت مثل ما قلت بلدية دبي كإدارة سلامة الغذاء إنجازات، منها تنفيذ الدراسات العلمية، ونشرت هذه الدراسات فعلا في مجلات علمية عالمية ومحلية. الدراسات هاي أيضا الحمد لله فازت في جوائز محلية. من الدراسات هاي احنا نشوف إن شاء الله من مخرجاتها هاي راح نحقق احنا إنجازات بارزة في المستقبل من مخرجات هاي الدراسات، في مجال بنقول نحن استدامة اللوائح التنظيمية المتعلقة بالأغذية، استدامة الأغذية العضوية، هاي كلها إن شاء الله نقاط بنقول أو محاور نقدر نستفيد نحن منها في المستقبل.
شكرا لك عايدة، حديث شيق وممتع. حابب أذكركم جميعا جماعة أنه بعد الانتهاء من الحلقة الحوارية راح نستقبل الأسئلة، فاللي عنده أسئلة يجهزها من الآن عشان نقدر نستقبل أسئلتكم، وكوكبة الخبراء والتنفيذيين يقدروا يجاوبونا على الأسئلة. يعني أمامكم ما شاء الله مجموعة متكاملة من العمل في بلدية دبي. هاي الإنجازات اللي عم نشوفها بدبي لابد إنه تواجهنا تحديات، وأنتم لها إن شاء الله. راح نسمع مع بعض التحديات اللي كل قسم من هاي الأقسام بهاي الإدارة الكبيرة كيف عم بيواجهوا هاي التحديات، شو هي هاي التحديات بالأول، كيف عم بيواجهوها. راح نبدأ بالتفتيش الغذائي. يعني ما بعرف، بس بتصور التفتيش الغذائي يمكن من أصعب الأمور. موضوع أكبر التحديات هو عملية التفتيش الغذائي. أنا شفت أمر لفت انتباهي بمحاضرة أستاذ سلطان الطاهر عن موضوع الريسك بيست انسبكشن أو التفتيش المبني على المخاطر. بتصور دبي من أولى المدن اللي بدأت بالتفتيش المبني على المخاطر، وأتصور المنهجية الجديدة اللي ابتكرتها دبي بالفود إليت، هذا البرنامج الرائع عشان نميز من المؤسسات المتميزة ونخفف عنها التفتيش. صح ولا أنا غلطان؟ تمام. طيب أستاذ خالد، شو هي التحديات اللي تواجهك بالتفتيش؟
بداية بقول لك التحديات والحلول أبدا. السؤال الثالث
إن شاء الله.
كما نعلم أن إمارة دبي منطقة العالم تجذب الاستثمار في قطاع الأغذية والصناعات الغذائية والسياحة. ما شاء الله نحن رقم واحد في هذه المجالات، مما أدى هذا إلى زيادة عدد المؤسسات الغذائية في إمارة دبي، مما يتطلب إلى التفتيش للتأكد من التزام هذه المؤسسات الغذائية بالقوانين والتشريعات المتعلقة بسلامة الغذاء. طبعا هذا يعتبر تحدي، والحمد لله إمارة دبي في ازدياد معدات المؤسسات الغذائية تقريبا بشكل سنوي 3500 مؤسسة غذائية جديدة
ما شاء الله.
ونحن قد التحدي. وفي تحدي ثاني إن شاء الله اللي هو ثقافة سلامة الغذاء. كما نعلم أن إمارة دبي تحتوي على عدد سكانها أكثر من 200 جنسية. طبعا هاي 200 جنسية لديهم ثقافات وعادات وتقاليد وثقافات غذائية مختلفة.
عشان هيك بنسميها مدينة العالم.
مدينة العالم مثل ما تقول. طبعا الثقافات مختلفة بين دول العالم، جميعها ترى أن دبي هي الإمارة الأولى في قطاع الأغذية. ونعلم أن بعض الثقافات بعض الجنسيات مثلا بدون ذكر الأسماء لديهم ثقافة سلامة الغذاء الموجودة في إمارة دبي المتبعة في اشتراطات سلامة الغذية لم يتعرفون عليها. يكون عندهم صعب في الصناعات الغذائية والاشتراطات والقوانين والتشريعات لتطبيقها في المؤسسات الغذائية.
تمام تمام. يعني مثل ما حكينا دبي مدينة 200 جنسية، وهي ثقافة الجنسيات المختلفة لابد انه نستوعبها، وهذا تحدي كبير حقيقة امام بتصور المفتشين بالاول. صح؟
صح.
يعني المفتشين هن اللي بالميدان، هن اللي على ارض الواقع، هاي التحديات الكبيرة. انا اذكر حقيقة انه في احد البرامج الهامة جدا بدبي هو برنامج المشرف الصحي. برنامج المشرف الصحي او اللي بسموه PIC Person Charge كان في تحدي كبير جدا بموضوع اللغات، لحد ما وصلنا حاليا انه بكل مؤسسة غذائية في عندنا شخص واحد على الاقل قادر على الحديث باللغة العربية او اللغة الانجليزية. نتيجة هذا اخذنا التحدي بدبي انه تكون مواد المشرف الصحي باللغة العربية واللغة الانجليزية. شكرا جزيلا استاذ خالد. التحديات راح نشوف حلول لها لاحقا ان شاء الله. انتقل سيف انا حابب اذكر شغله، يعني حكينا قبل شوي عن كوفيد 19. ب 2020 الناس كانت كلها بالبيت الا انتم بالميدان. انتم زاد الضغط عليكم اتصور ب 2020.
نعم زاد الضغط، بس من كلمه واحده تكلم فيها رئيس الدوله محمد بن زايد الله يحفظه ويطول بعمره، يوم قال الدواء والغذاء خط احمر او شيء من الكلمات الوحيده.
صحيح.
ضرب الشغل 200%. 200% من ثاني يوم. وصلنا امر وابو زايد كان يتابعنا كان ابو زايد ذيك الحزه اظني مدير قسم التفتيش الغذائي وفي الاسواق، يعني إن في السوق والله يذكره بالخير الدكتور عصام الهاشمي، ان الرف من شل المنتج يتعبى مره ثانيه.
ما شاء الله.
فهذا صار اللود على ان احنا كمنافذ ان المواد الغذائيه اللي في المنافذ لازم تاخذ افراج في اسرع وقت.
طيب احنا كنا قادرين بفضل الله وتوجيهات قائد الدولة والشيوخ الله يحفظهم جميعا، كنا قادرين على يعني تجاوز هذا التحدي بشكل رائع. هل وقفت التحديات ولا في تحديات لسه؟
لا هو في تحديات كثيرة طوال لي بعمرك، أنا أقول لك بس هذا كان تحدي لأن مثل ما تقول إنه شيء مش متصورين، يعني مرة واحدة جانا، بس الحمد لله تخطينا. ما أقول لك أنا كسيف، أنا كذيك الأيام رئيس شعبة الفريق اللي معاي قاموا يداومون لأكثر من 12 ساعة.
ما شاء الله.
وما قصروا ولا شو اسمه. وأنا أقول لك كلنا الفخر بلدية دبي إدارة سلامة الغذاء، لأن الداتا للأمن الغذائي ذيك الفترة ما كان إدارة الأمن الغذائي موجودة، فكانت الداتا تنأخذ من قسمنا قابة المنافذ وترفع للشيخ منصور بن محمد الله يحفظه. فهذا يعتبر يعني مثل الثقة اللي أعطت لنا القيادة كإدارة سلامة الغذاء. هذا كان التحدي في كوفيد، والحمد لله مشت الأمور بفضل طبعا القيادة والشباب يعني اللي في الميدان.
يعني عمل متكامل سواء الناس الإداريين ولا الناس اللي بالميدان لحتى نتجاوز هاي التحديات كلها. شكرا سيف. راح نرجع لك كمان شوي. في عندك شيء كمان
في تحديات كثيرة
والله
اللي بعمرك
تفضل.
لا انت مشيت على خالد، انا قسمي يمكن يكون
خذ راحتك
تحديات اكثر على خالد. قلت لك انا الخط الاول قبل خالد انا. طول لي بعمرك. شوف انا ما بسبق ابو زايد، ما قصر في البدايه في العرض اللي عنده.
بس عارف مين ابو زايد؟
ابو زايد مدير الاداره سلطان الطاهر سامح العاده. شوف نحن كقسم رقابه المنافذ طبعا استقبلنا خلال التسعة اشهر الاولى 380,000 حاويه غذائيه.
2024
هي 24 اول 9 شهور.
عيد الرقم مره ثانيه لو سمحت.
380,000 حاويه غذائيه
ما شاء الله.
1,900,000 منتج غذائي مختلف بحدود 8 طن مليون كوزن، وهذا يعتبر تحدي كبير. يعني
هل عم نتحدث عن موانئ دبي ولا عن موانئ الدولة كاملة؟
موانئ دبي. وطبعا موانئ دبي بعد سلطان سباقني وقال ان موانئ دبي اصلا تستقبل 90% من المنتجات الغذائيه للامارات. ما شاء ومنها الله. من دبي ولا من الامارات تراها بعد في اشياء تتصدر للدول اللي حولنا ولا المناطق الثانيه. طبعا هذا يعتبر تحدي. ومثل ما قال خالد نحن عندنا حول 200 جنسيه. فالمنتجات اللي تجينا من دول مثل ما تقول في دول بدائيه، في دول يعني منتجات اول مره تمر علينا، اول مره نشوفها كثقافه اماراتيه. بس تعرف تنوع الثقافات لازم نرضي الجميع مثل ما يقولون، كل شيء موجود. طبعا ما اقول ان التحدي هذا انا اشله بروحي، يعني الاخت حنان كنت اتكلم فيه، لان نحن نرجع عشان المواصفات، فاذا تبعنا فهي اللي تدعمنا الله يحفظها، يعني دوم دعمتنا الاخت حنان. طبعا هذا احد التحديات اللي هي تنوع الثقافات في إمارة دبي. وعندك الأوضاع الجيوسياسية بعد أثرت. طبعا ممكن هذه بعد زاد نسبة 10% من الاستيراد لإمارة دبي.
زاد
نعم زاد. يعني الحين مثل ما قال أبو زايد السنوات السابقة ممكن الكميات والأوزان شوية أقل، هاي السنة أكثر. يعني هذه أنا أقول لك 9 شهور، هاي 9 شهور كان إحصائية سنوات سابقة. فردي فهذا يعتبر تحدي، بس الحمد لله في مبادرات وفي شو اسمه يعني بنتكلم فيها عقب جدا.
هل صادفتوا يعني أشرت لنقطة جدا هامة، يعني للأسف الشديد الصراعات اللي عم نشوفها، هل أثر عليكم من ناحية تأخير الشحنات أو ما شابه؟ لأنه كان متوقع في كثير من تأخير الشحنات في بعض الدول، هل صار عندكم تأخير للشحنات؟ كيف أثر على الأمن الغذائي؟ يعني
كأفراج نحن ما تأخر في خطوط الملاحة. طبعا تغيرت خطوط الملاحة، بدأت يعني تاخذ خط أطول، فالمنتجات كصلاحيتها تقل كاش اسمه. بس في نفس الوقت فحطينا مثل ما تقول استباقية، مثل نسرع إفراجها، ممكن أن ناخذ بعض الإجراءات الداخلية مع مدير الإدارة، نساعدهم ندعمهم، لأن تعرف التاجر هني مش الضرر، مش يعني التاجر ليش الضرر، مش المشكلة من عنده. فنحن حاولنا أن ندعم التجار، ونفس الوقت التجار قاموا يبون عن مناطق على طريق الجو. يعني ها أكثر المشاكل اللي تصير عن طريق البحر، فأوريدي قاموا يبون على الجو، فزاد الضغط على وين؟ على المنافذ البحرية. فالحمد لله تخطينا هاي المرحلة وماشيين فيها. طبعا مثل ما قلت في بعض الدول بعض شو اسمه فورد مثل ما تقول إن في أوراق، في مستندات، في أشياء لازم تي، ممكن نساعدناهم استثنيناهن. تعرف الأوضاع هناك مش إنه مستقرة إني أجبر الشركات على اشياء انه مو برايمين يجيبونها. فالحمد لله ما في اي يعني في تحديات، ونحن مثل ما تقول التحدي مثل ما تقول نسويها فرصه للتطور.
ما شاء
طبعا
الله.
اذا ماشي تحديات ما بكنا ندخل التكنولوجيا، ما بندخل شو يسمونه، وهاي الارقام كلها اللي اقول لك يعني مثلا الارقام اللي اعطيتك اياها كلها تعتبر داتا، ما في شيء يضيع، كلها داتا في الانظمه موجوده. ان شاء الله في قدام في المبادرات وفي الاشياء شو اسمه بقول لك يعني هذه الداتا تفيدنا في اشياء ثانيه.
شكرا جزيلا. يعني أجدت موضوع التحدي بالنسبة للموانئ موضوع ضخم جدا، موضوع بيأثر بشكل كبير على الأمن الغذائي. فبالتالي قدرتكم ما شاء الله على مواجهة هاي التحديات مع فريق العمل هاي مشكورين عليها، وبتضل دبي سريعة التطور. يعني هذا أتصور من أهم التحديات لقسم أو لإدارة سلامة الغذاء، سرعة التطور وسرعة التعداد الكبير للسكان اللي عم بيصير بمدينه دبي بصير عم يتطور جدا، وهذا اللي عم نشوفه بالانشاءات الضخمه اللي عم بتصير بالمدينه. شكرا جزيلا مره ثانيه سيف، ان شاء الله هيك خلصت ولا
لا
راضي ولا
راضي.
شكرا سيف. حنان، سيف ذكر موضوع المواصفات عندك، شو العلاقه بينكم وبين بعض؟
ما شاء الله ما خلى شيء في التحديات الا تكلم من ناحيه المواصفات مثل ما هو قال انه هو خط الدفاع الاول في رقابه المنافذ، نحن ما قبل الدفاع الاول. فمن الاشياء اللي ساعدت على سرعه الاستيراد، سرعه الافراج على الشحنات الغذائيه، هي ان نحن نخلي التاجر يكون مستعد للاستيراد قبل ما هو خلاص شاري المنتج بعد من المصنع. نحن نلزمهم أن كل المنتجات الغذائية لازم تكون مسجلة قبل الاستيراد، ولازم تكون مقيمة. التسجيل الهدف منه أنه خلاص بيانات المنتج موجود عندنا بالنظام، أنه بمجرد ما يدخل الباركود كل معلومات المنتج تطلع على طول. إنزين، هاي تسهل على التاجر طريقة الإدخال. إذا عنده شحنة فيها أكثر عن 100-200 منتج يقدر يدخلها بدقائق بدل ما يدخل البيانات one by one. نيجي على موضوع التقييم، وهذا الموضوع اللي شوية في تحدي من ناحية أن بعض التجار يتحرون أن احنا الناس الشريرين اللي دائما نحط عليهم ملاحظات، لا عدلوا هذا سووا هذا بهالطريقة. والتحدي هني لأن في تشريعات إلزامية لسلامة الغذاء، لإيضاح بيانات المنتج للمستهلك الأخير. نحن في النهاية مسؤوليتنا باتجاه المجتمع المستهلكين أن نوفر لهم غذاء آمن وسليم. فيكون في تحدي، ولكن نحن كيف غطينا عليها؟ أن من ما نحن بدينا في إدارة سلامة الغذاء ما كان في خدمة التقييم، تقييم البطاقة الغذائية. التجار كانوا يجيبون المنتجات على المنافذ يكتشفون فيها مخالفات، ما يقدرون يبيعونها بالطريقة الحالية. نحن يبنى خدمة التقييم ما قبل الاستيراد، أن بس بمجرد إعطاء الارت ورك للفريق الفني يسوون له الكونسلتنسي كامل، أن يقرون له البطاقة يتأكدون ويحطون له الملاحظات على البطاقة برقم البند من كل مواصفة عشان يعرف شو الرفرنس بعد. هذا يساعد على توعية التجار أن يشاركون في هالمسؤولية. هذا رقم واحد. من المبادرات أيضا اللي نحن كإدارة سلامة الغذاء اشتغلنا عليه أن كل مؤسسة غذائية عندها PIC. هذا يعني شيء كان ضخم لأن عدد المؤسسات الغذائية كم فوق 25-26 ألف، صح؟ 26 ألف، غير أن مؤسسات تجارة الأغذية أيضا عندهم PIC خاص. فالريجولاتوري افيرز أو المسؤول عن الامتثال بالشركات كلهم مسجلين على نظام واحد اللي هو نظام فود واتش، بياناتهم كلها موجودة. الحين الدور أن نحن نوعي التجار بشكل عام، مش بس ان هالشخص الوحيد اللي يكون مسؤول، هالشخص ينقل هالثقافة للشركات، للشركة ككل، وعقب نحن مع بعض نقدر نوعيها للمجتمع عشان نضمن ان كل حد يكون مسؤول عن سلامة أغذيتهم.
شكرا جزيلا حنان. بصراحة موضوع في غاية الأهمية، موضوع يعني ذكرتي نقطتين. النقطة الأولى هي اللي بنسميها برواكتيف ابروتش أو نهج استباقي. يعني أنا ما بنتظر المنتج ليوصلني بعدين أبلش أتعامل معه، أنا عم بسجل المنتج وعم بقيم المنتج وخطورة المنتج قبل ما يجي عشان على المنافذ يكون سهل جدا. طب سؤالي هلأ، هذا كان واضح بالنسبة لنا بما يتعلق بالمواد المستوردة. إيش عن المواد الغذائية المصنعة داخل الدولة؟ كيف تتعاملوا أو شو هي التحديات اللي بتواجهكم بهذا الموضوع؟
بالنسبة للمنتجات المحلية، يعني نحن عندنا انتجريشن مع جهات الترخيص المعنية في الإمارة، أن أي مؤسسة غذائية أو أي مؤسسة تجارية لها نشاط تجاري غذائي لازم تاخذ الموافقة من عندنا نحن. فما دام أن بيون عندنا سواء كلاي اوت ابروفل أو أن بس يتأكدون أن المساحة والاشتراطات تتواكب أو تسمح أنه يقدر يمارس النشاط التجاري الغذائي، وأظن الأخت عليا تقدر تعطي معلومات أكثر عن هذا، يدخل عندنا في النظام وفي تشارك بيانات مباشرة ما بين الأقسام المختلفة، فيوصل لقسم التفتيش الغذائي أن خلاص في مؤسسة جديدة جو أهد نبدأ بالتفتيش.
شكرا جزيلا حنان، يعطيك العافيه ما قصرتي. ننتقل ل عليا. عليا بمجال التصاريح اتصور في كثير من التحديات، تخبرينا عن شيء من هالتحديات.
قليل من التحديات.
قليل ما شاء الله.
بعض التحديات اللي نواجهها في كفريق التصاريح هي طبعا مثل ما قلت ان دبي تعتبر هاب للمهرجانات والفعاليات، كل هاي الاشياء لازم تكون مصرحه، وحتى الانشطه المتعلقه بالاغذيه كمؤسسات غذائيه بعد دائما في ازدياد، فكل هاي الاشياء تتطلب تصاريح لبدايه العمل او مباشره العمل. لازم دائما نكون مواكبين لكل المؤسسات اللي تفتح بالتعاون طبعا مع فريق التفتيش. أيضا اختلاف الثقافات والمتعاملين اللي نتعامل معاهم من فئات مختلفة، أحيانا نلاقي صعوبة في إيصال المعلومة، أو المتعامل يشوف أن بعض المتطلبات شوي صعبة أو أنه ما يقدر يحصل المعلومات بشكل سلس سهل، مع أنه رغم أنها هي متوفرة في موقع البلدية، لكن بعض الأحيان المتعامل يحب يكون موجود أمام الموظف ليشرح أكثر، فهاي تطول رحلة المتعامل. لذلك يعني هاي بعض الأمور اللي نلاقيها في مجالنا كفريق التصاريح.
هل بيصير تعاون مع قسم التفتيش بما يتعلق انه حتى المفتش الميداني عنده علم بهاي الامور المتعلقه بالتصاريح، بحيث حتى اذا المؤسسه الغذائيه واجهتها اسئله او عندها استفسارات، هل ممكن يستعينوا بالمفتشين للاجابه عن هاي الاسئله؟
اكيد، لان نحن كلنا كفريق واحد، اداره واحده، دائما بيننا تعاون. والاخ خالد بعد يقدر يفيدك اكثر.
خالد، بهذا الموضوع كيف المفتش كيف بنقل الرساله، سواء بما يتعلق بالمواصفات او بما يتعلق بالتصاريح او ما شابه؟ هل عم بيكون المفتش على وعي بما عم بيصير بالاقسام الثانيه؟
مفتش الاغذيه في قسم التفتيش على وعي وبالقوانين والتشريعات المتعلقه بسلامه الغذاء، وتتضمن الاشتراطات المتعلقه بالمخطط الديكوري للمؤسسات الغذائيه واصدار التصاريح واشتراطاتها، سواء كان في الفعاليات المؤقتة أو الدائمة. أثناء التفتيش المفتش لها علم، مثل أي استفسار من صاحب المؤسسة الغذائية يطرحها على المفتش، يقوم بدوره بتوجيه المؤسسة الغذائية ويعطيه آخر اشتراطات ويفيده. في حاجة إذا كان يحتاج إلى التواصل مع قسم التسجيل والتصاريح نعطيهم أرقام التواصل معهم.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا عليا مرة ثانية. ننتقل لقسم أتصور في غاية الأهمية، قسم الدراسات والأبحاث. أستاذة عايدة، شو التحديات اللي بتواجهوها بالدراسات والأبحاث؟
بالنسبة للتحديات والصعوبات في قسم الدراسات والسياسات الغذائية مثل ما نعرف نحن إذا بنقول في الفترة السابقة كان مطلوب من منتجي الأغذية والمزارعين زيادة الإنتاج اللي توافق هاي الزيادة السكانية بشكل عام في العالم، كذلك لحل مشكلات وتحديات أخرى منها مثلا الفقر والجوع والأمن الغذائي في العالم. لكن للأسف الممارسات من قبل منتجي الأغذية والمزارعين كانت خاطئة باستخدامهم مثلا عندنا مواد ليست هي مع اللوائح والمعايير العالمية، مثل استخدام بقايا المضادات بشكل عام بنقول في الإنتاج الزراعي، وعندنا كذلك استخدام المضادات كان اكتشفنا في الإنتاج الحيواني. هاي كلها التحديات هاي احنا تقريبا تأكدنا منها من خلال الدراسات العلمية اللي قمنا فيها في قسم الدراسات والسياسات الغذائية، فمخرجات الدراسات عندنا فعلا أكدت وجود الصعوبات هاي من الملوثات في تقييمها، لأن ليس لها وجود بنقول تقييم الملوثات هاي ما نقدر نحن نقيمها لأن ما لها لوائح محلية أو عالمية في بعض الملوثات، يعني نتكلم عن بعض الملوحات هاي من ناحية. من ناحية ثانية التوجهات المستقبلية للعالم، يعني العالم يتجه لإنتاج أغذية من المختبرات، وكذلك الأغذية المتحورة، هاي كلها تحتاج إلى لوائح يساهمون في تعزيز سلامة الغذاء في دبي.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذة عايدة، لفت انتباهي الموضوع الأول، وأتصور هذا أحد الأسباب الرئيسية لوجود لجنة على مستوى الاتحاد على مستوى الدولة بما يتعلق بالمبيدات أو بالأثر المتبقي للمبيدات. صحيح؟
صحيح.
تمام، شكرا جزيلا أستاذة عليا. أعتذر يمكن راح نطول عليكم شوي، بس الحديث معكم شيق، وفرصة تصور مهمة جدا أنه نسمع قد ما بنقدر من التنفيذيين والخبراء ببلدية دبي. راح نحكي عن، أوعدكم كمان هذا السؤال الأخير أو الحلقة الأخيرة، اللفة الأخيرة على السادة بحلقة الحوار. خلينا نحكي عن مبادراتكم. إيش المشاريع المستقبلية اللي راح نشوفها خلال كمالة هاي السنة والسنة القادمة إن شاء الله، أو السنوات القادمة بما يتعلق بالتفتيش الغذائي؟ أستاذ خالد.
من مبادراتنا نحن حاليا بصدد تطوير نظام التفتيش الذكي المبني على أساس المخاطر، حيث يكون شيء تكامل مع الأنظمة الغذائية الموجودة سواء كان في الإدارة مثل نظام منتجي بلس، ومع أنظمة تنفيذ البلاغات الجمهور، ومع نظام الفود ووتش. بيكون شيء تكامل. وذكر بعد في نظام أخذ العينات الغذائية، بيكون في تكامل مع نظام التفتيش الذكي، مما يسهل في عملية التفتيش وتحليل الداتا والبيانات، مما يؤدي إلى استشراف المستقبل في سلامة الغذاء. بعطيك مثال، مثلا يمكن نشوف نحن من خلال تحليل البيانات أكثر المنتجات المستوردة، أكثر المخالفات المتكررة، مما نستشرف في المستقبل نجد لها حلول مستقبلية للحد من المخاطر الغذائية للمجتمع. هذه من أحد التطورات إن شاء الله نحن قاعدين فيها وصار تطوير، ويكون في تحديث على قائمة تفقدية التي يتم استخدامها من قبل المفتشين أثناء تفتيش المؤسسات الغذائية، بحكم أن طبعا صناعة الغذاء في تطور، ولازم يكون في تطور في قائمة تفتيش التفقدية على المؤسسات الغذائية بما يناسب المستقبل.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا بذكر يمكن 2014 2015 بهاي التواريخ كانت بداية منصة الفود ووتش والعمل على منصة الفود ووتش الرائدة حقيقة يعني هذيك الأيام، واللي صدر من خلالها بيانات هائلة جدا عن المؤسسات الغذائية، ولا زالت هاي المنصة عامل لحد اليوم، وأتصور أنه البلدية استفادت كثير من البيانات. هلأ بتطوير منصات ثانية ورابطة بالفود ووتش، شو هو الأثر المتوقع أستاذ خالد من هاي المبادرات؟
الأثر المتوقع عند الفود هو الربط
من تطوير هاي المنصات زي ما ذكرت حضرتك. لشو بتسعوا له؟ يعني احنا حتى نطور هاي المنصات ونطور منصات سواء التفتيش او ربطه بمنصات ثانيه،
نحن نسعى.
شو اللي عم نسعى له؟
نسعى الى التزام المؤسسات الغذائيه بالاشتراطات والقوانين والتشابه من سلامه الغذاء 100%. هذا التارجت معنا
ما شاء الله.
وان شاء الله التارجت بعد يكون زيرو فود بويزنينج، والتارجت بعد الثاني يكون تقليل البلاغات المسلمة من قبل الجمهور، وتقدير جميع المؤسسات الغذائية الدائمة والمؤقتة في الفعاليات.
ما شاء الله. حقيقة أنا حابب أهنيك على فريق التفتيش، يعني أنا عندي تواصل يمكن مع كثير من زملائنا المفتشين ببلدية دبي، يعني ما شاء الله مهارات عالية جدا، قدرة كبيرة جدا على التعامل مع الحالات المختلفة، ووجود إدارة زي حضرتك مع هاي المنصات وتحليل بيانات، بإذن الله بنشوف وبنوصل لهاي الأهداف بدبي إن شاء الله رب العالمين.
بضيف شيء واحد.
تفضل.
نحن بصدد تطوير المواد العلمية التعليمية في شركات التدريب للمشرف الصحي والمتداولين الأغذية في المؤسسات الغذائية.
ممتاز.
مما يعزز ثقافة سلامة الغذاء.
ممتاز.
ده كان تحدي عندنا قبل، هنا أعطيتك الحلول.
رائع.
الله يسلمك.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ خالد. ننتقل للأستاذ سيف. الموانئ، شو هي المبادرات المشاريع المستقبلية عندكم؟
طبعا اللي بعمرك في احد المشاريع طبعا اللي هو منتج بلس اللي يتكلم فيه ابو زايد السلطان طاهر قبل.
خلاص عرفنا ابو زايد سلطان.
زين. طوال اللي بعمرك طبعا السنين السابقه كل الداتا موجوده فاشتغلنا على نظام جديد بندخل فيه الذكاء الصناعي والتفتيش سيلف انسبكشن بروحه من تحليل البيانات اللي موجوده في النظام. طبعا النظام هو بروحه بيحلل البيانات، فبيظهر لك مثل ما تقول الشحنه اللي جايه، على يحدد لك الريسك لها. طبعا على حسب الريسك في ان شاء الله بيكون 3 ليفل للافراج. في افراج اللي هو التلقائي، النظام بروحه يحلل بيانات منتج له ريسك، شركه نظاميه كل شيء اوكي، تعطيه افراج تلقائي بدون تدخل اي موظف. يعني مره من تنزل في الميناء تطلع من بوابه الميناء على السوق دايركت. وفيه طبعا الشركات عندنا خلاص يعني مثل ما تقول اللي بدأوا يقومون دور الفود سيفتي، عندهم خلفيات، عندهم وعي كامل كشركات، وعندنا الثقة فيها. فيكون الإفراج الثاني اللي هو الإفراج سيلف انسبكشن إن شاء الله. طبعا هذه بدينا يعني الإفراجين على المبادرتين السابقات اللي هي التفتيش الافتراضي والمسار الأخضر. طبعا المبادرات السابقة كانت مبادرات مثل ما تقول على مستوى الدائرة من الإدارة على القطاع، يعني داخليا نشوف شو التحديات، مثل ما تقول نبني الأسس. طبعا هذا كله على أيام كورونا، فطبعا مثل ما قلت لك التحدي تبني لك فرص جديدة. فمن بعدها خلاص ارتئينا أن خلاص لازم نحوله على شيء إلكتروني ذكي. فحنا نبني على 3 سنين. طبعا المحرك المخاطر اللي بيكون في النظام في حالة أن مثل ما تقول دولة جديدة، دولة فيها الأوضاع مثل ما تقول كسلامة تغذية كهايجين والمنتجات فيها ممكن يكون فيها، فهاي تدخل على التفتيش اللي هو العادي الحالي الموجود. طبعا هذا على النظام الجديد. طبعا في النظام الجديد بيكون في نظام مثل ما تقول التسجيل الالكتروني، مثل يصورون المنتج دايركت اوتوماتيكلي يتسجل المنتج، ونفس الشيء في الاوراق والدوكيمنت ما يحتاج يعني انه يدخل اوراق، الاي اي بيقرا الاوراق كل شيء، كل البيانات تدخل. طبعا في ممارسه سابقه صارت ان بدينا اول شيء مع استراليا، مو بس اسف مع نيوزيلندا، ربطنا النظام شو اسمه، فالحين اوريدي اي شحنه تجينا من نيوزيلندا ما نحتاج منها اي ورق، دايركت من نظامهم تجينا البيانات كامله لنظامنا.
ممتاز.
بدون يعني ورق، بدون شو اسمه، خلاص انا ادخل من نيوزيلندا كل البيانات للشحنه من الجهات الرقابيه اللي هناك. فهذا يعني مثل ما تقول ان خطوه يعني بدنا فيها، وحنا شغالين مع استراليا ان شاء الله، وحابين ان مع باقي الدول ان شاء الله اللي لها القدره ان تربط. طبعا النظام الجديد بيكون سهل الربط على اي انظمه ثانيه. طبعا هذه احد مثل ما تقول هذا مشروع، هذا نظام جديد بيدخل. وفي يعني في العاده من السوين احنا نسوي مثل ما تقول ورشه توعويه حق التجار المستوردين سنين، والحمد لله فهموا الفود سيفتي عندنا، وفهموا شو التشريعات وكيف انظمتنا وكيف شغاله. فحين قلنا بنسير على ليفل شويه اعلى اللي هي مصدر رقابه ناعمه، شيء اسف نسيت شو اسمه هو. لا مش رقابه المصدر. المهم فهالمبادره الثانيه بتكون ان نحن نوعي المصدرين والمصنعين اللي خارج الدوله، لان هم اللي يصادرون، اللي هني يستورد. فاللي بيصدر لازم انا بصدر لدبي للامارات، اعرف شو تشريعاتها، شو قوانين، شو متطلباتها. فهذا بيسرع الافراج هني، وبيدخل مثل ما تقول منتجات اكثر في النظام الجديد عشان تطلع على الافراج التلقائي. فهذه المبادره هنا مثل ما تقول قيد الدراسه، ما بدينا فيها داخليا مع مثل ما تقول القنصليات، في حاله ان موجودين المصدرين فمثل ما تقول المؤتمر ورش وش اسمه، نحضر نعطيهم متطلباتنا، نعطيهم شو التشريعات اللي نمشي عليها، شو المواصفات اللي نمشي عليها، وين يحصلون المواصفه، يعني كل اللينكات كل شيء نعطيهم شو اسمه. ان شاء الله هذا بنحاول اذا صرنا نوعيهم هناك في بلد المنشأ، ونفس الوقت بناخذ زيارات على الجهات الرقابيه، ممكن ناخذ افضل الممارسات، عند الممارسات افضل ممكن نتبنى الممارسات شو اسمه، ونعرض عليهم اللي هو الربط الالكتروني، مما يسهل التجاره والاستيراد والتصدير.
يعني انا بتصور هاي الحلول وهاي المبادرات راح تسهل عمليه تجاره الغذاء لحتى نستوعب الاعداد المتزايده بشكل كبير من السكان بدبي. يعني هاي الاعداد الكبيره اللي عم تيجي على دبي، احنا بحاجه لمواد غذائيه كبيره، ومثل ما حكيت في عندنا مواد غذائيه يعني قد تكون محدده من بعض البلدان لتلبي رغبات بعض الجنسيات الموجودة عندنا هون بالدولة. هذا بيسهل بشكل كبير الأمن الغذائي. شكرا جزيلا على المبادرات الطيبة، وإن شاء الله بنشوف دائما مبادرات عندكم بالموانئ، لأنه خط الدفاع الأول، زائد أنه أنتم خلينا نقول النقطة الأساسية لدخول المنتجات الغذائية الآمنة لدبي. طيب، في شيء بتحب تضيفه؟
لا جزاك الله.
شكرا جزيلا. ننتقل لك حنان، شو بتخبرينا عن مبادراتكم، مشاريعكم؟
نحن الحلو اللي عندنا انه نحن تقريبا كل انظمتنا كل خدماتنا انتجريتد، كلها في نظام واحد يكون، او حتى اذا تكون في انظمه مختلفه يكون الربط البيانات او نقل البيانات بين الانظمه تكون سهله. فمثل ما قال اخ سيف ان نحن ياسين نسعى ان نسهل عمليه الاستيراد والافراج عن الشحنات على التجار. نحن حتى لاعبينها في طريقه التقديم على الطلبات. هو يمكن لمح على التسجيل الإلكتروني، ونحن يوم نتكلم عن التسجيل الإلكتروني مو بس شغالين على تطوير التسجيل تلقائيا من الباك اند اللي هو دور الموظف، حتى من دور التاجر. حاليا يعني نحن شغالين على نظام أن التاجر مطلوب منه يحمل صورة المنتج وكل بيانات المنتج تطلع 13 فيلد على طول تطلع للبيانات، حتى هو مو ضروري انه يجلس يدخل البيانات مثل ما هو الوضع حاليا. فهذا من طريق من جانب التاجر. من جانب اخر ان نحن عندنا هيستوري كبير للمنتجات، عندنا فوق 1,300,000 منتج مسجل عندنا في النظام، ومستخدمين بعض التقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي تدرس هالمنتجات المسجله، توافق ما بين المنتج الجديد هذا عشان تسوي له اوتو كلاسيفيكيشن، التصنيف التلقائي، تحدد له درجه الخطوره تلقائيا بناء على معايير محدده اللي حددتها قسم الدراسات بناء على الدراسات اللي هم مسوينها. فيعني يمكن من جانب خارجي او من وجهه خارجيه حد يشوف ان كل مهمه او كل خدمه موجوده عندنا في الاداره منعزله عن غيرها، بس كل الاوتبوتس تي وتنبثق ان نسرع التجاره الامنه للاغذيه عندنا في الاماره.
انا بتصور يعني في نقطه مهمه جدا خطرت على ذهني حاليا. بعام 2002 دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة مع العديد من الدول وقعت اتفاقية TBT أو Technical Barriers to Trade اللي أشرفت عليها منظمة التجارة العالمية. أنا اللي شايفه حاليا بعد 22 سنة يعني دبي والإمارات كانت المثال اللي وصلنا أو الحال اللي وصلنا له تعتبر مثال يقتدى به من تقليل العوائق الفنية أمام التجارة. يعني التجارة أنا مثل ما سميت، أنا راح أقتبس منك، تجارة الغذاء الآمن صارت مثال يحتذى به بدبي حسب التطورات اللي شايفينها والمبادرات المستقبلية.
صحيح، وهالشيء اللي ساعدنا أن نوصل لهالشيء اللي هو الكوميتمنت والمشاركة المستمرة مع التجار مع القطاع الغذائي. لأن نحن حاليا أي تقنية جديدة ياسين نطورها بإيجال ميثودولوجيز في إدارة المشاريع، ناخذ متطلبات التجار، أنتوا شو حابين، أنتوا شو اللي بيسهل عليكم عشان نحن نقدر نطبق لها لكم وحق المجتمع.
هاي أنا بتصور برجع بعيدة، يعني ذكرت بداية الحالة هاي اللي عم نشوفها بالتكامل بين الجهات الحكومية وبين القطاع الخاص سواء تجار ولا أصحاب محلات ومواقع وما شابه. هاي الحالة من التكامل فعلا عم بتوصلنا أو عم تخلينا نشوف هالتطور الهائل بموضوع سلامة الغذاء بدبي. شكرا كثير لك حنان. عليا، شو بتحدثينا عن موضوع المبادرات الحلول بما يتعلق بالتصاريح؟
طيب، مثل ما نعرف الحين أن تقديم الخدمات لفريق التصاريح يكون على مختلف المنصات، منها بريد إلكتروني، DM ويب سايت، فود واتش. فالمتعامل له كذا منصة لتقديم الخدمة، لكن كتطوير لهالأمر عندنا UPS اللي هو نظام التصاريح الموحد أو Unified Permit System. هذا النظام راح يشمل على كل التصاريح اللي موجودة في المنصات الثلاث، راح تكون في منصة واحدة الحين. راح تكون رحلة المتعامل جدا سهلة، بيحصل على كل المعلومات المتطلبات اللي يحتاجها في مكان واحد. تقديم الخدمات في مكان واحد، سهولة التتبع، أبديت عن الطلب وين وصل. حتى في شيء وايد مهم اللي هو راح يكون ادمن يوزر واحد اللي يقدر هو كان اكسس هذا البلاتفورم او هاي المنصه. هل ادمن يوزر يقدر يحدد كذا يوزر ثاني متعلق بالمنشاه حتى انه يقدم هاي التصاريح او يقدم على التصاريح. قبل ممكن اي حد يقدر يقدم على التصريح للمؤسسه الغذائيه، لكن الحين في ادمن يوزر واحد متعلق بالمنشاه الغذائيه.
يعني كل منشأة غذائية عندها ادمن يوزر من خلاله بيقدروا يشوفوا يدخلوا بياناتهم ويشوفوا التصاريح اللي صدرت لهم.
مرتبط بالهوية
باليو اي بس.
فالادمن يوزر هو الشخص المعني في تحديد ناس ثانيين اللي يقدرون يقدمون على الخدمة، وهالاشخاص يكونوا متعلقين بالمنشأة الغذائية نفسها.
ممتاز، شكرا جزيلا عليا، ما قصرتي، يعطيك العافية. ننتقل عايدة، دراسات والسياسات.
الدراسات والسياسات، إدارة في إمارة دبي تتوافق مع الأهداف الاستراتيجية المحلية والعالمية في مجالات عدة. بنقول مثلا في قطاع التعاون، في تعاون مع القطاع التعليمي، تعاون مع القطاع التعليمي مع الجامعات والكليات المحلية والعالمية بخصوص تنفيذ مشاريع بحثية في مجال سلامة الغذاء وتقييم الملوثات في الأغذية. كذلك في القطاع هذا نفس القطاع أيضا في عقد شراكات مع منظمات محلية وعالمية، حكومية وغير حكومية، في مجال استدامة أنظمة سلامة الغذاء محليا وعالميا. بنقول على مستوى القطاع، بنقول التقنيات، الإدارة تتوجه أيضا استخدام تقنيات وحلول رقمية تساهم في تقييم الملوثات هاي وتتنبأ لمخاطر الملوثات هاي في الفترة الحالية ومستقبلا إن شاء الله. هاي مبادرات أو عوامل بنقول أكيد راح تساهم في تعزيز سلامة الغذاء في مدينة دبي وتجعلها مدينة ريادية مرة ثانية أقول في مجال سلامة الغذاء.
شكرا لك عايدة. عندي استفسار بصراحة، سؤال عم بدور بذهني هلا، بالنسبة للدراسات والأبحاث اللي بتسووها، كيف تطبق بعدين على أرض الواقع مع الأقسام الثانية بالإدارة؟
الدراسات هاي مثل ما قلنا هو تعاون، يكون تعاون مش كنهاية في الدراسات، لا، من البداية نحن نتعاون مع الأقسام، نعمل خطة عمل للدراسات والبحوث هاي مع الأقسام، نشوف شو هي المنتجات المتداولة أكثر متداولا أو أكثر استيرادا، مثلا بنقول مع أخ سيف المنافذ، شو هي من خلال المنافذ نحن نحلل ونشوف ونقيم، نشوف مدى حجم استيراد المنتجات الغذائية ونستهدف المنتجات الغذائية هاي الأكثر استيرادا وتداولا على المستوى المحلي، وبعدين نقوم مثلا بعمليات الفحص الفحوصات هاي، نشوف نقيم الفحوصات هاي، الفحوصات الكيميائية الميكروبية، وبعدين نقيم المخاطر الملوثات فيها. هاي المخرجات، بعدين مخرجات الدراسات طبعا تعكس في الدراسة هاي، نشوف المخرجات هاي، نشوف أسبابها، ندرس الأسباب هاي ونقيمها مع الأقسام الثانية. يعني مثلا في التسجيل وتقييم البطاقة الغذائية عندنا مع قسم التفتيش، هاي كلها طبعا عوامل أو مخرجات في الدراسة تساهم في تعزيز سلامة الغذاء على مستوى المحلي في إمارة دبي.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذة عايدة، شكرا لكم جميعا على الحديث الشيق بصراحة. راح ننتقل هلا للجمهور الكريم، جمهورنا. شو أسئلتكم لخبراء وتنفيذيين بلدية دبي؟ بس أنا شايف الصف الأول الشباب هناك عم بيجهزوا حالهم لأسئلة. شو عندنا أسئلة أو استفسارات أو حتى مداخلات للفريق اللي عندنا؟ تصور معنا الفريق المساعد، المايك معاهم، اللي عنده استفسار أو سؤال أو بحب يتحدث عن مبادرة ما أو عن رؤيته للمستقبل سلامة الغذاء والأمن الغذائي بدبي، بنرحب بكم جميعا. في عنا سؤال لو سمحتوا المنظمين. مايك بليز. Mike over here. Organizers.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. My
Morning.
name is Charles Uester, FSQ Solutions, and I would like to thank you for a wonderful session, very informative as I was listening through the headphones. You mentioned you have challenges, obviously, with all the different nationalities, and in terms of food safety, ensuring all the establishments are aware of food safety. You do have a very good inspection program, but that is obviously very reactive. So my question is, what preventative measures are you thinking for the future to try and support and improve the level of knowledge for the food handlers especially? Because that's where we have a big challenge, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Char.
Thank you.
السؤال ما بعرف يمكن أستاذ خالد التحديات اللي بتواجهوها بما يتعلق بالعمالة كيف ممكن نكون مبادرين وبرو اكتف لحتى نزيد من الوعي هاي الجنسيات المختلفة الموجودة عندنا.
Thank you for questions. For the prevent measurement, already we put a plan to update the material of the training for the PIC and the food handling food establishment. Also it will be also many languages we include, inshallah, Chinese also, language also. Yeah. Welcome.
شكرا. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. حدا بحب يضيف شيء؟
Yes, I would like to add. So one of the things which we are working on is the integration of data which we're collecting. So we have a system in place where we collect data from the inspection team, from the imports team, and we see what are the major or critical food hazards or contraventions which we're seeing. And then with the permits team, with the food studies team, we're putting together, or we're not putting together, but we're updating our PIC training material so that we're targeting these new critical risks. We're doing it in a systematic way so that, routinely we can update these manuals for the PICs.
Thank you, Hanan. And thanks, Char, again for breaking the ice. Any more questions over there, please?
دخل الله تكلم نسمعك بدون مايك.
السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله.
أول شيء أنا حابب أشكر إدارة سلامة الغذاء اللي فعلا يعني كل الدعم بيقدموا لنا إياه طول الوقت.
ممكن تعرف عن نفسك لو
أحمد دخل الله من شركة نسلة، مدير الشؤون التنظيمية والعلمية بنسلة الإمارات.
أهلا أستاذ أحمد.
أهلا فيك. أنا عندي استفسار يعني حول الشحنات للأخ سيف. هلا الشحنات نحن بنجيب كميات كبيرة بيعرف الأخ سيف. بالنسبة للفحص المخبري هل ممكن يعني يكون في اعتماد على الداتا بيس اللي عندكم؟ مثلا خلينا ناخذ منتج كوفي، انه هذا المنتج جبناه خلال سنة كاملة ما كان في شيء، لما السيستم عندكم بيطلب اوتوماتيك يعمل الفحص المخبري، هل ممكن يدخل شيء بالسيستم انه اعتمادا على الداتا بيس الموجودة انه يعمل كانسل لهي مثلا الفحص المخبري باعتبار انه كل الداتا اللي موجوده كومبلاينج مع الريجوليشن ومع الفحص المخبري؟ فهل ممكن انه يكون في هيك شيء بالسيستم للمنتجات اللي هي مو خلينا نقول هاي ريسك، يعني مثل البيبي فود مثلا، لا المنتجات العاديه مثل الكولينري مثل الكوفي مثل السيريالز مثلا، هي النقطة هل ممكن إدخالها بالسيستم عندكم بشكل يعني تسهل أكثر هذا الموضوع الفحص المخبري فقط؟
شكرا أستاذ أحمد. أستاذ سيف.
أول شيء نحب نشكر أحمد دخل الله. طبعا أحمد دخل الله أحد المبادرين كانوا ويا مبادرة المسار الأخضر. طبعا في منتجات دخلت على المسار الأخضر من طرفهم ما قصر، طبعا داعم يعتبر، لأنه مثل ما قلت نكمل بعضنا. بخصوص استفسار بخصوص الريسك واخذ العينات، طبعا في النظام السابق مثل ما تقول اليوم يسجلون يحددون الريسك ويتم مثل ما هو. فانا يعني مثل ما سبق وقلت في منتجي بلس بيكون السيستم بروحه يحدد داتا، فاوريدي يعني مثل ما تقول اذا منتج مرتين ثلاث اربع طلع فت اوريدي بينزل، مثلا اذا كان ميديم بينزل له، فيصير كل 10 شحنات بيسحب مره، وهو اوتوماتيكلي على حسب العينات السابقه والداتا السابقه، وحتى بتربط مثل ما تقول من بلد المنشأ، حتى بلد المنشأ بيكون فيها شو اسمه. فهذا بيكون على ما اقول على النظام الحالي اللي شغال، النظام الجديد اللي هو منتج بلس ان شاء الله يمكن يظهر على ديسمبر ان شاء الله، في هذا الاوبشن انه روحه يحلل البيانات السابقه ويحدد له الريسك.
يعني بالنسبه لمنتج بلس سيف راح يكون مرتبط كمان بقاعه بيانات المختبرات بالمختبر
صحيح.
المركزي.
طيب بس البيانات السابقه اللي موجوده عندنا
ممتاز.
طبعا كل المنتجات اللي تدخل تنسحب منها عينات، ما اقول لك 100%، يعني بالذات اول مره يدخل الدوله منتج جديد، اول مره يدخل هذا لازم يدخل شو اسمه، ومن بعدها على حسب الريسك، على حسب شو اسمه والهيستوري والتعاميم، على حسب الاوضاع الراهنه، فعليها الداتا كلها تتخزن. يعني مو بان اخذت مختبر وطلعت فت وراحت الداتا، لا موجوده في النظام. فعليها الحين بيقوم محرك المخاطر الجديد يشتغل عليها، بيقراها هالمنتج طلع لي كذا مره فت، فما احتاج اني اخذ شو اسمه. فممكن لا هذا المنتج مثلا ميديم طلع مرتين انفت، برفع الريسك عنده، طبعا بدون تدخل بشري، بيكون على نظام ذكاء اصطناعي مثل ما تقول، تحليل البيانات بروحها. هذا النظام الجديد ان شاء الله.
شكرا لك، ابشر بالخير معناته استاذ احمد.
وهو ظني عارف ويالس ويا فريق اللي يشتغل في منتج بلس يالس وياهم، فاظني هالملاحظات كلها موجوده وحاطينها من المتطلبات.
ان شاء الله. شكرا لك سيف، شكرا لك مره ثانيه استاذ احمد. في اي اسئله ثانيه يا جماعه؟ Any more questions or feedback? Last call. Any more questions? في أي أسئلة يا جماعة؟ يعني بنتمنى تكونوا سعيدين إن شاء الله بهالمبادرات والحلول الرائعة لاستشراف المستقبل. مبادرات متميزة، ونتمنى من الله إن شاء الله بعام 2025 بنجلس جلسة مماثلة، وبتكون هاي الحلول والمبادرات صارت من الماضي، واستشرفنا مزيد من الحلول والمبادرات والمشاريع في بلدية دبي إدارة سلامة الغذاء. أنا حابب أشكر مرة ثانية الأستاذ سلطان الطاهر مدير إدارة سلامة الأغذية ببلدية دبي. حابب أشكر الأستاذ خالد، الأستاذ سيف، الأستاذة حنان، الأستاذة علياء والأستاذة عايدة، شرفتونا. شكرا جزيلا على وقتكم، ونلتقي في أعوام قادمة إن شاء الله رب العالمين. شكرا لحضوركم، ونتمنى أن تكون جلسة مفيدة، جلسة حوارية ومقدمة مفيدة للجميع. نراكم في جلسات ثانية اليوم إن شاء الله، لا زال اليوم طويل أمامنا. نراكم على خير، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. So a few questions now, because what we're going to be asking is, how have food inspections evolved to where they are today? Some of you might say, well, we're in a period of transformation. Others will say things are a little stagnant. Well, so that's some of the questions we're going to be digging into up until lunchtime. What will inspections be like in the future? While some say procedures have not evolved nearly enough, as I was saying, others do point to this transformational change, and they point to a new range of digital tools. Well, our next session is presented to you from an auditor's and an inspector's perspective. We have two presentations, and they're going to take stock, look at the shortfalls, and examine where tech and data could come to the rescue. So, many of you here are the unsung heroes who ensure that when we tuck our feet under the tables around the world, the food that we eat is safe. But what skills, what competencies, and what knowledge do these professionals need to meet the challenges of the future? Well, we're going to find out now with our next speaker, who is Rance Baker, and he is the director of the National Environmental Health Association. Do give him a warm hand of applause.
Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you to Dubai Municipality for this wonderful conference that you're putting on here. The stuff I've learned over the past couple days has just been incredible. So I want to thank you so very much for inviting us to this conference. First of all, I'd like to ask the audience, how many of you have food safety as part of your job description? Just raise your hand. Okay, that makes sense since this is really a food safety conference there. How many of you lost staff during COVID? How many of you worked during COVID? I've got something to say to you in a minute there. You are all food safety heroes. You are all heroes. When we talk about the superheroes out there, what they do is they save lives. That's exactly what you do. You do it quietly, you do it every day, you do it sometimes under adverse conditions. If you were here during COVID and working during COVID, you are also a war hero. There were battles that were fought on a regular basis, and you stood up to it and you challenged it. So I really want everybody here to give yourself a hand for being the food safety, for being the superheroes that you are, please. Sure, there's a, and it's the big green button on the top there for those who don't know. We did a survey in the U.S., and we're going to be talking about you. We're going to be talking about what competencies are needed, and so I'm going to have a lot of stuff that we're going to bring over this next period of time. Just so, let's just move forward rather quickly. We did a survey in the U.S. of the needs assessment of the workforce. What we were looking for was what actually the workforce needed rather than just wanted. I've done a lot of work with FDA, we're an NGO, and work with the US Food and Drug Administration a lot, and when they would send out a needs assessment, oftentimes it would be, here's the courses we have, which of these do you need? What we really wanted to look at was what your actual needs were. We received over 2,000 respondents back. You could respond back at either an individual level, saying, this is what my needs are as far as in the workforce, or you could respond back at a jurisdictional level and say, you know, I do the training for my jurisdiction, and here is what our needs are. So let's start with some of the demographics. We've got a cliff coming. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing, but it does mean that a cliff is coming, and we just need to be prepared for it. And we're going to talk about why as we go through this piece. Some of the demographics we have here. So if we look at this, if you look at the left-hand side on here, here is the age groups of the workforce out there, under 20 all the way up to 60 and older. I put a lot of numbers on the page for two reasons. One, we've got geeks in the room who go, great, math. I also like seeing the faces of everybody else who goes, ugh, math. So if you look over at the gold column over there, what you'll see is all respondents. That's what's really important for you. But I really want you to look at a couple numbers right here. A third of the workforce is over 50 years old, and 14% of them are over the age of 60. That's not a bad thing, let me tell you. Being over 60 doesn't mean anything bad, but it just, as we add up some of these numbers as we're going forward, you're going to see what this means there. Let's talk about years worked in retail food safety. Again, we've got from less to 1 year all the way up to greater than 20 years there. And the respondents over in the gold barred column over there. Over 50% of the workforce has been in the workforce for over 10 years. And a quarter of the workforce has been in the workforce for greater than 20 years. Okay, those two things are adding up right there. Let's talk about job level there. We surveyed folks on whether they were entry level, journey level, technical specialist, or leadership level there. And then we got the respondents back on there. It's pretty even balance there. But a quarter of the workforce is in the leadership level there. And then if we look at this final piece there, when we talk about the cliff that we're talking about, let's talk about the 5-year turnover forecast. What we asked folks was, what do you expect to happen to your workforce over the next 5 years? What we found is that a third of the respondents said they expect 50 to 100% of their workforce to turn over in the next 5 years. What does this mean? This means that we are changing the workforce that's out there, and we need to be prepared for it. So who is this new workforce that's coming into us? Well, there's two different types of workforce that we're going to need to be dealing with. One is the digital native. We often talk about this person as being 1980s, born 1980s or later, but really this person is mid-1990s to 2000 when they were born, because this is when the newest technology was starting to come out. So just keep some things in mind there. The internet wasn't really common for folks until the late 1990s or early 2000s. Computers weren't really in the homes of folks until the late 1990s or 2000s. To put something really in perspective, the first iPhone didn't come out till 2007. So we're talking about a very short window here, and we're talking about the digital natives, those who were born into this, is that there's the micro-learning aspect that is going on. That they are used to learning things in small pieces. Any of you who use Instagram or Snapchat or TikTok know the amount of data you can go through in 1 minute now, and all of that stuff is going into your head. They're used to just-in-time learning. When I was out there inspecting in the world, I needed to be the encyclopedia. And so I needed to have all the information because I didn't have tools available. If I didn't know something, I was going to have to go home. I was going to have to go back to the office and pull out a book, read the book to figure out what I needed to know. Now, if I don't know something, I've got that smartphone in my pocket, and I can pull up any information I need to have. So we need to keep that in mind with this. And this group is very used to interactive. When we talk about technology, of course, there's an interactivity that goes with it. The digital immigrant, those who navigated over to the digital world, still, like me, tend to like the traditional learning format there. We tend to like structured courses there because that is what we were doing when we were learning there. We like to have all of our training up front so that we really understand the full subject and really feel uncomfortable if we're going into an area that where we don't have all the information we need. And we really like to do a deep dive into what it is that we're learning. We're global learners. If I don't know all of it, I don't know any of it. So let's give you some information on what we learned about this workforce and how we can use it to help you and those of you, those that are coming in to help you in the future, to build those competencies that are needed. Because what we're seeing is that it is a competency-based training program, that not necessarily a college degree in whatever field is going to, and coming into the food safety or in the environmental health field is going to be that helpful. You need specific knowledge there. First of all, I want to do a shout out to Dubai Municipality. This is the first time I've ever put something on the screen here, this slide, that people can actually read. So good job, folks. Thank you so very much. These are the 59 competencies that we look at and say, over the course of your career, from day one to the day you retire, these are the competencies you need if you are in a retail food safety position. And it's a pretty comprehensive list, and we use this list to survey the respondents there. What we're trying to find out is what your knowledge and exposure is to this. What we did was we actually did the survey in a certain way so that we could make sure that we were not getting the wants on there. I really want this training, and we really wanted to figure out what you needed there. So we asked them to survey first in relevance. How important is each of those topic areas? We asked them each of the topic areas along the way there. How important is this knowledge area to my job? Either it's how relevant is it? It's not relevant at all. It's somewhat relevant. It's highly relevant, or I'm not really familiar with what this topic is. Then we took them through the survey another time and said, well, what's your exposure to this? How much training have you had in this topic? So there was a separation between how important it was to their job and what their exposure was to it. And then so the exposure was no exposure, some exposure, high exposure, or please stop asking me what this is because I don't know what this topic is. What we were able to do is do a multivariate to be able to look at quadrants there. So build that x-axis and y-axis there. So if we look at the x-axis there, what we're looking at is exposure, from low exposure to high exposure to this educational content that we think is important for you. And then as the y-axis, what we're looking at is the relevance to your job. How important is this to my job? Either it's not important or it's high important. So we get these quadrants there. And if you look at quadrant 1, this says, this is very important to my job, but I don't know much about it. This is a really important area because items in this area say, I'm not getting the information on this that I need. And we're going to be showing you some examples, and we're going to be talking about in the panel discussion a little bit later as well there. But this is a really important area because this is the low-hanging fruit. We've got to build something into this area right now. And what we'll find is oftentimes it's emerging issues that are part of this area. Quadrant 2 says it's very important to my job and I have high exposure to it. This is where we hope to see most of the areas there if we have a well-trained workforce out there. Quadrant 3 says it's not very important to my job, but I know way more about it than I want to. Hopefully, we're not going to find a bunch of stuff in this area. And Quadrant 4 is kind of an anomaly because we're also saying it's not very important to my job and I don't know very much about it. But there's some ideas around this one that I'm going to be talking about as well there. So we took all those knowledge areas and we put them into these areas. And this is what we came up with this scatter plot there. Now this is an aggregate of everybody who's responding to it. And if you look, what you'll see is the quadrant 1, remember that quadrant 1 up there, which is, it's very important to my job, but I don't know much about it. There is a number of items in that area there that says we need to do something. There's some training that needs to be either created out or at least if it's out there already, make sure that folks have access to that training there. So we're really looking at that area right there. Quadrant 2, remember it's very important to my job, but I know a lot about it. Most of the stuff is in that area. Whew. What that says is that we have a well-trained workforce, that they are being exposed for the most part to the items they need. Quadrant 3, remember, it's not important to my job, but I know way more about it than I want. There's nothing in there. That's a good thing to see. But Quadrant 4 over here says it's not important to my job, and I don't know much about it. This one changes over time. And what we see is that it's one of those I don't know what I don't know type of things there. And as we get through the workforce from year 1 to year 5 to year 7 to year 9, items migrate out of this I don't know anything about it, it's not important to my job, into that third quadrant over there. So what we're saying is that there's items out there that I don't know, I don't need it, but I will need it later on. And so what we're able to do is say, let's not put this stuff in front of them year one, because it's one of those things of coming in and getting the fire hose thrown at you when your training is. Let's move that a little bit later down the pike there. How do we use this data? So as we're going through, what we're looking at is what information do we really need to make sure that we get in front of folks there? And so what you're seeing here is the two areas there. One is the top, the highest mean there. Remember, folks, mean is just a fancy word for average there. So which ones have the highest average there? And by the way, median, if you got all your dots in a line right there, the one in the middle is the median there. So just as we're separating out the two there. But what are the key areas that we really need to be looking at? So food code, of course, whatever your food code, whatever your ordinances are, whatever your laws and regulations are, of course that's high on the list there. Communication skills is high on the list there. Food preparation techniques, food service, and of course, outbreaks and investigations is very, very important. What's not necessarily important and what people are learning a lot about is formula review, imports, etc. By the way, that's a perfect example of doing a last-minute change to your slide on that last one right there where I decided to animate. It's like the animate went backwards there. But it's really important because I want to talk to you about quadrant one there just in general. This is low exposure, high relevance. Remember, this says, I don't know much about this topic, but it's really important to my job. And what we see across these columns here is a number of these cross all sectors there, and this says we've got to get this information out there. A lot of them are new items on, as far as new science, changing new ways of thinking, et cetera. So when we talk about food systems and sustainability, that is absolutely an emerging topic because we really haven't thought about how do I make sure through all these changes that are happening, the workforce leaving, this leadership that we saw earlier leaving there, that we don't lose everything that we've been working on. So that's an emerging topic that we really need to make sure that we create the content we need. Continuity of operations. Again, another newer topic there, along with food defense and vulnerability assessment there. All of these are new areas that we didn't really need to worry about 10 years ago, or we hadn't really thought a lot about 10 years ago. I've circled one on there because it's called prevailing health principles. And what we're talking about today is risk-based inspections. That is just another word for what's behind a risk-based inspection there. And what we're talking about there is we're talking about personal hygiene, we're talking about temperature control, we're talking about food from unsafe sources there. And if we'll see, it's pretty much in the section there, but the entry level says, oh, that's not important. Guess what? This is one of those unknowns for them because they don't even know that they don't know what they need to know about this. So we're going to talk about this for a couple reasons. One is because we're calling it prevailing health principles. We've got a lot of really educated people who are coming up with various nomenclature. Let's decide to call something eurythmic or whatever new word we want to come up with, rather than saying, guys, if we want folks to understand stuff, we've got to simplify our language. If we're talking about risk-based inspections, let's talk about risk-based inspections. If we're talking about HACCP programs, guess what? That includes risk-based inspections. If we're talking about active managerial control, guess what? That includes risk-based inspection. If we're talking about food safety systems, that includes risk-based inspection. Come on, guys, let's just call it risk-based inspections there. So what we have here is that quadrant one that says we've really got to get the information that we need to get out there for folks. What we're also able to learn, and we put a poll out and we're going to deal with that poll a little bit later there. What we're also learning is if you've got a workforce that you need to advance, you've lost a fair number of your workforce and they're coming in year one, you know year one has its limitations on what it's able to do. I mean, they'll do temporary food establishments, they'll do simple inspections, et cetera. But you possibly need them to really start doing inspections and investigations and outbreak investigations there. That's year 3, year 5 down the line there. So what we've got first is what we're showing is additional training that we're seeing already. If you're less than 1 year, here are the areas that we really need to get up to you. If you're 10 to 20 years, you've still got some areas that we're seeing that you're not hitting into that that gold bar area that we had over there that says, that's quadrant 2, that says, I'm well trained and it's important to my job there. What we're also able to do is say, I've got this 1-year person, and I've got to get them up to a 3-year level pretty quickly along the way here. What training do I need to put in front of them and when to be able to do that? And that's what this, using the survey the way we did, we're able to do that, saying we need to add these additional trainings here, and here's when we add these trainings. We don't need this one yet. This one needs to be informational. A lot of those that were in that one quadrant said low exposure, low relevance to it, are also just informational topics, lab methodologies. If you're a retail food inspector, you don't really need to know too much about lab methodologies. You do need to know about chain of custody. You do need to know about what they do once you are finished your sampling and send it off to them, but you don't need to know how they do what they do. So this is a tool as we're looking at building a competency-based workforce. What we're saying is that our job is, you don't necessarily need to be whole cloth coming into the role there. That what we've got is skills and trainings that we can put in front of you. And that you can look at a workforce, instead of saying, this person needs a bachelor's degree and we're not even going to talk to them until they have that. What you can say is, I can bring somebody in and I can put the competencies in front of them at the right time for them to be able to do their job. They might be working transactionally at the very beginning, and that's where you really need a strong supervisor that really understands all the nuances, that's just a phone call away from them. But as you're building that workforce, let's say that there's an easier way to do that, or a different way to do that, that is more equitable. Because what we're finding in the US, absolutely, is that college degrees are becoming less and less affordable. And also, oftentimes, that person who's able to get that college degree and is also able to go out there and do the inspections is not necessarily the same as those they're inspecting. And if we can get you, somebody like me, somebody like you, going into an operation that's run by somebody like me or somebody like you, it's going to resonate much more if you've been through the same experiences I have. So equitably, how do we build that workforce that says, I've got these operations over here that are marginalized for some reason. How do I get a workforce that looks like them to be able to come in and educate them, because they'll understand and believe a peer more than they'll believe me. So as we're moving into this digital native age, first of all, we need to keep somebody like me in mind, because I'm still that old learner there. I've learned a lot of technology. There's an upside to COVID. I think many of us who were digital immigrants became savvy in technology before. You had to teach them how to use the tool in order to teach them what the tool was teaching them. So keep in mind that with a shorter attention span, now we're not talking about everybody all the time there, but we really are talking about how we put the workforce and build the workforce the way that they need to be taught. Shorter attention spans, so that means bite-sized information. Get what you can, when you can, in a 3 to 5 minute bite out there, because that's as long as they're going to pay attention. And again, we've got this workforce that doesn't say, I need to be a global learner, I need to know everything in order to be able to go into, because I've got, this is a smartphone in this image right here, I've got this thing in my hand that's able to do that for me there. They are multitaskers. Keep that in mind there. Now, you can't really build it that way, but you can have them doing several things at the same time within the training program, and that doesn't bother them as it would have bothered me. They're more inclined to collaborative work because of the internet, because of social media that has been taking place, where there is that online collaboration and you're used to the communication that's going on. Interactive and immersive training. A lot of the technology that takes place that says, I can't just look at that, I want to be a part of it there. We've developed a plan review, and I'm not sure if I'll have time to show it to you, but it is at the very end of my slide, where if you're used to looking at blueprints, you're used to looking at them flat down, and that's how the inspector does their plan review for retail operations there, is they look at the blueprint there. What we've learned is that if I can take that flat one-dimensional piece there and turn it into three-dimensional and actually immerse them into it, they have a better understanding of what these things mean for them. So interactive on there. Claudio, if you hadn't heard his presentation earlier, he really talks about how AI can really step in and help get you into that virtual environment there, and I'm sure he'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And then, AI support. One of the things that we've been working on is we've taken the food code and put it into an AI system with walls around it that is just the food code and the annexes to go with the food code, as a tool that's available to the inspector that says, I'm walking into this, and it's just real English on there, where he can say into his phone, I'm walking into this facility, I see a raw chicken sitting on this counter over here with cut tomatoes next to it. What is the violation? And AI can come up with what the violation and the scientific information behind why that is a violation for it. So this is emerging. We're not putting into use yet. There's several litigious reasons why things have to get out of the way legally before we're willing to say this is a useful tool. But it is something that we're working on there. And then get rid of the idea of college degrees there. Let's talk about the idea of certifications there, where you understand a broader body of knowledge, and we assess you on that broader body of knowledge there. Usually it calls for continuing education to make sure that you're staying up with the latest scientific information there. We talk about badges, where badges, micro-certifications are similar type of things there. It says, I understand this subject of food safety, but guess what? Now I understand special processes. So I understand reduced oxygen packaging, fermentation, drying, curing. We're adding freeze drying to it, because I don't know if you are seeing it like we are, but freeze drying is becoming kind of the thing that a lot of restaurants and retail operations are doing, not in a manufacturing environment. Thinking, of course, as often is the case, that if I freeze dry it, then I have no concerns at all. Science stays ahead of people, once again. And then training certificates, et cetera. So just looking at that concept of other ways to get your workforce built up without the idea of them needing to make it through a college degree. Again, working through those areas there on micro badges, credentialing, certifications, community colleges and technical colleges. Let's keep those in mind as well, because again, we're teaching them a job, not necessarily trying to well-round them as Renaissance people. And I just really want to talk about this one here, because again, you are all food safety heroes. You are quietly saving lives. I think some of you will probably think about your coworkers and say, yeah, they're not doing it quietly. But every day, to ensure the food is supplied, we need to provide you with the best tools and educational elements are out there, and we need to be able to help potential heroes everywhere. One thing I'd like to talk about is computerless professionals out there, computerless information professionals. It doesn't mean, we're not talking about the smartphone not being a computer, but a lot of the world, this is how they reach the rest of the world there. And their job is to make sure that their phone stays charged. This is how they learn. We've got to make sure that we do responsive training that is able to reach this person. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rance. That was so enlightening. And just to let you know, we're going to have a session here after lunch, and we're going to delve more into questions of training and probably picking up on a lot of the aspects that Rance has brought up here. Now, we've been hearing a lot over the last couple of days about the challenges facing the food safety landscape. And we're now going to focus on auditing practices and learn firsthand from some extensive research that has been published into some of the urgent needs and the recommendations that follow on from that research. We're also going to conduct a bit of our own research. I see a lot of you have answered the polls, and we're going to feed and use those polls in our session after this presentation. So do have a look at those polls for upcoming panel. But in the meantime, I'd like you to welcome the founders of World of Auditing, and they are Mark Glowski, and I know I've said that wrong despite the fact I practiced, and Tule Kamaran for their joint keynote, and that's going to address some of the urgent needs in food safety and auditing practices following this extensive research, which they are both going to tell us about. Come onto the stage.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh.
How do you pronounce it? Go on, give it.
Chpikovsky.
Chpikovsky. Oh, I can't do it.
Oops.
Oh my
Mark,
God.
are you okay?
I'm okay.
That was a very good entrance to the
no,
stage.
it was not. I'm okay.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session today. We are delighted, Tula and myself, to present indeed the work, the hard work, 9-month work of a team of 35 people coming from all over the world. So we're going to share the insights from the food safety auditing think tank. The way we structured our presentation today is that we're going to address the why first. Why did we do that? Why did we spend 9 months with 35 people working and thinking about how we can project ourselves in the future of food safety auditing? We're going to address the how we did it, and very importantly, we're going to focus on what we achieved, okay? The what is related to the issues that were uncovered, but most importantly, we're going to take time to take you through the recommendations, the suggestions, and the path to further explore for the future. The scope of our research is about first-party, second-party, and third-party auditing. And the story started with an article we wrote and published in Food Safety magazine in February 2023, so last year. We published an article on food safety auditing. We looked at where we are coming from. We looked at the audits in the 80s, the 90s. We looked at the fantastic work that was done by GFSI and still is being done by GFSI. We looked at the current state, and we looked also at the future. We projected ourselves, and we used to say, in the future there will be no audits. It's a bit provoking, but we said, at least how we know them today. So there will be audits in the future, but they will be different from what we know today. This article became the most read article of Food Safety magazine 2023, and we were invited to a webinar. So we delivered a webinar on the topic, and then we made this proposal to have people who would be interested to shape the future to come together, work together in a think tank, and that's what we did.
When we talk about the think tank, as Mark said, we are representing here a bunch of people, and in total, we had 35 people. Initially, we had more applicants, but we had to stop at some certain point of time to manage the conversations that we're going to have for the length of 9 months. These people, as you can see from the map, are coming from different parts of the world, so there's a very good balance throughout the globe, including United Arab Emirates. We had also representation from the country. And these people were really the professionals with the average experience of 25 years. Who were they? These participants were coming from the scheme owners, from CBs. We had freelance auditors and consultants. We had people from the industry. We had also representation from the very important universities like University of Michigan, University of Maryland, and University of Wageningen. We also had IGOs, people coming from IGOs. One important thing that we would like to mention, these people were there individually, so it was a kind of pro bono work for them. They had a huge experience that they bring from the companies that they work for, and they put all those into and transferred those into insights so that we can use it as part of the work that we completed. We certainly had to follow a methodology, and here are some steps that we followed. To start the discussions, Mark and I shared a survey with the participants to identify the current state of the food safety auditing. So it was really a SWOT analysis. The strengths were there to be leveraged as part of the recommendations when we take actions. The opportunities were really showing the strategic direction. Weaknesses were more about the current challenges we have, and the threats were the future challenges. So there was an important amount of insight we had, equal amount of positives versus less positive ones. So strengths and opportunities, the number was equal to the weaknesses and threats. So, and then having this analyzed, we said, okay, let's spark the strengths and opportunities for the future. When we talk about the recommendations, we can use them. Let's rather focus on the weaknesses and the threats, the current and the future challenges. So we consolidated all the input, grouped them in meaningful clusters, and then send out another survey to the participants to prioritize them, because the number was really high, like 75 in total, the weaknesses and threats. So we had to slice it down into a small portion and have some focus. So we ended up having 7 priority areas, which Mark will take us through later. And we did have brainstorming sessions on those 7 priority areas of challenges, because we were not sure whether we really have the insight on the root causes of those 7 priority areas. So long sessions, people coming from different parts of the world, we had to manage the time as well. At the end, we came up with some possible root causes for those priority areas. Then we again had a consolidation of those, and through the working groups, and Mark again will take us through the working groups, design, implementation, and understanding, we came up with some solutions and recommendations for the future, addressing the root causes of those 7 priority areas. And the last step that we have taken, it was such an immense amount of work, we said we should be sharing it with all the stakeholders of the food safety. Then we put everything in a white paper, and we shared that white paper publicly. And we're also giving this message through the conferences. This is, I think, our 3rd or 4th conference, and we will be doing a few more to spread the message. And the white paper is available, and the last slide that we will have a QR code so that you can scan and go to the page where you can download the white paper. It includes a lot of information.
Yeah, so the SWOT analysis that Tulay mentioned initially generated a lot of information. We generated 140 topics, and half of them were related to strength and opportunities, and half of them were more on the negative side. But on the positive sides, you see here 5 lines in which we could put all the strengths that were reported. The first strength that we said as a team, we need to consider this, and we need to take it forward in the future and even further develop, is that auditing today in food safety is a science and risk-based approach. So we need to keep that in the future. Everything is grounded in science, meaning also that auditors need to be competent, and we need to further develop this. Auditing, whether it's first party, second party, or third party, is an objective assessment that provides trust to those who receive the report. We need to keep that. We need to keep that beautiful streamlined process, starting from GFSI, the role of certification bodies, accreditation bodies, internal audited second party, third party. We keep that model for the future. The beauty of food safety auditing today is that there is a lot of information available in the public domain. We are sharing a lot. We need to keep that in the future. And food safety auditing and food safety in general is about collaboration. And what we are doing here since Monday is about collaboration. We need to keep that in the future. The opportunities, we put them into the recommendations, and we're going to talk about them later. Now, the team identified 70 weaknesses and threats that we need to address. Now, 70 is a lot, 7-0. We cannot handle 70 issues. So we asked the team to prioritize what are the top issues that we, as food safety professionals, food safety auditing professionals, need to address in the future. There were 7. The first one was that today it was felt that the compliance is the focus of what we do in auditing, more than, in fact, promoting continuous improvement. And there will be many reasons for that we're going to discuss. Second issue, today food safety auditing is deviating from the main objective, which was initially to improve food safety. There are other aspects that we see today that make this deviate from the initial objective. Third, there is a lack of trust growing into third-party certification. So the value and the trust is being questioned sometimes due to issues, recalls that are happening sometimes with certified organizations. 4, required audit documentation is a challenge. Is a challenge for auditors today to report. The requirements they have on the reporting part is heavy. We see reports containing 80 pages. 1 page is dedicated to the findings, and the 79 other pages are dedicated to listing the procedures that were evaluated. What is the value of that question mark? 5, there is a lack of food safety audit harmonizations. There is a lot of schemes available. They are starting from the GFSI benchmark requirements, but then they deviate. And the reality is also that today there are organizations that are being certified against different schemes. That means that the initial certified once accepted everywhere is not a reality anymore. 6, the adoption of technologies is slow. We heard great presentation this morning about new technology. The reality is that it is not adopted yet in the field. There's much more we can do there. And finally, there is a big auditor shortage in the market. There are not enough auditors to perform the job. Auditors are not there. Auditors or people are not attracted in that profession. So we discussed the why about that. So we took these 7 issues and we put a question mark at the end of these 7 issues. Why is there an auditor scarcity? Why is there a lack of trust in third-party certification? The team generated approximately 130 potential root causes to these 7 issues. We were able to group them into 3 groups. Some of these root causes are related to how schemes and audit programs are being designed. Some are related to how the field is understanding the value of a food safety management system, the value of an audit. And the third group is about how these schemes and audit programs are being implemented. Now, the white paper, the 50 pages document that you will be able to access, details all of these root causes. Just to give you a feel of what kind of root causes we discussed. In the design of schemes, for example, one of the topic was there's a lot of requirements, and there is an increasing number of requirements years after years. Schemes usually are not going down in terms of number of requirements. There is an increasing number. And on top of that, companies are adding requirements, addendums to these requirements. Auditors are struggling to audit such an impressive amount of requirements. They don't have literally time. In the understanding, we discussed, for example, the fact that organizations, manufacturers, they don't use internal auditing to its full value. It is very often considered as something you need to do because the standard is asking you to perform an internal audit, but the value you generate through this internal audit should be much more than what it is. Internal auditing is a fabulous moment during which you look at yourself in the mirror and you can put actions in place. But this is not a reality today. Third group, implementation of schemes and audit programs. We talk here about the fact that there is, and that's a reality, competition in the market, competition between certification bodies, scheme owners, who are adding also requirements to be different. This is adding complexity. And to acknowledge there is no study that puts a number in terms of money, in terms of dollars, on this complexity. When companies need to be audited, re-audited, and re-audited again, who is paying that? And what's the value behind that? These are the kind of things we discussed and the potential root causes we identified. Now, we don't want to focus on issues, we want to be more positive and look at the recommendations the team did.
Yeah. All the details about the root causes, as we said, you can have access through the white paper. And based on those root causes and the grouping of those together, we came up with a structure to convey the messages on suggestions and recommendations. And here you see the framework that we developed together with the think tank members. In the inner circle, you see 3 portions. And those are the main recommendations that we would like to give. One is on the governance, and when we say governance, it's mainly about the framework of governing the food safety auditing and the processes. The second one you see in gray color is the requirements and reporting. This is more about the implementation and the practices. There are suggestions to improve governance, but we do also have some recommendations and suggestions to improve how we implement things, how we put them into practice, mainly around the requirements and reporting, which is really a big challenge for food safety auditors. The third portion is the profession. As we said, one of the biggest problems the food industry is facing is the number of auditors. We have an auditor shortage. And profession is there to list the recommendations that we're going to have to promote the profession to have the enough number with the right qualities to perform the increasing number of food safety auditing. And you see 2 circles. Those are the enablers. We would also like to use the opportunity to provide recommendations on the digitalization. As we have seen in the morning and throughout the conference, digitalization is there. There are new tools, but are we really using it for the benefits of auditors and the food safety audits? So there are some list of recommendations we have there. And the last one is the mindset. It's very much linked to the value and the culture. And we wanted to keep it as the outer circle because it's the thing who keeps all the structure together. It's holding the entire structure together. Without the right mindset, you would not be able to implement anything. So that's the structure. And let me take you to the very first part, which is about governance, the framework about processes. We did identify, as the think tank members, 6 important recommendations here. The very first one is linked to what you said, Mark. One certification valid everywhere is not the truth anymore. There are multiple certifications for the GFSI schemes. And we don't really know the cost of complexity. Holding more than one certification, what is the cost of it to the operations, to the auditors? So the first suggestion we would like to have, and we believe that this is a short-term action, we can do it quickly, evaluate the cost of complexity of holding multiple certifications and trying to implement multiple food safety management systems. The second one is about having a transparent and inclusive approach, well, improved transparency and inclusiveness around GFSI. We know that since 2000, GFSI did a lot of great work, but there is an opportunity for us to improve the transparency and inclusiveness, because currently the approach is more of a Western type approach rather than a global. So GFSI should be looking for methods and new ways to have all the stakeholders involved, to learn more about the practices and challenges in different parts of the world, so that they can really put it in a framework which would be a global one rather than a Westernized approach. The third one is about the integrity programs. You know, the accreditation bodies, certification bodies, scheme owners, GFSI, they all have their own integrity programs to check the quality of the audits delivered on site. But when we look at them, they sort of show a siloed approach. They work in silos, and maybe there are some overlaps, but there are also some gaps that these integrity programs are not able to address. So our recommendation is to revisit the integrity programs in different institutions and, well, work them together and have one complete integrity check so that the food safety audits deliver the value that they are supposed to. The fourth one is about the CPOs, the scheme owners, to have them involved in setting the benchmarking requirements for auditors more, because they're gonna be the people handing it over to the certification bodies and the field. So they need to get more involved in the decision making for the requirements for auditors. The fifth one is about the management of changes. We know that there are different schemes, additional requirements, addendums, but do we really understand the implications of new requirements? So our suggestion is, before releasing a new requirement, why don't we just try to understand the implications to the scheme owners, to the certification bodies, to the receivers, the auditees, so that we can really also put a change management plan behind it, because once you have it released, it doesn't mean that it will be implemented overnight. And the last one is having enhanced stakeholder management protocols. We are talking about collaboration, having all the stakeholders and their voice around the table. And our suggestion, last suggestion here, is just to have them in a protocol, a transparent protocol, so that everybody knows how the stakeholders are managed throughout the entire process of food safety auditing. The next one is about the requirements, and Mark.
The quadrant related to requirements and reporting represents approximately 30% of the recommendations that were made. So there's a lot of focus here. The recommendation of the team was, it's time to revisit the food safety requirements we are auditing in order to simplify them, and let's do that in a risk-based approach. There are requirements that are maybe more important than others based on the data we can gather from the market. So which are they, and should our auditors not focus first on this one? That's the first recommendation. Second one is strengthening the roundtable around requirements. And I think, Tula, you mentioned already the Western approach versus the global approach, having more people around that table in order to identify what are these specific requirements we need to focus on. Implementing a risk-based approach in auditing today, there are still situations where auditors need to review everything. But let them give the opportunity to have the audit trail go where the risks are, whether we talk about first party, second party, or third party. Fourth one, consider the user needs in reporting. When we generate massive reports with a massive number of pages, where is the value and for whom? Maybe a regulator would find a value in that part of the report and the auditor in that part of the report. So how can we take that into consideration and design our reports in a way that fit the needs of the receiver and lower the work on the auditors so that they can put more efforts in auditing rather than reporting? The last one is reviewing the auditor qualification and auditing process for value creation. I think we need to mention here the excellent work GFSI is doing. Right now, they published for consultation a document for the personal development on food safety auditors. If you didn't see it, it's available on their website. I think that fits exactly here. We need to review the auditor qualification, whether they are technical skills or human skills. Third quadrant, profession. We mentioned there are not enough people coming into that field. We need to, that's the recommendation of the think tank, establish a holistic program, training program for auditors, academia, certification bodies, manufacturers working together and defining what these curriculums should be for these food safety auditors. Promote better the auditing function. We don't talk about this beautiful profession. In the financial world, everyone studying finance knows that becoming an auditor is an option for them, and they can go from auditing to becoming CFO in an organization. We don't talk too much about this beautiful profession that is food safety auditing to the young generation. So there's some efforts to be done here. Focusing on the soft skills during the recruitment phase. The job of food safety auditing evolved. It's not only about technical skills, it's about also conveying the message to the auditee. It's about communication skills, about convincing skills. It's about critical thinking skills. And finally, create a protocol to encourage the move between manufacturers and certification bodies. So if we have people working a few years in manufacturers becoming food safety auditors and certification body, and we have this exchange, there will be a better understanding of their roles. Yeah.
One of the important enablers is the digital transformation. Definitely, we can take the current state and prepare it for future with the help of digitalization, but are we using it to the extent we can as part of the audits? The answer is no. There are still opportunities for us to use it for the benefit of delivering higher value during the audits. And there are 4 of them here. One of them is the automation of the audit reports. As we said, auditors are spending a more important amount of time to put everything in the report, 80 pages sometimes. They are using sort of digital tools, but there are opportunities to make it simpler so that they can really focus on the real stuff, which is providing value through continuous improvement. But they don't simply have time, and automation will help. The second one is promotion of the new technologies, like AI can really help you for the prediction, Internet of Things, continuous monitoring. So there are technologies out there, and we need to be promoting those for the sake of delivering better value. The third one, we are generating a lot of data, but you can only compare data if they are in a standardized form. So there is an opportunity to standardize the data and the reporting formats so that we can really compare them, use them together, and have a holistic view on what food safety auditing is delivering today and in the future. And last but not least, there are industries outside who are doing better than the food industry, like automotive or aeroplane. So we can go and ask them how they transformed the digital journey, how they shaped it, what kind of tools they use, what were the challenges, so that we can learn from the experience they had and implement those to our industry. So that's the last one, and I think an important one, to go outside of food industry and learn from the experience of others. And the holding peace mindset, we wanted to highlight three main solutions here. The very first one is going back to basic. In 2000, together with GFSI, there was a certain consolidation. The benchmarking requirements were there. We need to go back and see what we did and understand and discuss the new purpose of the audits. What are we really trying to achieve today? After 24 years, are there things that we need to change? Because we have seen that first party, second party, and third party audits, there are some overlapping areas, but we may also lose some points. There are maybe some loose points. So let's discuss what the purpose of audits, different audits, and share it with all the stakeholders. The second one is the value. We know, particularly for the third-party certification, there is a perception that it's licensed to operate, but there must be a value beyond the certification. So why don't we come together with all the stakeholders and redefine the value of different audits, including the internal audits that the operations are doing on their shop floor. The last one is about the strengthening of food safety culture. Without the right culture, you cannot really take longer-term actions, and you will not really drive the continuous improvement. Each and every single scheme, including the GFSI benchmarking requirements, give a clear reference to the implementation of food safety culture, which is not easy to implement and not easy to assess at the same time. We have seen that the organizations are struggling to interpret the requirements coming from the schemes on food safety culture. They don't know what to do. So we need to, explain it better. And we also see that auditors do not necessarily have the right skills to assess the food safety culture. As part of the work that we do, we went outside of food industry, and we had some interviews with professionals in the financial world of auditing. And how they do approach to the cultural assessment is completely different. They have a specialized team of people assessing culture, and those are really very senior people having 20, 25 years of experience in the financial world, and they do take also some additional training to understand, the behavioral science so that they can really do the assessment. So there are things that we can learn here. So the recommendation here as a summary that we would like to give is that why don't we harmonize the methods in defining the requirements for the food safety culture, and why don't we do the same for the assessment so that the auditees know what they need to do and the auditors know how to assess the culture of an organization from the view of food safety management. So those are the set of recommendations, and we know that it's not a short list, but we believe that is the essence. And if you want to take the current state to the future, we need to be doing it together. One of the questions we are receiving is that, how are we going to take it to the next step? And we believe that these conferences are one of the tools that we can leverage the understanding about the current issues as well as the recommendations to prepare the discipline for the future. But there are a few messages that we would like to leave with you. And one of them is, the very first one is for the food industry and the companies operating in the food industry. There is a need to collaborate more with the stakeholders to improve the governance process around the food safety auditing. The second message that we would like to leave with you is that there is a clear need for the training and the development of auditors in order for them to provide increased value through the audits. And we definitely need to put a career path so that the profession itself becomes attractive for the individuals. The other message that we would like to give is about the research. So this message is for the universities. When you look at the research and the studies done on the food safety auditing, it's very, very slim. When you compare it with the studies done on the financial world of auditing, it's huge. So there is a need for the universities to do more research on food safety auditing so that that science-based data can be transferred to the food industry, they can learn from it, and they can improve accordingly. Definitely the university needs to be supported by the companies in order to do those research. And the last message that we would like to give is that, well, every single one of us is responsible to prepare the future of food safety, including the auditing. So we would like to encourage you to scan the QR code here, read the white paper. If you have questions, here is our contact email. Please feel free to share your thoughts. But furthermore, please share the white paper within your network, because there are things here and there we can do within the boundaries of the authorities and the controls we have. So that's the last message that we would like to give. Join us to shape the future of food safety auditing together. Thank you very much for your participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there's a lot of information there to digest, but I was wondering, does anybody have any questions? We've got a few minutes if anybody has any questions in the room. Yes, we have a gentleman over there. I wonder if we could just get a hand mic over. There we are. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 rows back.
Thank you for a very enlightening session. I just have a question regarding the soft skills for the auditors. Did you explore like any cultural aspects of the auditor? Like if we can have a global citizen kind of an auditor, because there are lots of cultural conflicts that could affect the way the auditors conduct their audits, especially when, say, one auditor goes from here to the West or vice versa. Sometimes like people could not understand, or maybe they misunderstand some points regarding the way he conducts the audits. Sometimes even the integrity of the auditor, like accepting gifts, sometimes is accepted in some cultures, sometimes not accepted, and what kind of gifts and what's the value. I think it's better if you can include that in your study in order to make the auditor aware of all the other aspects of the.
Thanks for your question. I'm going to start with the answer, and then I'll give it to Tulay. We didn't deep dive into this aspect in this environment, but recently we conducted a benchmark study on soft skills for auditors, okay? And there was a lot of learning, including on this cultural part, especially when big organizations have a team of auditors that they send to different countries, right? So we uncovered some critical soft skills, and we deep dived into that, and maybe Tulay, we can explain a little bit about the framework.
Yeah, well, when we had the interviews with the companies, we came up with a list of interpersonal skills, soft skills, however you name it, like I think 165. It's impossible to train and develop an individual on those 165. So we said, why don't we just cluster them together and again, focus on the most important ones, which would also include the others. And we came up with 3 important interpersonal skills. One of them is the communication skills, including the cultural sensitivity, particularly when you are auditing globally. You need to understand the cultural differences It also has ethics because, you know, wherever you go as an auditor, you cannot, you shouldn't be accepting, you know, presents. Well, and you need to understand the content of that. So communication is one of them. As we said, conflict of management, cultural sensitivity, conveying the right message, managing the stakeholders. Those are included in the big chunk of communication skills. The other one is the critical thinking. Critical thinking is very, very important because you need to connect the dots. You need to understand how you can give that message and the reasoning back to the audience. Critical skills is more on the technical side, but it uses a lot of skills coming from the communication because you need to first have the framework in your brain, but you also need to understand how you can convey that message back to the auditee. The third one is learning agility. For us, and for, I think, all the disciplines, education doesn't end. You need to learn because there are new regulations, new standards, new technologies. Learning agility is the third and the important skills that we came up with, which is necessary for the auditors. So I don't know whether this is a short answer to your very nice question, but dealing with 165 skills is a challenge, but why don't we just cluster them into three: communication skills, critical thinking, and learning agility.
Great question, great answer. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to move on to our panel. I'm sorry, we can't take questions now. We'll try and take some later, or pop them an email. I imagine your emails are available once you look at the report. Yeah. So, because we've only got 45 minutes for our next panel discussion, and we have lots of speakers. So, grab a seat, and we're going to bring together now a group of experts, many of whom you have already met and heard from. And we're going to draw together a lot of the things we've been hearing and look at the question of the future of food inspections and audits and try and garner some really key lessons. So we're going to be joined by Claudio Gallottini, who is the president of the ITA Corporation, Mark, and I'm not going to say your surname anymore, who is sitting here, Tulay, who you've just heard from too, Andrew Matheson, who is the director of the International Federation of Environmental Health, and he's also a doctor and university professor. I'm not sure where he is, but do come and join us. Richard Sprenger, who is the chairman of the Highfield Group at Highfield International, and Rance Baker, who is the director of the National Environmental Health Association. So lots of chairs, lots of speakers. We're hoping Andrew is going to join us. If not, hopefully you can join us later. I'll take a seat here in the meantime, and I can move along as more people arrive. I shall seat myself here then. So what we did when we were preparing this is that we came up with a few polls. So if we could bring up our first poll, and as we are bringing up this poll, I'm going to ask you just a very general question, and that is, can you just outline for us, do you think food inspections and auditing today is getting better or getting worse? Let's begin with you, Rance.
It's getting more complicated, and I think, I don't know if it's necessarily getting worse, but we've got the ability to find things that we've never been able to find before. Which makes it more technically responsible for the individual to be able to know the skills they need to know there. So I'm going to say it's about the same, but because of the new technologies that we have out there, it appears like it might be getting worse.
Yeah, so the complexity is making things more complicated. There's new technologies available in some respects that aren't being leveraged quite yet. Right. What about you, Richard? Now, you've got so much experience in this. How have you seen? How do you take this question?
In theory, inspections and audits are much better than they were when we first started. We had a walls, floor, ceiling approach, and simply we've moved to a risk-based approach. So in theory, everything is much better. But in practice, I mean, what's the purpose of an audit and inspection? It's to ensure the production of safe food. That's what it's about, either being sold or produced. You look back, and I can remember the first big outbreak of Salmonella, 19 dead in the UK at the Stanley Royal Hospital. That was in '84. In '96, we had the Wishaw outbreak with E. coli killing 21 people. We had the Wales outbreak in 2005. We moved to America and we had the Conagra outbreak with the peanuts. Then we had the listeria with the melons, 33 dead. And just recently, we've had the Boar's Head incident, 10 dead from listeria. So we're moving from Salmonella and E. coli to listeria. And we've had Bruce Pack with the 12 million recall of cooked poultry products. What have they all got in common? Every one of them seems to have had a significant failure in the auditing or the inspection. So something's going on, because in theory everything's getting better, but we're still getting the same problems. So that's something we need to address. It's not just about improving inspections and audit with technology and what we're doing, but it's looking at the things behind it as why it's not working, and that's what I don't believe we're addressing.
That's really interesting, because I think maybe your research and review probably kind of helps us come up with some of the answers to that. And it does seem an issue of what's maybe the critical thinking of the mindset you were talking about, Tulay.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to echo what the speakers has already said, and I agree with them. I think the main message that I would like to give is that it's the perfect time to look back after 24, 25 years where we first introduced the benchmarking requirements and learn from the past what worked well, because there was a kind of harmonization and standardization, but with all the complexities, the climate change, the new technologies, we see still the complexity is growing. So I think it's the perfect time to look back and learn what we did well and what we can still improve. So that's what I would like to add.
Okay, and so now, Mark and Claudio, so just a quick comment now on our poll. I don't know if you can see it there. The question is, how effective do you think food safety inspections and audits are in enhancing performance? And you'll see excellent and good, and it's just a straw poll, but do seem to have been like, you know, we've got the most kind of votes. So would you agree with that?
I'll be honest, I was a bit surprised by the results. I would be a bit less optimistic. Two things to share. First of all, I started my career in the late 80s. And if I look at how we were doing things, and I compare to how we do things today, there's not much change.
There's a stagnation.
There's a stagnation. The model is the same. Now, there are still issues in the market. There are recalls, there are issues, there are outbreaks, etc. So I am not fully convinced today that what we are doing is the right way. There are maybe other ways to do, leveraging new technologies, which will help us to learn from the past, right? To project ourselves in the future. So I'm happy that people are optimistic. I am a bit less on the answer.
Well, interesting, yeah, because I'd like to hear from Claudio. If you didn't hear Claudio's presentation, it was quite mind-blowing, I think, in terms of the new technologies that are coming on stream. So where do you place yourself?
Yes, but I agree completely with my colleague, because technology can help to enhance the final performance, but right now it's time to change something in auditing and in auditing procedure, because we have opportunity to use technology, but checklist and the audit format that we have to follow sometimes is very redundant. And so at the end, there is no real effective enhancing in food safety. And I agree that looking what happened to the market, day by day, year by year, outbreaks arise continuously. So that means that we have to do something more better.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to jump up because I've got a lot of energy today. So what are some of the main problems? Now, we've done another poll. Can we get the answers to that poll up? And while we are, I would like to dig into this issue, Richard, because you were saying to us just a moment ago, things aren't really getting better. Why are you seeing, I suppose, expertise not improving, and maybe I'm wrong here, but not improving at the same time as problems are evolving?
Yeah, I tried to figure out different things that I think we ought to address. And by the way, I'm not saying that auditors are responsible. They're not. food business. Don't forget the food business is responsible for the outbreaks, not the auditor. I'm just saying that on top of that, it seems that the auditor or some audits are failing. The vast majority are satisfactory and working okay. It's the ones that stand out that we investigate are the problem. And I think one of the first things for me is that the competency of the auditor or the inspector is key every time. One thing we miss, though, that where quite often in the cases that I outlined, the auditors or the inspector was criticised, I would also say, even more important, his manager was probably not competent because the manager should have done something about it. So that's one thing, to focus on the management of the auditors as well as the auditor's direct competency as well.
Well, just interrupt quickly, because we were discussing this earlier. Are the managers trained at the same level as, for example, the inspectors and the auditors?
They should be. Usually you get promoted from being an inspector to being a manager. But quite often you promote the best inspector, not the best manager. And so there are problems. All I'm saying, it needs exploring. It would take too long to go in, but competency is one of the keys. I think the other thing is having the resources. That's a problem now. There are insufficient resources amongst inspectors in particular. That's a problem. I think on the auditing side, the problem is there seems, some people would argue, a race to the bottom for fees. And we're getting poorer audits carried out because the good auditors that are spending the time are being undercut by people who are not doing as good a job. That's just one of the things that needs looking at. I'm not saying all these are proven, I'm saying that's looking at. I think the conflict of interest for auditors is a major issue, and that's been flagged up at several of the outbreaks, and that's got to be looked at. How can we avoid or minimise any risk of conflicts of interest? So those are just a few of the things that we need to address. The actual audit standard, the other thing, because we've all mentioned it, I have grave concerns that we're looking for more and more things. We're now looking at food safety culture. But that food safety culture is the icing on the cake. People can't even deal with the basic prerequisites. All these outbreaks, what they're finding is things like filthy premises, which are mouse infested. We can't get that right. There is no point looking or measuring or spending time diluting an audit on food safety culture when you've got a rat-infested, poor personal hygiene and premises that can't clean. And all we're doing is minimising the time dealing with the major problems. Once you've got your prerequisites sorted out, then you've got your food safety management system sorted out, then you can move on to the food safety culture. But if I went into a business that had a mouse infestation, the last thing I'd be looking at was the food safety culture.
Yeah, so in some respects, it's back to what you were saying again. You've got to have a certain level of autonomy and have the right mindset to be able to tackle some of these
Isabel,
issues.
if I may. I think one thing, we need to think about who is responsible for what. I think we need to put the responsibility also on the organization that is being audited. I don't think we need more inspections and more audits. We need to better deal with the non-conformities that are uncovered through a better root cause analysis, through a better corrective action program in place to avoid repeat findings. You find all over the places repeat findings again and again and again that demonstrate that continuous improvement is not in place. So not more audits, but better root cause analysis.
Better root cause analysis. So I'm going to ask you to do a bit of root cause analysis. How do you incentivize auditors and inspectors to do better? I'm going to ask you, Claudia, and I'm going to ask you, Rance, this question. What are your thoughts on that? Quick brainstorm.
Yes, I think that the main issue that we have today is found auditor available on the market. And the biggest issue sometimes is the work-life balance for them. So we need to respect them, their life, their time. And so we need also to try to offer them opportunity to improve their skill because as my colleague said before, speaking about food safety culture, as a scientist, as a veterinarian, usually in my background I have no clue about humanistic science, you know. So to go and audit a plant about food safety culture, I need new skill. I need to know much more in other science, in human science. This is what we need to do, offer also them resources, more resources in technologies, and more resources to spend on the field.
One thing, sorry.
Yes, go on, go for it.
There was one elephant in the room that was uncovered through the discussions we had, is that, and it's in the white paper, food safety auditors are not well paid. They are less paid than consultants.
Who agrees? Are food safety auditors not well paid enough? Yeah, okay, yeah. I see agreement with that in the room.
Well, the discussion was that food safety auditors and consultants are often the same people. And they prefer to do consultancy rather than food safety auditing because it's hard work also. So if you are underpaid for hard work, what do you do? So it doesn't help attracting new people in this profession.
Okay,
either.
so we've had need more lifelong learning in some respects. We need to pay people better, and you've got to respect the work-life balance. Have you got anything to add to that, Rance?
We're having a problem with auditors. You mentioned that as well, and we're having a problem with workforce in general, which I mentioned, and pay is a big issue with that, especially if you're in the regulatory community. I mean, nobody goes into this profession to make money. You go into it for service there. Sometimes we need to change the threshold on what we expect from that auditor coming in the door as well there, because we're not able to get new auditors into the door very easily. It's one of those catch-22s. In order for you to be an auditor, you've already got to be an auditor. Otherwise, you need to go into another role. So we need to build a pipeline for them in order to be able to do their job in that third-party auditing realm, which might possibly start with teaching them to be in-house auditors there to be able to do that, moving them into supply chain verification type of auditors there, and then having a mechanism that shows an assessment that says, okay, you're passing all these areas along there. And Claudia knows what I'm talking about because the credentials that we were putting together on this is moving you up the pipeline there that says, okay, you've got this, let's teach you now how that field of third-party auditing so that you can take this global area rather than saying, yeah, you've only been in this field for 5 years, you haven't been in this field for 10 years, you can't be an auditor there. So I think sometimes we get in our own way with building these auditors there, but we also need to make sure we've got a good mechanism where we can train them to be the best they can be as well, and putting the correct competencies in front of them each step along the way.
And this reflects that, a little bit of what you're saying, that we have about a quarter of the people saying they're noticing limiting staff or funding can hinder this. And I know you ran your own poll too, because we have a very proactive team here. So Rance ran his own poll. Can we bring that up? Because that, if I remember rightly, was regarding staff shortages? It
was, yes, and we're seeing this pretty much across the board there, and what I was noticing was pretty much 50-50 depending on where you were from, saying either we're fully staffed and we've got everybody we need, or all the way from we need a few staff to we need a lot of staff there. And what the problem with this, as we all know, is that you get stretched too thin. And if you've got X number of facilities that have to be audited, either you start skipping them and making the audits or inspections on a shorter frequency there, or if it's regulated, the saying you must do class 1, class 2, class 3 in a certain way, you start pushing people a little bit too hard. And then we get away from this risk-based inspection, which we're looking for, and invariably we fall back onto the floors, walls, and ceilings there because I've got to get in and I've got to get out on there. So building that pipeline, there's a couple things, that we've got to find a way to pay them better, just in general there. And we've also got to open up the door to others and look at different benchmarks of their ability to do their job rather than just saying you didn't have a 4-year degree with 35 hours in science there. are you competent to be able to do the job? And let's put an assessment out there. And if they're competent, I don't care where they came from. If they show a competency, I can work with you. And that ability, that learning agility that you talk about is so important. And that's one of those key areas that we really need to be looking at for in those individuals there, is to say, not only are you competent in this, but guess what? You're interested in continuing to understand and learn and grow, because science is changing, and you're going to have to change with it.
Okay, that's interesting, because you both have said the same things and found the same things in your experience, and I can see Claudio nodding. Do you agree, Richard?
Yes, there is a difference between the competency in the auditors and the competence in the inspectors. Generally speaking, that's in the UK, I'm not sure about the US. With auditors, most reputable auditing companies, you have to have a minimum experience in that particular field. So maybe 5 years. Some people are saying that's too long, but that's an argument, to discuss that. But for the food inspectors, within most countries, they don't have an experience in the industry. So they're inspecting businesses, could be restaurants, but they've never worked in a restaurant. And that can be a disadvantage. They could be inspecting manufacturing businesses, but they've got one premises within their area. And you can't build up an expertise. I know from personal experience, I worked in an authority that had 6 canning companies, and I built up a competency in canning inspection over several years, because that's how you learn it. The problem is many colleagues in areas, other inspectors had no competency and didn't know anything about canning and were making lots of poor decisions dealing with canning complaints. So one of the things we need to look at is modifying the training of auditors perhaps to look at other things, but particularly for the inspectors, and I would advocate having experience within the industries that they're inspecting, whether that be 1 or 2 months just working in a restaurant, because remember, most of the premises the inspectors actually inspect are hospitality, whereas auditors, generally speaking, are auditing manufacturing, and there is a difference, and we've got to be aware of that.
So would I just, quick round, yes, no, unless you have to just add, but very quickly. So drawing from what everybody's been saying, are you saying then we need to begin to start looking for the qualities that are needed to perform these jobs, but then you look to specialize once you're in it? You forget, the college education, as you were saying, in the US is prohibitively expensive these days for a lot of people. So it's the qualities, searching out for those qualities is the most important, and then you move down the path of specialization, as Richard was saying. Would you agree with that, Claudio?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, no, you can have a sentence.
I agree. Please, you.
I agree, but the experience in the industry is extremely important.
But you can build that experience once you're in.
Yes.
Well, that's how the inspection system works in the UK, generally speaking. You get people that go to university or get a degree, come out with the particular qualification, then they get a job, and then they start learning the practical aspects of the job. So that's in general how it works with inspectors.
But could you scrap the university education?
Not necessarily, because I think if you're going to ask for extra resources, you're competing with people with degrees, and you can't go in with somebody who's got no qualifications or very few qualifications. So if you want higher wages, you've got to demonstrate you've got that level. I think one of the keys, the most important keys that we need to focus on, is the competency of the managers. I mean, when I was a principal inspector, I had maybe 15, 20 people working for me as inspectors. One of the things that I had to ensure is A, that we're inspecting properly, and B, that there was a consistency, and that's another issue, trying to make sure there's consistency, because when we first started doing consistency validation, they were miles apart. All people qualified, but all suggesting different outcomes for the same kind of business, which was a desktop exercise that we did on regular occasions. When we'd finished, we got them all, more or less, saying that they would provide the same kind of outcome. So that was good. So, but you need a competent manager who's got that experience who can do that. And that's one of the keys you need within the large companies, competent managers.
And that's lacking from your experience?
I'm not saying it's lacking. I'm saying that when you've got a failure, that's one of the problems that you've got. I'm not saying all managers are competent.
No,
but you've got to concentrate on having a competent manager.
Okay, I love practical panels like this. Yeah, two legs.
So my simple answer to your question is yes, but I'd like to provide a different perspective, looking at the same problem from a different angle. We have already educated, trained, experienced potential auditors working in the manufacturing industry, but they don't see auditing as a future career. They don't move from industry to auditing in most of the cases. So if we can really build a matrix where we can train auditors moving to industry and having people coming from industry taking the auditing positions, then I think we can bring another solution to the entire problem. So having auditors trained is good, but why don't we just promote the auditing profession so that people are willing to do it coming from the industry with the right experience and amount of work that they did.
And then, go for it, Rance. And then I'd like you just quickly look at the poll, because I love these polls. And it was that about, we'd say 50, it's a 50-50. Does that surprise you?
It does, but I'm not as familiar with the area around Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, to know how staffed up they are.
Yeah.
I can tell you in the U.S. it's a critical issue out there. We've got over 3,300 jurisdictions. That are out there, and small communities to large, and we do need staffing.
Okay, so this is so it's a different situation depending on what country you're in. I'm just going to pause that thought. Claudio, you're nodding.
Yes, we have the same issue in Europe, but also in Canada, in North America. There is low staffing in this area, so we have a lack of auditor, we have a lack of inspector, and we are trying to study new policy to attract them in this field.
Right. Can I go back to what Tule was
yes,
talking about?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing with the competency levels there is often folks have that imposter syndrome type of feeling there. They're in the manufacturing business there. They're definitely skilled. They are those that are learning Agile there, but they don't know what it takes to get to that next level there. And if we were to start promoting those competencies there, just as a regular published type of thing, saying, for your job as a manager, because I tell you that the other part is that managers, that we throw up a very good competent auditor there and you say be a manager, and by putting that name after his, that's all the training that we gave them along the way there. If we can put the competencies out there so somebody could say, I really want to do auditing, let me look to see what competencies, I have this one, this one, this one, this one, oh, you know what, I need some training on this one right here. We can start building that workforce out there. The same thing for management, right? The worst thing we do for managers is to take somebody who is such a great scientist, and does a good job in their field, and throw them into a manager where they don't really have the skills that we have there.
Okay, so that back to this whole management issue. And so then I want to just end with our last about 10 minutes or so, looking at this technology issue, because obviously this is central to everything that we're discussing when we're looking at the future, keeping hold of the workforce and enabling their work, giving them better work-life balance, for example.
Right.
How do you see this sector changing?
Yes, the sector is changing very, very, very fast, and about this topic, we need to improve continuously our skills. This is very challenging because also using a common VR, for example, in the booth near here, we have an example. It's not so simple, so you need to test your skill, you need to test your confidence with these new tools. So it's challenging.
And does everybody here feel comfortable? No, let's start with just a straw poll. Who here is using, I suppose, advanced digital tools in their work? Be you an inspector or an auditor? Raise your hand.
Wow.
So this is very nascent, it has to be said. So, you know, Claudio is obviously on the cutting edge, because we were talking or hearing about how the metaverse can be leveraged, how VR technology can be leveraged, allow auditing to take place without having to leave your own office, and then just concentrate on some of those issues. Can you then, for those people here, quickly paint us a picture of what that future might be like?
Yes, in the future, looking what's happened in the world, so geopolitical issue, macroeconomical issue, we can use technology to avoid all these issues, using, for example, metaverse to jump in a virtual area and share experience, train people, conduct inspection, learn more. And so technology could be something that can help us today just to spread knowledge and to share our knowledge and our activities. This is a way, a possible way, but obviously it's challenging because we need to change mindset and we need to learn more topics. We need to update our skill.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Mark or Tulay. So
yeah, so we uncovered in this think tank that there's a lot more we can do, but we are just at the beginning. We just conducted with Tulay a benchmark on the digital transformation in auditing functions. We had 14 big companies participating, and what we highlighted there is that there are areas of the auditing process where today technology is already used, and we're talking here about execution and reporting more than anything else. AI, companies are still putting a question mark on that. They are a bit scared. They are exploring what they could do in the future with that, but this is already, it's still the beginning, okay? Now, on remote auditing, our experience also is that some companies made a comparison between a real audit and a remote audit, and they are still convinced that the real auditing helps you better understand the culture, the smells, what you see, etc., than remote auditing. They are more going to hybrid, where they're convinced that remote can help for some part of the audit process, but being on site, in the plant, smelling the line, seeing the people is something they don't want to get rid of for the moment.
Yeah, yes, for sure, and I completely agree. The problem is the time. So we have 24 hours, and we have no much time to help company to achieve the goal of full compliance with standard or regulation. So I think that an hybrid approach actually is necessary. So human factor is essential, but an hybrid approach using technology now can boost your activity, and so we may have a more faster and quick effectiveness. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that Claudio also did run a poll, more of a word cloud, and I really did notice that there was a very positive response to the use of technology and AI. A little bit of concern as well that these tools might start replacing humans. What do you think about that? Is that something you've been hearing, or are people generally very welcoming and keen to get going with these new tools that can be leveraged?
That's two entirely different questions right there. I mean, it's very encouraging. Are people worried? Yes. You know, but as people, these are oftentimes people who haven't embraced the technology yet. What this is making the world is the information worker is becoming everybody now. So what it's doing is leveling the field there. We should, I don't think, ever consider AI to be, you know, that master that runs by itself. It's an assistant. You know, and I think right now we call it, you know, a drunk intern who's trying to please you. I mean, really, you got to pay attention to it because it's going to lie to you a lot there. But it's a tool that's out there for us to use as an assistant there. And if people see it this way, rather than saying, it's taking my job, what it's saying is, my gosh, it's freeing me up. truthfully, they were saying the same thing about the calculator in the 70s, saying we will never do, I'm a mathematician, it'll take my job away, people won't need mathematicians anymore. What if we'd paid attention to them back then? Where would we be?
Yeah, so there's a natural reticence as humans, as you were talking about mindset, to start to kind of dip your toes in. And also, I suppose there's a financial aspect as well.
Yeah, well, coming back to your question about the fear, what I can tell you and share, throughout the study we did as part of the think tank and the benchmark we did on digitalization, we never heard the word fear. Well, people are really looking forward to have enablers or tools helping their work-life balance. So we didn't really hear the fear as the word coming out. But what I would like to add on top of what Mark said, out of the benchmark, what we have seen that a few companies, they took a very conservative approach and they said, if I don't have a system which is not working on paper, it won't work on a system. So what they are doing is, before using anything digital, they're just looking back to the data sets that they have and trying to standardize them so that when they have the tools to digitalize, then everything is connected, integrated, so they can really do analysis and predict the future. Yes. So I think this is an important point. Most companies struggle where to start. I think the first step should be to understand what kind of data set you have and how are you going to integrate them in the future and what would you like to have as the analysis.
That's an absolutely great point. Thank you very much. And then I just want to end with Richard, because if I am right, and sometimes my memory fails me, but you have been in this business since the 70s?
Yes.
So tell me.
Since the 60s.
Since the 60s. So we have just a fantastic expert, and you've just seen how things have evolved. So
yes.
how you're using technology, I know you're embracing it, but what's your take?
Well, first of all, I've never been doing audits with all the new technology, etc. It was some time ago when I was doing audits and inspections. But I'm a big fan of anything that can assist, and I think we've got to explore that. One thing we haven't said, I started at the beginning that saying the responsibility for the food safety was within the business. And one thing that on the inspection side, in the hospitality business, that there's a dearth of, we haven't got, and that is competent internal inspections. And I would like to see that running along with technology. We do have that more, because you've got quality assurance, quality control staff within manufacturing, and they can do audits according to the standards and so on. But compliance within the premises, we need, I believe, a trained person within it, not an individual train, it would be part of their job. It could be a chef or anybody else who has to do monthly inspections. That would then inform the external inspector when they come, and they can look and select things that the internal inspector has actually uncovered and concentrate. So you change the way you did your external inspection based on the competency and the way that the internal inspection, and that has been carried out. And that would really change things, I believe, and enable businesses to start identifying problems, because many of them at the moment rely on the inspector to identify the problem, and that's not how it should be. The inspector is not there to identify the problem per se. It's the business that should be identifying their own problems, but they haven't got the people to do it.
And you don't need technology for that necessarily, and it just takes sometimes common sense. And interestingly, I think of what a lot of people have been saying here is common sense. And as we have a short time left, I'm going to ask you 30 seconds, and I know people absolutely hate this, but just to have a key takeaway for our audience. So we're talking about food inspections, food auditing. What is your nugget of advice for people to take home with them? Claudio.
Studying, learning, improve your skill, be positive, be proactive, and then good luck.
Oh, lovely. Mark.
I would say take action now to prepare the future. We are at the right moment with the technologies, with the world changing, is the right time to think about what we were doing in the past and project ourselves in the future.
Well, as I said at the end of the presentation we had, there's a long list of opportunities, and we shouldn't really be waiting for others to implement actions. Every individual has a say and a portion of action that they can do. If you want to bring the food safety auditing to the future, everybody should act on it. So that's the message I would like to give.
Concordance.
Yeah.
Richard.
Effective legislation that targets the right things is very important. We haven't really mentioned legislation.
No, we haven't got to that. That's another discussion.
And that is very important. We don't want to be chasing numbers. That happens quite often in the UK at the highest levels. We ought to be chasing quality, not numbers. But the key for me has always been, whatever your job, that you have to ensure that the competency of the auditor, the competency of the inspector, and the competency of the manager. And if you've got competency, we wouldn't have hardly any of the problems that we've been having, because that's one of the key failures.
Ross.
And I'm going to address the folks out there who might be bored with your job and might be trying to figure out, how can I be an auditor? How can I move up and become an effective manager there? We put together a dashboard. We're using Power BI to do that, based on those competencies that I was talking about in my presentation there. And it's going to be available for all of you to go through and look at and to measure your own competencies there. And from that, what we're also getting is the competencies to say, if I want to be that auditor, here's that list of those competencies that you might want to look at if you want to move into a new career, or if I want to go into management, here are those competencies there. So keep your eye out. I know a lot of folks out there are trying to figure out a way to continue to grow in this. You're in this because you love the field. And you don't want to leave it, but oftentimes you see the only career path that you have is outside this field. And I'm saying don't go that way. Grow up the ladder there, take your efficiency up the ladder there further, and we're here to try and help you.
Excellent. So we have study and, in some respects, more incentivization, so they kind of go together. Have the ability to take action, just kind of go for it and look at what's required and then just act. Legislation, and then the word that comes again and again, competency, throughout every level. A big hand of applause for our fantastic panel for thinking on their feet and speaking so well. It is lunchtime. Lunch is served in the room over there, if I remember rightly. For speakers, it is up the top. And we will be meeting back here at 2 p.m. in this room, and obviously in the parallel sessions. Have a great lunch. Bon appétit. welcome everyone. Just to let you know, we're going to start in a few minutes. I'm just going to let a few more people filter in from lunchtime. We are going to structure this discussion using some of the polls that were sent out this morning. So if you haven't answered those polls, it would be absolutely fantastic if you did, because your answers really help spur discussion with our speakers. And we'll also have a Q&A session at the end of this. So you can obviously go the traditional way and raise your hands. But if you want to ask a question on the app, you can do so also using the application WOVA, obviously, and choosing the right session. When this session is on training. So speak to you in just a few moments, and when the panel discussion begins. So welcome everybody, let's begin. I hope you all had a great lunch, and personally I think these are the best lunches I've ever had at any conference I've attended, and I'm feeling very full, and we don't want you to get sleepy if you're feeling very full as well, so we're going to make sure this is a very dynamic panel. So this session is going to take pause for thought, but dynamic pause for thought, because one of the questions we've been hearing again and again is, why are we not seeing that significant kind of progress when it comes to food safety issues? And what's responsible for that? Well, in this discussion, we're going to be looking at training and see if training has a role to play, which I can only imagine it does, to try and change the paradigm. And we're going to look at ultimately how we could possibly design training programs, or what elements can go into them to ensure that there is real and measurable change. Now, we have an absolutely fantastic panel. I've just had lunch with most of them, and we had a great discussion already, which we're going to bring onto the stage. They've come with just a wealth of experience, which you'll discover, but let me just give you a brief intro, and then everybody can come up on stage and join me. we have Barbara Chamberlain from New Mexico State University, who we heard from on our first day, and she leads a team integrating technology and innovation to enhance learning experiences. Layal Karam from Qatar University. Now, she's an associate professor of food safety and has first-hand knowledge of what works and what doesn't work as she designs and conducts food safety programs that can also include gaming technology. So we'll be discussing that. Joanne Taylor is co-founder of TSI and Culture Excellence, and she's a specialist in organizational culture and risk management, which both have a significant impact on food safety trainings, of course, and Joanna works extensively in this region. So Richard Sprenger, also, he's from working in Dubai at the moment, is chairman of the Highfield Group, and has more than half a century of experience, so a lot to share there in terms of food safety and obviously trainings, which is the subject of our discussion. Amy Prue is a professor and academic program coordinator of culinary innovation and food technology at Niagara College in Canada, and is at her most fulfilled when she's launching young people on successful technical careers, including food safety management. So as you can see, I'm going to have great company. Come and join me. We've got a lot of chairs, so let's huddle up. And you know what's great? Look at, I have to say for once, Richard is in the minority. I'm often the only woman on a panel, and it's great to have so many women with me, and Richard too. So I gave a very brief introduction, but I think what's quite interesting, because everybody comes from very diverse backgrounds on this panel, if each of our speakers could just give us a brief introduction of what they'll be bringing to this discussion, but no spoilers, please. Let's begin with you, Richard.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again, and yes, currently I'm chairman of the Highfield Group. I started off as an inspector, but I was particularly interested in developing courses. I developed basic courses in the UK that took the numbers from 3,000 a year to 500,000 a year in terms of level 2 training. I brought in the advanced or level 4 exam in the UK, which was the most popular course in the UK. I've been involved with training all my life and moved on to developing qualifications. We've got the most popular qualifications in the UK and internationally as well. So all of those are off-qual based, which is where you get the title of an awarding organisation from, which is basically through off-qual in the UK.
That's impressive. Okay, thank you very much, Richard. Barbara.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Barbara Chamberlain. I'm with New Mexico State University. We have basically a nonprofit educational design studio at the university, and so like many of you and many on the panel, I like to think about how people learn and how do we design for how people learn. And we do a lot of food safety content, so it's super cool to be here.
Jo.
Thank you. Lovely to be here. Hello to everybody that's with us this afternoon, and thanks for inviting us to be here. For those of you that don't know me, my background is in originally psychology, so I take a psychological perspective on food safety training, and over the last decade I've worked in organizational culture, so I also look at it from the organizational cultural side as well. Looking forward to the discussion.
Layal.
Hi, I've been in academia for around 10 years. Don't try to guess how old I am. I'm also worked in the field industry. I develop professional trainer. So in the field academia, we are obsessed about learning outcome and assessment. So, and we keep trying to develop active learning methodology to improve learning. We are doing great, but there is a room for improvement. So there is one thing that annoys me. We have a negative association when it comes to training and learning. We always consider them as obligation. We have to do it rather than we want to do it. I keep asking myself a question. What can we do to make learner engaged and motivated to learn? And I think, why don't we use the means that the people like to improve the learning? We are in the age of technology, digital learners. Can we use technology to improve the learning? And this is when I met with Hani Boughazali, the CEO of Mantel Company, and we started working together on developing food safety training using gaming technology, but of course, based on science and regulatory requirements.
Amazing. And Amy?
So I get to wear a lot of different hats on any given day, and oftentimes people were laughing when I was in seminars because they were like, who's an inspector? I'd raise my hand. Who's a business owner? I'd raise my hand. Who's a trainer? I'd raise my hand. And I am really fortunate that at Niagara College, I'm given a lot of breadth in my research programming. I founded what's called the National Technology Access Center for Food and Beverage Innovation, and we bring in hundreds of companies every single year and help them with many of their pressing needs, of course, training being one of them, and skills development. You may have also seen me at the Food Processing Skills Canada booth over the past few days, because they're one of the key partners that I work with. I'm on their board of directors, and I've been working on national occupational standards and learning recognition frameworks, where we've gone and interviewed hundreds upon hundreds of people to understand what it is they do every day, which then allows us to reverse design for effective training. And another piece of my research is that I work a lot in open education resources. And the idea behind that is that if we need to see something that's necessary for a public good, that we need to democratize it and make it freely available. And so I've been working with committees like UNESCO's Technical and Vocational Education Center in Germany, and helping understand the importance of the food system and the open education resources that are required for the success of the food system.
Thank you very much, Amy. And that was a discussion we were having over lunch, in fact, which maybe we'll bring up, is the importance of democratizing learning and the qualifications versus qualifications that might be necessary to get into food training. So if I forget that, please remind me, because I'd love to have that little discussion here again. Now, I also would like to thank you, because we sent out some polls for this session, and there's been a great response. So could we get the first two polls up? Now, the first one is very general, but what's the state of food safety training in your region? As you can see, the predominant amount of people here have said excellent or good. Now, I am wondering, if that is the case, why are we sitting here? So what is your response, Richard, when you see that poll? Is that reflective of what you have witnessed in your career and most recently?
In this particular region, for the audience, the trainers are usually very skilled and knowledgeable. There's an awful lot of them, but they're a very, very high level compared with other countries when, for instance, they don't need a degree to be a trainer. Most of the trainers here have to have a degree in the relevant subject and then additional qualifications. So the training is generally very good and in some cases excellent. In other countries may be different. However, I am concerned that many really good training companies and trainers are coming to me and saying there is a major problem within the region, so we're not just talking about UAE, but wider, whereby training is being carried out at ridiculous, unsustainable prices. Plus, we've got major issues with fraudulent certification. Plus, we've got businesses accepting attendance certificates instead of invigilated exam certificates. Now, I'm not saying you should always have to have an invigilated exam. A lot of training, especially bespoke training, can have an attendance or a CPD. But there is a lot of things happening that are driving the good trainers away. So although overall very good and excellent, I don't have a problem with that, I do have some concerns with the things that trainers are telling me.
Interesting, because we don't, obviously we can't get into the granularity of what regions and who voted for what, but Barbara, in your experience, and again, this is such a general question, but how would you rate the, well, success of food safety training in what you have seen?
Well, I think it's important to realize in any kind of research assessment that the question, what is the state of food safety training in your region, this response is not actually the state of food safety training in our region. This response is what we think the state of food safety training in is our region. And I would say we are in the perfect sweet spot as good, because I would think that people here feel good about our jobs. They feel good about our training. We all think we're doing pretty well, but we are here to learn. So we all believe we can do a little better. So I think that question is the result of a good conference where we have committed people who care very much about what they're doing. That's not the question you asked, though. The question is, how is the training? And that's something I'm interested in, is how do we actually measure it? How do we find those gaps that Richard was talking about, to identify what makes training successful? How do we assess that? So I am not from this region, but I've seen a lot of really interesting things about people doing some of that assessment that gives me a lot of hope.
Great, and we'll be talking about that. So then I guess, Joe, from your psychologist's perspective, maybe kind of like picking up on some of the things Barbara has just said, why would you think, well, would you think this is reflective of really the state of training, or is this in some respect what a feel-good factor that Barbara was saying that we're all feeling here?
I think it's a bit of both. I think, as Barbara, well, both being researchers, we know the question, the context, the timing has a big impact on the response. But I would say from my experience working in the UAE, there are some really excellent initiatives that have been put in place over the years to improve training programs. We have, as Richard mentioned, we have government programs where material is approved, it is consistently implemented. We have invigilated exams as a standard across the country that doesn't exist in other countries. We have trainers being audited by government members. We have a lot of really good practice and a lot of work that goes in this region to making training work. We even have the government sharing outbreaks directly with the trainers and saying, look, we've had an outbreak, let's all talk about it. How can we get that back into our training material? One of my hats is working in an awarding body where we liaise with the government and they say, look, we've had a problem with salmonella, what are you going to do about it? We build an activity into our training material, that goes out to the trainers. So there's a lot of really good stuff that goes on in the UAE that I don't think everybody's always aware of. Having said that, training isn't the entire solution to food safety. So yes, the training is good, in some cases excellent, there's a lot of good things, it can still be improved. But the other side of that is that food safety requires on a lot more than training. So there's that broader context of when someone has been trained, what happens after that.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to also talk about later. You guys are brilliant. Okay, Leah.
I think for a training to be really successful, it's not about having a certificate of completion of a training, not even to have an exam after the training and we have completed. It's the training is excellent and completed when we see the right behavior in the food industry, when we see the correct implementation of food safety practice. And if we don't see this, we need to go back to this training and to see how we can improve it. So a real excellent training is a training that have clear objective, clear learning outcome, interactive teaching, feedback to go back and improve it. So it's a journey of continual improvement.
Yeah, and that's interesting because that's come up again and again, that it has to be a journey without kind of being corny. You don't get to that destination straight away. It's a lifelong journey. So your experience of training is from Canada, and I think it's going to be very different from, well, what Richard and what Joe was telling us about. But you would say, and we've moved on a bit here from our poll, but I think you would probably say it was also excellent.
I see training as a continuum. Now, I am based in Canada, but I do have projects in countries around the world, Vietnam, Cambodia, Peru, Jamaica, Barbados. And so with that in mind, training is a continuum in that you are going to be in a discrete space learning something, but then there's the aspect of application within the workplace. And unless there's that understanding of the continuum, for example, we raised this question at lunchtime. I could learn how to wash my hands with a hands-free sink, but the moment I walk in and my sink is now on a foot pedal, my training needs to go through that continuum, and someone has to then do the assessment at the workplace. And that, I think, is really important, that we're following through that. Just because someone walks in with a certificate of completion or some sort of credential does not necessarily mean they have the site-specific occupational task to be able to fulfill the training that they had accomplished. So everyone has a role to play in training.
And that is a perfect segue to our next poll, which is asking the question, in your experience, do you see staff put what they have taught into practice? Now here we're talking about a continuum, so I didn't add that to the poll, which I should have done, and next time I ask it, I shall do that. But do they put that into practice? And I'm Richard, let's just go to you quickly while those answers come up, because what are some of the reasons that people don't implement what they have learned?
The main reason is going to be the culture within the organisation. That's the main reason in practice. So, wearing my inspection hat, I've seen many businesses that are not really ensuring that what the people have got has been actually implemented. So it's, in a lot of cases it's not. And that's usually, not always, but sometimes it's down to the fact that we don't train the managers. So we're training all the food handlers, and everybody makes that mistake that every country just about goes and trains all the food handlers and doesn't require the managers to be trained in the legislation in practice. And that's certainly the case in the UK. So that's one of the reasons. As I've said, within the organisation, if many companies, not all companies, only train because it's a legal requirement. And we often get to say, look, we've got this fantastic training course for you that will benefit you on allergens or something, and somebody would turn around and say, well, is it a legal requirement? No. Oh, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not saying that's everybody, but a lot of people are not interested unless it's a legal requirement. And then the problem becomes, is that being enforced? And how is it being enforced? Because if, as we've said, the implementation is the most important thing, then the implementation is only tested by observation. And what's happening is many auditors and inspectors are going round, particularly in the UK, and saying, are your staff trained? Yes. Here's a certificate. Okay, that's one tick off. Because we were saying this morning, the problem is the auditors don't have sufficient time. And so they don't have time to stand and watch and observe and see what things are happening. So that's another problem. But there are lots of different problems why training is not implemented effectively within the workplace. And that's from inspecting thousands and thousands of businesses.
Okay, and so Richard just said that one of the top thing you mentioned, and I don't know if it is your top issue, but is cultural in an organisation.
Generally speaking, yes. If the organisation is only interested in complying with the legislation, then they'll do the minimum amount. Whereas what you want is somebody that is really interested in improving food safety and believes in the importance of the training. As was said, that when people see it as a requirement, not something to enjoy or something that's what you want.
But surely it needs to be a requirement as well.
It needs, yes, because that's the first stage. Most people won't do it if it's not a requirement.
Okay, so who agrees? So sorry to interrupt. Who agrees with Richard then that training doesn't necessarily take off? Sorry, I can't see everybody, so I'm sitting, I'm perched myself up here. Do you agree with Richard that it really has to be made part of the culture of company or food company to get training off the ground? Is that one of the essential elements, would you say? Barbara?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it was said well, Joe said it well, that training is just part of it. It's culture, it's organization. Aim made a great point, how do we look at the situation? So I agree with Richard 100%. It has to be more than just a box you tick.
Okay, so Joe, I'd just like to come to you then, because you've collected and analysed a lot of data on low-scoring features of training areas. So what else have you been seeing?
So we've assessed tens of thousands of organizations in the context of their organizational culture, most of the food organizations, and training is one of the components that we assess, one of the 20. And we look at a few different measures. We look at the frequency people are training to find out how often it's happening. We look at whether it has a practical impact. We look at whether it's providing new knowledge. We look at whether it's enjoyable. So we look at different dimensions of training, and we sit that within the context of people being empowered, rewarded, the facilities, the management, all of the rest of it. And one of my colleagues is in the room, actually, and she always finds it really fascinating that the enjoyment always comes at the bottom, because to us, training, all of us, I think, I can speak for us, it's so fun, it's so great, and you do that training session where everyone's engaged and passionate, and you think, how could it be the least enjoyable? How could that be the part that's the hardest to achieve? So, and I think that probably does come back to the fact that for some people it's an obligation, something that they just have to do. So I think that when we look at frequency, it's very varied. Managers are normally at the bottom. Again, as Richard said, that's supported by the data. Enjoyment is low, and practical impact is usually lower as well. So the new information is normally a little bit higher up the scale, and then the practical impact and the enjoyment is usually a little bit further down. So yeah, lots to learn about how people are feeling and evaluating their own training in their own organizations there.
So I guess we'll look at this later, but so making training enjoyable, extrapolating from what you've said, has to be a priority in any training program?
I think that's what brings the passion. Training, if you're in a university, fine, it's often about imparting knowledge. Great, you don't need to enjoy yourself to impart knowledge. If you want to change someone's mind, if you want to get them to change their behavior, there's got to be a bit more to it. There's got to be a bit more of a magical moment, a light bulb, something just bigger and deeper has to happen. And quite a lot of people know me because I live here in Dubai, and they know I come from a very crazy family where both my parents were food safety trainers from 50 years back. And I remember being a young teenager and my mum coming in the door and getting angry phone calls from business managers saying, my cleaning bill's gone up, my paper towel bill's gone up, will you stop telling all these food workers to basically form mini unions and start demanding more this, more that, and just the excitement that would generate, that you're actually getting to people's hearts and minds and affecting change in an organization. So for me, that passion, that's always been like a key component of a training that you want to have a real world impact.
And so let's just raise your hands for people who are trainers and people who have received training. How important do you think enjoyment is in terms of that training? And I think enjoyment, engagement, sparking a passion. Raise your hands. Okay, so I think we've got general agreement on that point, which brings me to Layal, because Layal, in terms of traditional training, and I think maybe we're putting traditional training methods to one side more and more today. What would you say is the problem? Why are learners not engaged?
We have a lot of limitation with the traditional way we do teaching. I will focus for the sake of time on 3 important ones. I will address them through 3 thinking questions I will address to the audience. So the first one, what do you remember from what you learned at school or at university? Please raise your hand if you feel very confident about what you learned.
Oops.
That's good. So this is the first challenge, retention of the information. We are receiving a lot of information. Maybe they are useful, maybe they are not, but we are not retaining them. Second question, how useful were those information for you? Did you raise your hand if you find there is a gap between the theory and the practice? Okay, so this is the second challenge, a gap between theory and the practice. Third question, how engaged and motivated were you? And this is what you just asked, and you already answered this question. There are many limitations, but those are 3 important ones.
Thank you, and thank you very much for participating. And so then I guess, Amy, my question for you is, what are we doing then? How are we trying to connect with our learners now, and how would that inform what we should be doing in some respects?
Richard raises the point of when is it a regulatory requirement? In many countries, training is not required to enter the food sector. If you are going to be a food handler in a food service operation or in a food manufacturing, if you are an entry-level worker, in many cases, training is not required. And therefore, it then is incumbent on the culture of the organization to either enforce it and reinforce it, or do you identify the outliers who are self-selected and motivated? And because I work a lot with open education resources, these are within the non-formal sector of training, where they're just resources that are put out there for the common good, for democratic access, because we see that the food sector is essential for our humanity. And it's really fascinating for me because while I've had tens of thousands of hits on my content, it's uncommon to get any feedback because it's a static piece, well, static's perhaps the wrong term. There's a lot of interactive modalities, H5P, video content, etc. And it's rare when you get those letters or those email messages from people who say, I did this module and it changed my life. I got a letter from a young person in Bangladesh who said, I did your whole module on nutrition labeling. I now provide a service to the company that I had been working at as a general worker, and now I'm advanced and have become their labeling specialist. Another person who was a night worker, working as a cleaner in a factory in Texas, wrote to me and said, I've been doing the sanitation shift for the longest time. I watched your modules on food safety management and GMP, and now I'm a supervisor on the day shift, and this is a transformative thing. Where does that motivation come from? Is it an external negative motivator like the regulatory systems, or is it an internalized motivator? That, finding those people who have that internal motivation to just go and learn is rare, but when we find them, it's magical. How do we create cultures where people actually care about the food system?
It's amazing. This is turning into quite a deep conversation, and I quite like it. So, in a very brief, and I'm sorry if it's too brief, but so we're saying culture is important.
Yes.
Training has to be enjoyable and engaging and make you feel passionate about what you're doing. You don't want it to make it a requirement. You know, it doesn't have to be like ticking a box, I've done this training, and people then don't really want to do it. And I guess it has to be meaningful, and there has to, you as a trainer, you want to have feedback to be told what is going right, and I guess also what's going wrong. But now I'm going to hand over to Barbara, who's going to do the difficult bit, because I'd like you to kind of draw all these pieces together and in some respects transition from the problems in a training process and how we can become critical of that process and start changing things and turning things around.
Well, the first step is to become very brave, because it's very hard. It takes a lot of bravery to look at what we're doing and say, what we're doing may not be good enough. What I'm doing may not be good enough. When I see somebody who's doing something similar to what I do, and it's better than what I do, my first response is not always, good for them. My first response is always a little bit of disappointment that I wasn't better. So we have to get over that hump, and we have to feel ready to make what we're going to do better. So it's very brave for all of us to be here, I think, and be open to that. So I think hearing criticism, you can probably tell I trend a bit towards being an optimist. And so when I hear criticism, it's not always something that I'm able to easily take in and improve. But that kind of criticism is critical for us to understand what we're doing. So for me, what it all comes down to is design. Design, design, design. How do we design with all of these things, the areas that we're each talking about that were really important to us? It's critical in design. Are we trying to get them to learn how to wash their hands? Or are we trying to get them to understand the critical points that they need to wash their hands? Or are we trying to get them to understand what's going to make washing their hands difficult when they get into the job? So I think looking at those sort of things are important. And then for me, I would also say the trend I have heard multiple times over this conference is the idea of empowerment, that we want our learners to learn how to do a thing. We want them to learn the processes for doing the thing, but one of the better measures of a training program is, can they do it? Do they know what they're doing? Can they do it at the right time? And do they feel like they are special, that they are the ones, they have the power to make the difference? And if we can imbue them with that empowerment, if we can help them understand that it's all up to you, you have the power, I think to me that's what would be most exciting about a program.
Okay, well, this is where I think Joanne and Amy come in, and I'd like you to comment on that. So, as a psychologist, how do you create that empowerment? How do you empower the trainers who then impart that empowerment on the people who are learning with them?
So, within a training course, the trainer can utilize psychological theory within the training course. So, the first step is, what can you do within the confines that you have before thinking of the broader context? So when you know what you need to get across and you know why you need to get it across, what's the best way? And I think a good takeaway for any trainer is to make it as real as possible. You know, we have outbreaks happening, sadly, every day. We have outbreaks with incredibly significant, serious consequences, loss of life happening around the world because of foodborne disease. So taking the closest examples that you can and bringing them in, it not only increases risk awareness, where people start to actually think, oh God, like this isn't just about something really boring, this is about something really serious, but also starts to build in the simple practical things that could have averted that. So that people start to learn risk and they also start to learn controls. So utilizing that idea of heightening people's sense of risk, I think is something that people can adopt in a training environment. In an organization, of course, it gets bigger and more complex because you have to think about then how to empower and recognize people when they exhibit the attitudes and behaviors that you have trained them in, or that you wanted to train them in. So somebody does something. This is a big question I get into quite a lot with organizations. Should I recognize someone for just doing their job? But that's their job. What? Why are you saying I need to recognize them for doing their job? But the fact is, as we know from psychological theory, without the recognition step, they might have done the job that time, but you're not sending a positive message to that person or all the people around them that that's actually the behavior you're looking for. You're not giving them that elevated status for having performed the behavior. So in the organization, that empowerment recognition piece is really, really important for the individuals. So I think the psychology runs all through it, but there I say the two big takeaways I would say from in the training and in the organization.
And it's really interesting because that recognition aspect, for anybody who has kids here, don't you do the same thing with your kids? They do something well and you're like, hey, that was really good. You might not say the same well.
If anyone's got a husband, this is what I always say when I'm training. Like, you want them to do the dishwasher again? You're going to say nothing? Really? We all know differently.
So now the interesting thing is, I think, because Amy's training is very different. A lot of the training you do in Canada, you're telling me, is online. So
Yes.
how does that translate online? How do you empower the trainer? There's far fewer of them, if I remember rightly, and they teach far more people proportionately. So how does that dynamic work?
So, for example, one of the programs that I've been involved in is called Skills Training Across Canada. And if you can imagine, Canada is the second largest country in the whole world, and our population is actually quite small and very dispersed, other than a few urban centers. And so, how do we deal with this training? We have to be really, really deliberate about what are the skills that are convergent and are delivered consistently time and time again. And we can make that into online training that has a lot of different interactive elements, H5P, video, formative assessment, cumulative assessment, that allows the participant to repeat that learning until they feel that they have a strong level of mastery of that skill. We spent a lot of time when designing, have my prop here. It's our learning recognition framework where we interviewed hundreds of workers across the country in their current state, plus foresighting to say, what are those skills? If you haven't met our friends at Food Processing Skills, they have some of these posters. It's also interactive. Each box has hundreds of different occupational competencies, all walk through an occupational task assessment. So how do we do this? Each of those learning outcomes then becomes learning content in modules that is repositioned in multiple ways. We ask questions about rigor and relevance. Is this a skill that you just kind of need to know and have a low-level learning taxonomy? Or is this a skill that's critical that you need to have repeated and seen from a wide variety of different scenarios to be able to have a mastery skill set at a much higher Bloom's taxonomy? Those of you nodding, going, yeah, I got that magic word in there. But we have to think very discreetly about what is convergent learning. So what are these skills that are consistently done the same way? And then when it comes to now interpreting it in the real world, we have to work with supervisors, we have to work with managers, and we have a secondary skills training across Canada program that's specifically targeted to them, which talks about how do you go about now assessing competency in the workplace? How do you go about doing the continuing coaching and mentoring necessary for the success of those workers? And that is, well, it's also online learning, but with more of the one-on-one mentoring and coaching from some of our expert trainers at Food Processing Skills.
Okay, so that's a very effective way, as you were saying, of democratizing learning as well, because you can actually access a lot of people. Now, you emphasized a lot the issue of interactive learning, and this is where I bring in Leal, because you are kind of our technology expert on our panel. And in terms of gaming and issues like that, what are your kind of solutions that you are putting into play?
Yes. In order to answer this, we should first clarify the difference between active learning and passive learning.
Yes.
And passive learning is a traditional way where we have the audience sitting and listening, and you have the presenter talking. And the best that we can do in this scenario is that the audience will listen to us for 10, if we are amazing, 15 minutes, and then they will be switched off and thinking about something else. However, active learning is the process of engaging the audience in the learning process. Ideally, we want to use all their senses. They want to hear, to listen, to touch, to do. And that's why gaming can be considered an example of active learning. Why is that? We are in the game. We are playing. We are completing the module. We are doing the interactive game, the quizzes, in order to pass to the next step. We are applying the information immediately in a simulated real-world scenario. We have a story component. All the game is built as stories and interactive game, and we know that stories help us to retain information. We have the funny character in the game. We relate to them. They are funny. We retain the information. We have the reward and achievement. We complete something, we collect points, we collect badges, we have a sense of achievement and engagement. And all this address the challenges that we addressed in the first question.
And so does that happen alongside traditional teaching, as you were saying, or would you say that this kind of more gaming teaching and training can happen on its own?
It can be done both ways. It can be done in its own way. So this is one possible option. But also, I think that the ideal approach would be to have some blended training, where we still have some interaction with the trainer, formative assessment to make sure that the trainee got all what they needed. But yes, now there is an example done with the mental team, and it's completely independent and web-based.
Interesting. Okay, so this is where I'm going to bring in our voice of experience, and that is Richard. Because what I would like to know is, okay, so what I've heard during this conference about hybrid learning, which is kind of what we were mentioning, just having a bit of internet, online training, and training in person, hands-on, just online, just hands-on. Where do you position yourself to the most effective training that you have witnessed and seen?
That's $100 million question. Overall, at the moment, I'd say the most effective training that I've witnessed is from an experienced motivational trainer who knows his subject and knows the learners very well. The problem is we're finding that you've got good and bad examples, and you've got cheap and expensive examples of e-learning.
Yep.
And there's a lot on the market that is very bad. And I would ask the question, well, if it's cheap and so on, and sometimes you can have it free that is very good. I'm not saying that. I mean, our own government provides very good free e-learning training, but a lot of it, I look at the content and think, who on earth is giving all this misinformation? And that's all over the internet, and that worries me, that because people are in pursuit of the lowest prices now, that we're getting poor training. So it's not just a matter of, e-learning can be very good for certain things, in my view, certainly for refreshing knowledge on a regular basis is great, because you go on a course and then it might be some time before you ever do it again. You need to keep that information up to date, and e-learning on your mobile phone can be great for that. It can be great for people who fail exams and they need to pass an exam to get their job, and they keep failing, and you can't keep sitting on the course indefinitely, so they can do e-learning. And some e-learning is very, very good. But I haven't seen e-learning as motivational as a really good trainer. That's who you're asking, which is the best. But then again, unfortunately, we've got problems with trainers as well. And so we've got trainers who are giving out poor content. We've got trainers who are very knowledgeable but very boring. We've got so many variations, so you can't say one is the best or the other. There are very good examples of both, is where I'd say.
And this is a very practical question, but I was just wondering, because you're talking, there's a lot of e-learning available. Is there some sort of certification process? So when someone is looking for the best course, they know what to go for? Is there a website that groups all that people here could go to? Amy?
So with Food Processing Skills Canada, we just developed a ISO 17011 standard for accreditation of food systems training. And so we're just starting to implement that, and I know my friends have been talking to a lot of different individuals about that accreditation process. And it's very meticulous, it's very rigorous, because it does meet the ISO 17011 requirements. And the big challenge being, for small training operations to go through that process, the rigor required is quite exhaustive. So this is going to be one of our barriers. We found this in Canada when we were doing the pilot program, that a number of different organizations, including universities, going through that process said, this is taking a long time. We went with ISO because we knew that the rigor was going to be meeting all international standards, and we're asking the question, what would be a happy medium between that? Because inevitably, training needs to be accessible and democratically available, and it needs to meet rigor and relevant standards. However, if making accreditation is impossible because it's just too onerous, then because it's still voluntary, how are we going to be pushing that as an important part?
Yeah, and it's an important question. Well, look, I'm going to get, if we could possibly draw up the next couple of polls. The first one is, what is missing in training? And while that's coming up, I just wanted to quickly have a quick answer from each of you, where you stand on what Richard was saying. Richard was saying the best motivational learner will always, if it's a good learner, trainer, be better than an online course. Are people, when we're talking about technology, people worry about technology taking over. When it comes to learning, if you have the choice, is a person better than a computer?
That's such a hard question to answer, because the answer is, what do you think? And is your goal, I prefer hands-on. I'm a technology person, I make games. Hands-on learning is always best. But the best learning is the learning that your learner can have access to. And if that's at their own time because they're going to do it, because it's efficient, because they have maybe some kind of accessibility needs, or they're on the spectrum and in-person training is overwhelming. So that's why it takes 3,000 of us at this conference, right? Is you have to pick what's best for your learners. So it depends.
So it has to be customizable in some respects.
It's just for whatever audience.
For whatever, okay.
That's our job, is to figure that out for each of our individuals.
Nobody's going to give me a
No, it's too hard.
It's the right method for the
For the
group.
right-
I mean, 20 plus years ago, I worked on an online MSc program teaching HACCP. It was the only program in existence, so we had students from 40 countries who couldn't possibly have afforded to fly to the UK for us to teach them. It was at the time when I would say, touch your mouse, and some of them would go like that. You know, it was so long ago, we didn't even have the technology that we have now, and people didn't really understand how to use it, but it was all we had, and we made the best of it, and we did a good job at the time. Now it's come on so far. But the other thing, it's not just about what's available, it's about the learner. I used to think of myself as a young person, and I would think that I knew what the fresh ideas were, and I knew what the next thing was, and I had all these ideas, and I have to accept now I don't. There are people 20 years younger in the field bringing in new technologies and new ideas that suit younger learners now that wouldn't suit people my age. So I think also there are learners that, for different reasons, might actually benefit more from gaming than a motivational teacher in a class. So it also has to be about the learner as well as about the context and what's available.
Enter layout. So
There you go.
what do young people want then in terms of this question I was asking? Are they wanting more online, more gamification, or do they prefer the old-fashioned person, you know, the most motivational person in the room more?
Let's think what gaming, how it can empower them as learner, and maybe we're gonna test it and we get feedback to decide and answer better this question. I think that, in addition to what I just previously said about the advantage of gaming, it can empower them because it puts them in a simulated real-world environment. They are practicing in a safe environment, and this will give them more confidence. We cannot do this in a traditional training. Another aspect that gaming can provide them is it can make hard scientific concepts much easier. Imagine in food safety, we are talking about those microorganisms that we cannot see in the naked eyes. Cross-contamination. With gaming, we are able to do visualization to see those microorganisms, to see how they can be transferred from one surface to another. Another advantage, how gaming can empower those learners, is that the language barriers. We know in the food industry, the food handlers are coming from different nationalities, especially in UAE and in GCC countries. So imagine if the best approach is to give the trainer the training in the native language, because most of them, they don't speak English very well. The advantage of gaming and AI is that I can translate the training. So again, this will empower the training and maybe help us to improve what we are doing. Again, and also as you mentioned, we can do real-time feedback immediately. You learn, you apply, you get feedback, you correct it, and then you move on. We can have personalized feedback. Those things that we cannot do in a traditional way. How can we do that? So after you complete the training, you do an assessment, and using data analysis and AI, we can assess the gap for the specific trainer. Where did they miss out? We assess the gap, we give them recommendation. You have a gap in this module, they go and repeat it, other than repeating all the course. So there are some advantages that are worth to be explored. So let's try it. It's time to think outside the box, to try something new.
And I'm thinking back to what Barbara said, Amy, it's about design ultimately. If it's something that's well designed in person, well designed online, gamification, and you need to be able to take the time and, dare I say it, customize, as you were saying, layout for, well, maybe culture, depending where the training is taking place, and language and other issues that would come into that.
I resonate with what Lael was saying about using AI and rapid translation tools to be able to increase accessibility of content. Now, I'm lucky in that I do both formal education as well as non-formal training, and have the experience of working with so many different global audiences. Now, I find that the online learning works extremely well when it's very convergent content, where you know that this is the procedure that you follow, this is the equation that you perform, this is the process flow that you have to accomplish. And with there, then you're able to program for those rapid feedback cycles, those cumulative assessments formative assessments that are going through that process to make sure that people know what they're doing. Now, I also teach a lot in food innovation systems, and there it's really divergent because we're trying to increase like problem solving and creative thinking and stimulus, and doing formative assessment on that is really, really complicated because there's not one answer and there's not one pathway to do things. And there, going back to the engage through hybrid or engage through in-person makes far more sense, because we can introduce the concepts, but we can't take it to a mastery level without actually workshopping and hearing the ridiculous diversity of answers that people are going to come up with.
And okay, so I was just looking at our poll, and it's quite interesting because I think it very much reflects what you have all been saying. You know, it's too small to read on the panels, but basically 39, so nearly half, well, 40% of people said that what was missing in training is more hands-on, real-world scenarios. So that is where gamification can step in, but then it is also exactly as you were saying, Joe, that's what's required, I think, and also Richard, I think.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, and I'm a fan of e-learning, as I've said as well, but you can't bespoke it to the small and medium-sized businesses because it's too expensive for that. You may be able to do it for a large organisation, so you can do generic food safety, that's fine. You also, although there are moves afoot to look at type of questions, every course that I can think I've been on, people have got specific questions that they want that should just bespoke for them. And again, that's what you can get from a personal, knowledgeable trainer. As I've said, it's got to be a good trainer who knows the knowledge. And in terms of experience, again, an experienced motivational trainer who actually has worked in the industry and been in the industry can give their own life stories of many things that have happened to actually illustrate a point asked, which gamification at the moment couldn't possibly cover everything because they don't know what it's going to be. So, yeah, as I said, they've both got advantages and disadvantages, but I would still say that overall, at the present time, especially for medium and small businesses, that if you can get an experienced trainer that is motivational, then that's going to give you the best results. I wait for when gamification and e-learning can actually answer questions as well that are bespoke to the individual and the organisation.
Okay, so we're going to hand this over to you in a few moments to take some questions. But before we do that, I basically want to find out from you some tips that you can share with everybody about how you empower a trainer, how you empower a learner. Because I heard the word empowerment, and that's what apparently it's all about. So what are your tips that you can share with people here? Barbara.
I wanted to add to something Lyle said. You did such a great job of talking about the affordances of games and what games can do. And there's two additional things that they can do. There's many additional things they can do, but two I want to mention. One is the idea of safe failure, and the other is unlimited patience. A game or something like that will let you fail as many times as you need. You're not actually going to kill anybody in the game if you get it wrong. And it's unlimitedly patient to let you do it and try it again. So at the end, you feel not only that you have mastered this content, but you feel good about yourself for seeing your progress and feeling confident. So for me, I would say it's feedback to let people see their progress, and then it's the emotional stories or some kind of an emotional content to help them realize they have the power to do this well.
Yeah, I agree, because when I've done a lot of learning, and I don't know about you, but you know, if I've been in, for example, a lecture situation, it sometimes has gone over my head. And the beauty of doing something online is you can actually press pause and rewind if necessary,
And
speaking in
nobody
old
judges you.
language. But
nobody knows that you had to watch it twice. You get to just see it twice, and you're okay. No judgment.
and that is empowering. What about you, Joe?
So I mentioned earlier about real examples, and I think that's the big one. But the other thing I would say is active demonstration. So food safety is a very practical subject. It's a very real life subject. And so I don't think I've ever been in a training situation where I couldn't find something that could involve demonstration. And because the best way of learning is by teaching, sharing the teacher role. So if you give your students the opportunity to teach something back through demonstration as an example, you tick so many boxes, it doesn't cost anything. I've done courses with people where they have to use anything in the room to do a food safety demonstration. It's funny, it's silly, but if you do it properly, you get them teaching content back to you in a fun way with real things that they can touch and feel. So, there's little examples that doesn't cost anything, and with a bit of practice, getting those into the training. So you could do an example on if there was something you're worried about, a particular activity, cleaning, let's say cleaning. You could ask your students to teach a high-risk and a low-risk cleaning scenario for you, but they have to make the props. So you give everybody 20 minutes, they make some props, and they have to come in and they say, this is a high-risk situation, here's how we would clean, and they explain why. This is a low-risk situation, this is how we would clean. Very simple, but a year from then, if you ask them about the differences they'll probably remember, because they remember teaching it as well as doing it. So I think often, even if we're limited on time and budget, we can bring in lots of different ideas to make training a bit more memorable and a bit more engaging and empowering, because they're also the confidence of them doing it and being told, yes, you did a good job as the teacher.
Yeah, and I suppose there must be some sort of, I suppose through doing it, it somehow must imprint itself in your brain in a different way. What about you, Leah?
I would say that it's time to think outside the box. We cannot keep doing the same thing day after day and expect different results. This is the definition of insanity. We need innovation. Technology can be helpful. However, technology can be helpful only if we use it in the right way. What is the right way to use technology? The right way is to make it combined with science. I can share with you how we did it. When we did the gaming, we didn't start by the technology at all. We start by the food code. We started by the scientific reference. This is how we started. And then we started imagining how this hard concept can be transformed into stories, into games. We wrote around 600 in IDD design, instructional design material. Then we transformed them into game. And then we translate the game, we reviewed the game to see what we missed in the translation. And only when we do a systematic and meticulous approach, technology can help us to impact learner and to change the future of training.
Amy.
I think my biggest empowerment message is name the skill. And that's empowering both for the student, or the participant in the training, to be able to say, at the end of this training, using CBET or competency-based education and training theory, at the end of this module, at the end of this, I will be able to do this. And using that active verb and being really deliberate, I will be able to perform this skill. I will be able to do this. I will be able to examine or investigate or analyze this. And being so deliberate about naming it, I think, is part of empowerment. Likewise, when we're working with training of trainers, when they see all these frameworks and they go, oh, I need to be able to teach and demonstrate all of these different skills. When they've got organized frameworks like what we've been working on, suddenly they're able to go in as trainers and say, I know how to do that. I feel really good about that. But likewise, walking outside of the ego and saying, wait a sec, I don't know how to deliver against this. Many times our trainers are in that cognitive bias to say, yeah, I'm a trainer, I know how to do everything. Nobody knows how to do everything. I've been doing this for 20 years and I don't know how to do everything. But when I start to build these validated tools with all of these named skills in these organizational task assessments, I'm able to step outside of my ego and my pride as a researcher in this area and say, I actually don't know how to do that. So how can I upgrade my skill as a trainer so that I'm authentically delivering against that and feel really good about the delivery that I'm doing. And so this tool, I think, has been one of my favorite things that has transformed how we do training around the world.
Amazing. Okay, well, look, let's get our next poll up. And our next poll was, what is food training really good at? Now, let's see. I don't know if this is there's going to be much concordance of what we've been saying. It'd be great if I could multitask and rewrite the polls as we're discussing, but I haven't gotten to that yet. But we had issues of awareness, procedures, accountability, prevention, and possible crisis management situations. And here we found awareness and prevention as the top answers. And, well, there's not much surprise in that, is there? That's really what we'd be thinking. Okay, so we'll pause it there, unless we have something we particularly... Oh, go on, Amy.
Well, for me, as an andragogical design specialist, but a food scientist first, I see the word awareness, and when we think about teaching and learning, first off, we have that knowledge and awareness, that foundation. If you think of it as a big triangle, this is what we call Bloom's taxonomy. Awareness is the baseline for competency, but it doesn't mean that people can apply it. It doesn't mean they can use it in a meaningful way to do problem solving or analysis or use it in complex, unknown ways. And so I'm not surprised that awareness is there because it's the foundation of virtually all training tools that are out there. Really good training pushes people into the space of, I can apply and do this skill. And in some cases, we actually have to be deliberate about the task or the element of performance that trainee needs to do and push them into a level of mastery where they can actually use it in complex and unknown ways on a routine basis. Awareness doesn't do that necessarily.
I agree. You have to almost... Oh, go on, Leah.
I think any training, an ideal training, should address two main components, the why and the how. Sometimes we tend directly to tell the employee how to do it. You measure the temperature this way, you do it this way. But if they don't know the why, it's very hard. Why is that? Because all the tasks that we do in food safety are repetitive and annoying. You need to take the temperature every 5 minutes, every half an hour, every 2 hours from a food handler. Why? Are you punishing me? So why the temperature should be 75, not 74? However, when they know that those tasks can save the life of another person, they would be more willing to apply this knowledge. Then they are ready to know and to learn how to take the minimum internal temperature, how to record the sheet, why it's important to stay outside the danger zone, and so on.
Such useful information. Thank you very much. So do we have any questions in the room? If we do have any questions, do raise your hand. We don't have any on the app just yet. So we do have a question just there in the middle of the room. We should have a microphone somewhere that I think will be coming down to you. While we're waiting for the microphone, I'm going to go back into this little hornet's nest we had over lunch. It wasn't a hornet's nest, but qualification over qualities. Would you say it is more important to have qualifications to become a successful food safety manager or inspector, or is it better as a trainer to look for the qualities in that person? Richard.
Yeah, I don't think the word was quality, it was skill.
Skill,
and
okay.
we were looking at qualification versus skill. If we say qualification versus competency, then what I would want as a business is competency, undoubtedly. But it's difficult to sell competency when you're looking for a job. And therefore, for the individual, probably a qualification is better at least of getting you shortlisted for a job. So that's the thing. The company needs competency. The individual needs a qualification for career progression.
So yes, I suppose in a real-world example, qualifications still are the best way to find the right person if you're looking for somebody who's received the right training.
To shortlist people, normally you'd be looking at qualification because you haven't got time to assess people's competency.
Yeah.
But before you appoint somebody, then you're looking for competency. So, and that's what any job, when we're applying, when we're advertising jobs of any type, not just food safety, the first one we're looking at experience and how well the CV is written and so on, and what qualifications they've got. That gets them to the actual shortlisted. But then you're looking for competency. So competency at the end of the day is what should be assessed to determine whether somebody's successful.
Do you agree?
So when I wrote an article in Food in Canada magazine about this specific topic, in that I agree 100% that competency is, if you read many of the different GFSI codes, they're asking for competency. However, employers use that qualification, but we have to, as employers or managers who are hiring, also go through a reflective practice and say, what are the appropriate qualifications that are necessary? So, is it a certificate from, I don't know, I saw NSF was here, or Highfields? Is that the appropriate qualification? Could it be a diploma or degree from a higher education institute? What we have found in Canada in particular is that there's a bias towards a very narrow range of training organizations. And meanwhile, there are a lot of excellent training organizations that are providing either formalized or non-formal education or training that fulfills the competency requirement, but the hiring groups are saying, well, we will only accept a certificate, an 8-hour training from NSF or something like that as the requirement for this job. Meanwhile, this person maybe has hundreds of hours from their higher education institution in the same skill set. And the employers are saying, nope, that doesn't count. You have to take 8 hours at NSF.
But then I suppose that, well, without going to, again, back into this discussion, I suppose that helps Richard, in some respects, sort through a pile of CVs that you receive in your inbox. But listen, let's receive this question. And just before we get our question, I want you to think of your conclusion. And your conclusion is going to be to impart and share, as I was saying, a tip, but one tip, to make training practices better. That is not going to cost the earth either. Something people can do, and just one thing, because we'll probably have a variety, and I apologize to the person who's at the end of the line, because they may have said it already. But let's grab the question, sorry. Do we have the microphone yet? Thank you. Would you be able to tell us who you are and where you're from?
Yeah. Hi, this is Dr. Veena. I'm from India. So my observation in our training, like, let me give you input, like, we do trainings in food safety and QHSC. We would have completed more than 30,000 trainings the last year. But one thing which I understood, or from the feedback, what we understood, that majority of the trainings are like, people are feeling it good to know, but not need to know of the hour. So this is one, objective, like we started revisiting our training programs and things like that. If there is any good suggestion or a way forward, it will be a great stuff. Thank you.
So that was more of a comment than a question. So was that, so from what you were saying, do you agree that in some respects, and I think it's what you, I can't remember who was saying actually, that it was Leal, you've got to know the why and the how. Why are you doing it? How are you doing it? Good to know, need to know. And so that, again, we have some convergence on our panel. Do you agree? I can't see why not.
The problem is we've changed a lot of our qualifications because people were putting in things that weren't relevant to the job. I'll give you a typical example. Some qualifications have a lot of microbiology in the food safety qualifications. At level 2 and level 3, we've taken those out. We were finding that people knew every characteristic of salmonella, which is almost irrelevant to a food handler, but couldn't know how to cool food safely. It's just an example. So yes, I'm with you if you're saying we're looking at what they need to know to do the job, and that's what you need to focus on and keep repeating. What is necessary to produce safe food, because that's the objective.
Beautifully put. Do we have any more questions in the room? I believe not. So in that case, let's close off. Oh, we do? I'm a little short-sighted, so I do apologize.
Hi. Rance Baker, National Environmental Health Association. Hi, Isabel.
Hi.
No matter how much fun the training is, the bottom line is it remembered? Are any of you working on the concept of long-term knowledge retention studies to be able to determine whether these trainings you're actually creating are having a long-term knowledge retention ability with the people that are taking the trainings? Thank you.
Is anybody?
Well, I was just thinking that the only thing I know about that is the forgetting curve, which says that whatever, on average, the majority of people within a week forget 90% of what they've been taught. Now, that is research that's on the internet that people can look at. And therefore, how you combat that is important. And to my way of thinking, that's why training on the job is even more essential than training in the classroom or outside, because it's got to be repeated, it's got to be reinforced, and you've got to recognize people that are applying good food safety standards. That recognition becomes part of the empowerment, and that's what we've got to concentrate on. It's also what's going to be one of my tips for taking away, that we need to concentrate on businesses ensuring that what they've been taught, people implement. And I think everybody's been saying that all the time.
Okay, well, look, let's close off our panel. Oh, no, go on, Leah, sorry. I'm always just too hasty.
I would say now what we expect, how we expect gaming would help to improve the retaining of information. First, we are doing the thing because we are applying the information immediately. We are using story to retain information. We are using the character, the engagement. We are using the active learning, the feedback, the quizzes. So far, I cannot give data, numbers, because we just launched the program. But from the preliminary assessment, we have like 20% improve on the retention and in the learning outcome, but hopefully in the next conference, we will have more data and evidence to see how those trainings are able to improve the retention and the learning outcomes.
You have to tell us next year to see if how that information has been retained. So I believe we have one more question that we can take, and then we will have to close. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for that good question, Rance.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Russell. I'm from Dubai Airports. It's just like something about related to the question on retention, on knowledge retention. Because nowadays, as we all know, as Lee have mentioned earlier, that the lessons that we have learned way back in school might not be easily recalled at the moment. Would you recommend, or do you believe in the aspect or on the concept of providing quick write guides and quick reference guides in each of the food service industries? Especially so because training doesn't end in one particular venue. It should always be continuous anywhere else where they should go. So do you recommend the probability of having those quick write guides and quick reference guides?
Very practical question. Thank you very much. Yes.
I'm a firm believer in poke-yoke, which is one of those Japanese manufacturing concepts to make the system impossible to fail. Poke-yoke quite literally means idiot-proof. But I always say everyone who comes to work is a good person and has sincere desire to be there. So I do not like the term, but that's quite literally what it is. Visual operating procedures, having quick guides that are laminated and on the wall, these are wonderful ways to make sure that the system is mistake-proof. And then that becomes that quick point that a supervisor, a manager can walk in and quickly point and say, this is what we need to do, making sure that those tools then are also accessible within the language and the visual requirements so that people can interpret them within their learning space. So if it needs to be in multiple languages, do it. If it needs to be a visual, make it into photographs. Don't make it all in words. Make it into images. That way, we are working across that entire systematic approach to make sure that mistakes do not happen and that we can quickly retrain with 20, 30 seconds of point. That's what you need to do. Remember, let's keep on referring to it.
So they work.
They do.
Fantastic. Okay, so I am now going to attempt to close our panel. And I will ask you all, if you could, just to impart then some actionable change, one actionable change that any trainer here could put into practice in the short term. I'm not saying it can happen immediately, to change the way their training is carried out, implemented, retained, how they empower the people they're teaching, all the things we've been discussing. Barbara, you're nodding at me, so I'm going to start with you.
Okay. Don't design for delivery, design for change. Don't design for delivery, design for change. And always think of your user. How are they going to be different after your training than they are now? And design for that change. They aren't receptacles to be filled. They are whole people bringing their whole selves to the interaction. Design for their change.
Beautifully put and lovely and succinct. Jo.
So I've done a few practical things for trainers so far, so I'll say something a little bit different now, which is about the organization, and that's know your culture. And I think the last two comments and questions feed into that. Training is here. We have systems, we have organizational values, we have communication, we have reward systems, we have so many different component parts of an organization. So know your culture, know where training fits into it, and understand how what happens day to day can block or support what's happened in the training. Final thing in that, talk to the trainees, because there's a lot of information they have that can help you, and that doesn't require a big study. Amazing big studies are happening, but you can also just talk to your trainees as well. That'll give you a lot of insight into what's working and what's not. Sorry, that was loads of things, but I'll
No, but
stop there.
it was very clear, which is what I love. Richard.
I think make your training practical, and relevant to the organisation. That's very important. I think we've got to train managers, emphasis training managers, and finally we've got to have effective food safety training requirements in legislation and enforcement of that to get a level playing field.
Again, you're such a clever, fantastic panel. Amy.
Name the skill. And that drives back to competency-based education and training theory, in that when you're naming and listing out those skills and turning into active verbs, then the trainee knows exactly what they can do at the end, and you as the trainer know exactly what you need to deliver, what you know, what you need to learn so that you can authentically deliver it.
Fantastic. Leah.
Again, think outside the box, think innovation, combine technology with science. Our goal in food safety should go beyond certification. Our goal is to save the life of people. And only when they set the bar very high, the worst that we can do, hopefully, is to meet the certification requirements.
Thank you very much. I don't need to conclude this panel. You've concluded it so beautifully, even though I was just taking notes. A big, big hand of applause, please, for Richard, Barbara, Jo, Leal, and Amy. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good coffee break. So over the last 3 days, we have had the pleasure and the privilege of hearing so much expertise and knowledge and learning from that. Well, I'd like to invite somebody now who has a long career in food safety at the international level, working at the United Nations, the WHO, World Health Organization, and the FAO, who's going to draw a lot of the key issues and draw them together, these issues that we've been hearing about here, and in this upcoming keynote, give us a few more of these valuable nuggets of information. So please do join me in welcoming Peter Benbarek, who has come all the way from Denmark to be with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you for attending this last session. I would like, of course, to thank the organizer, in particular Bobby and his team, for inviting me here. I believe that, like me, you found this week extremely exciting and inspiring in terms of all the new ideas and knowledge that we've heard. I'm going to try to draw on many years of experience working at the international level in food safety, and also picking on some of the things we heard this week, which I think are extremely important for us moving forward. And I will try to focus on a few items that I feel are key in terms of looking forward in terms of how to address food safety in the coming years. We've heard a lot of talks the whole week about trying to look into the future, trying to identify how food safety will look like in the coming years and what will be the issue we are going to deal with. I will try to talk about some of the same things, but from different angles, trying to bring it back to things that are a little bit more manageable, perhaps, and perhaps draw some, or try to find some key challenges that are behind many of the issues we've discussed this week. Before moving on, if you look at the background pictures, it's a mix of pictures from primary production, just there to illustrate how diverse our primary production systems have become. When we talk about agriculture today, it's not just a field planted with one commodity. The systems are extremely complex, very different from one part of the world to the next, and even next to each other, each posing different issues and challenges in terms of addressing food safety later on in the chain. So if we start about looking at what's in our food, to me, it has always been a huge question for me. How can we work and prepare so much food without really knowing what's in it? Here I've tried to illustrate it with a world map illustrating how much we know about what's in our food. I know it's a little bit extreme, but I think it's not far from reality. Some producers, some companies have a fairly good continuous idea of what they're dealing with when they're moving commodities and products through their processing lines. But in the overall picture, we don't have a good picture of what's in our food in terms of contaminants and the like. We don't have a picture of how all the serotypes and genotypes of Salmonella are moving across the globe, across our different commodities, for example. We don't have a picture of how is aflatoxins in nuts moving throughout seasons in different parts of the world when nuts are produced. And we should have that kind of pictures. Working in the dark is, to me, a mystery that has been going on for so long. We can't continue to do that. In particular, because we are generating billions of data points every year through testing. When you talk to companies selling tests and media for tests, and you look at their figures, we're talking about billions and billions of tests being conducted every year around the globe. And these data are not used to their full potential. So what should we do and what will we do? I'm sure we will have to do it. We can't continue as we have done so far. We can have a much better picture of what's in our food. As I said, data already being generated by the billions. It's a question of making good use of them. A lot of companies, a lot of data generator use one data point for a single use, validating a test, accepting or refusing a lot. But the combined value of all these individual tests is lost because they're not shared, they're not combined, and we're losing the metadata around each of these data points. Some sectors are doing a much better job. If you talk to Coca-Cola or PepsiCo or some of these companies dealing with one major ingredient, which is water, they know more or less what's in all the water sources of the globe at any given point in time. They have built systems generating inline measurements of a whole range of contaminants in all the water sources they are using across the globe. And they know exactly what's in there because they can't survive a failure of one of these sources for their main ingredients. So it can be done, and it should be expanded. We heard today and yesterday examples of data now being shared, companies going together and starting to find ways of sharing data. But we have to expand that, and in particular, we have to make sure that it doesn't become a series of small, isolated silo systems. We need, perhaps, ideally, one big global, neutral, and trusted environment where data can be shared and used for everyone's benefit. We need that. I don't know if it's an international agency, who can do that, but we need to find a model to share all this data for the benefit of everybody. We have also now access to whole genome sequencing machines and systems and train personnel around the world. Before COVID, remember, when we were advocating for whole genome sequencing to be used much more, everywhere you heard the same, sorry, it's expensive, we don't have the staff to train them, etc., etc. Post-COVID, we have thousands and thousands of sequencing machines sitting all over the world. And because we don't do so much COVID sequencing anymore, there is a huge capacity there, and the food sector should jump on this opportunity to make use of the qualified staff and the systems in place in many of these environments. The window of opportunity is very short because many of the trained staff will move on and do something else if we're not retaining them and for that purpose. Remember, during COVID, we could follow the genetic changes of the strains across the globe almost as it was happening. And we should be able to do the same with many of our traditional contaminants. We should also look at what has been done in other sectors. Let's be much more open in terms of who we talk to. Weather forecast, for example. We all take for granted on our phones the free apps that tells us how the weather will look like in the coming weeks. And it's also there for the benefit of us as individuals, but also for farmers who can plan their harvesting and other activities. It's there for the maritime and airline transport industry to move goods in a safe and economic ways. It's also there to detect and prevent disasters, etc., etc. Huge benefits for society. And we all take it for granted. And it's all there because decades ago, the countries of the world came together and decided to build a system where they could all generate and share weather data for the common analysis and use of them, and see what we have today out of that. I know it's not the same as what we're working on, but I'm sure that we could learn from some of these experiences, and at least it gives us a way forward and an example that it can be done. And I'm sure we can do it also in the area of food safety. If we look at where our problems are coming from, we heard a lot about that and discussed it a lot today and in previous conferences, but I'd like to look at it from a little bit different angle. To me, there are two main sources. First is us as humans. We're the ones who are making errors on how we use pesticides, drugs, and chemicals in primary production. We are the ones who are not washing hands, not maintaining our production facilities, cleaning errors and maintenance error in our factories. Also, intentional contamination is us. During food preparation and handling, again, hygiene, undercooking, cross-contamination, temperature control. All these failures are due to humans, nobody else. And if you look at the root cause analysis of many outbreaks over the past years, undercooking, cross-contamination, temperature control failures, they're all making it to the top 10 list of causes. And they've done that for the last many decades. Even Taylor Swift will never have that kind of success, staying in the top 10 of the music chart list over such a long period of time. It cannot continue like this. We have to change and do something. If we look at cooking, 1 million years ago, our ancestors developed controlled fire and cooking. 1 million years ago. And today, we're still struggling to cook a chicken properly. What's wrong with us? Or maybe we knew how to do it and we lost it. And then we should try to figure out how to learn it to do it again. But again, it cannot continue like this. The other main reason, source of our traditional contaminants is, of course, Mother Nature. Many of the contaminants are in our raw products as part of the natural environment. So what can we do differently to address some of these two key issues? Looking at humans, looking at the list of problems we can sometimes cause, we are also very good at preventing things to happen, but not always, is to remove ourselves from the equation, replacing many of the things where we do have repeated similar accidents and error, replace us by robots, machine learning, AI, and the like. It's happening already. We have already fields, agricultural fields, that have been seeded, managed, harvested, without a single human involved. It's already happening. We also heard on the first day how precision agriculture is gaining pace everywhere in the intensive agricultural environment. So machines are replacing us already in many areas, and I think that will increase over time. But something we are forgetting. Food safety people are not part of the design of these machines. And that's, to me, a huge error. They are designed by IT people, of course, but also focusing on the tasks they are supposed to do. But apple harvesting machines, for example, are they including food safety elements in that? Are they teaching the machine not to harvest an apple that looks like it's soiled with some kind of natural contaminant? Or if there is fecal material from a wild animal on a spinach field, does the machine stop there and continue just after to avoid harvesting this contaminated spinach? I'm not sure, but I don't think food safety people are sitting at the table when these new machines are being designed, and we should be at the table. Another thing, we should and we must raise the bar for who is allowed to produce or prepare food. Preparing and producing food is serious business. If we make errors, we can make people sick or kill them. You don't do that if you make cheap or t-shirt, or if you make an error and cut corners while producing a t-shirt. And therefore, maybe we should find ways of not allowing multinationals who are coming from the t-shirt production sector to suddenly buy and operate a food factory because they have the resources, without running that food factory with food safety culture and food safety management principle in place. Same at retail and service sector. We can't just have anybody walking in and getting a job from one day to the next in the kitchen of a restaurant, for example. It's happening all the time, and it's not okay to continue. And again, going back to the cooking story, if we have lost how to cook, then maybe we should learn it again. And I think it's time that we introduce food safety concept and food hygiene in school curricula. Why? Because in the old days, kids were learning with their parents in the kitchen how to cook. But today, in modern societies, both parents working the whole day, nobody is teaching the kids how to cook in the kitchen anymore. And schools were designed originally to teach people what they could not learn at home. And if they cannot learn how to cook at home, then the school should do that, in my opinion. We have to introduce some of this, perhaps, at that level. With regards to nature and what we can do there, there's not much we can do, of course, to remove contaminants from the natural environment, but we can continue to do much more in terms of research and understanding our environment and its interaction with our food production system. We should be much more aware of the environment when we set up an agricultural farm. We cannot set a new farm in any environment. We should also be careful where we set up factories, etc., and make sure that we understand what are the risks associated with that type of environment. If we look at some of the new issues, we heard a lot about that over the past few days. But to me, one major issue will be climate change. Whether we like it or not, whether we believe it or not, it is already changing and affecting food safety. We can see how marine toxins are spreading in different parts of the world, creating problems in areas where there was never issues with marine toxin in seafood. We're seeing permafrost melting in the Arctic area, allowing for the emergence of ancient strains of pathogens that are suddenly brought to life again. We've seen examples of that with anthrax outbreaks in Siberia due to ancient strains, killing a lot of farm animals and humans at the same time. Also seeing reduction in the quality and availability of farmlands, pushing farmers in using land that is not so adapted to farming anymore. And with all of that, a lot of climate refugees, and that's more to come. Recent studies shows that we could see as many as 1.2 billion climate refugees by 2050. That's tomorrow. It's in our lifetime. On the right side, you can see an example from 2019, the top 5 countries with the most displacement due to natural disasters. India, 5 million people displaced because of natural disasters. Philippines, Bangladesh, China, 4 million each. The US, almost 1 million people displaced in 2019 because of natural disasters. Our food production systems, food distribution systems are not designed to suddenly cater for that type of change in demand in a particular area, in particular if we're talking about providing safe food. So there is clearly a need to improve our capabilities to feed large numbers of refugees with safe food. And I'm not aware of any organizations or any group working on that, and I think it's urgently needed. Another thing, emerging pathogens with pandemic potential. They're very different each time, new crisis, everybody jumping, but they're often linked to the way we are producing food. H5N1 in poultry back in 2003, 2005, H5N1 in cattle in recent months, MERS and camels affecting this region a few years ago, swine flu pandemic back in 2009, SARS, civet cats in China, COVID, wild animals as well, Nipah virus, a clear foodborne angle there as well. They are not foodborne disease per se. Everybody agrees on that. Infection in humans, on the other side, occurs while producing or handling food animals or their product as part of food production. And each time these new diseases emerge, the issue of safety, of handling the food, and whether or not there is a food safety risks comes up, and each time with huge disruption, huge trade and economic consequences, and often loss of consumer confidence in our food supply. And we don't seem to learn from these events each time. And each time we're taken by surprise as food safety professionals, and we are, every national food safety agency is scrambling their experts and trying to figure out what's going on. So I think it's time to revisit the definition and concept of food safety to integrate the potential risks posed by these emerging pathogens and include that in our food risk assessment and management. Because there are many common issues and many of these viruses are behaving in similar ways in our food supply. And we should be able to systematize that in a common approach. Something we're also forgetting, and we didn't hear much about that this week, was that crisis in other sectors sometimes, and I think increasingly, will have an impact on how we produce food and how it impacts food safety and consumer confidence in our food safety supplies. And that's where One Health is coming into the picture very concretely. You all heard about this misuse and huge drug-related issues in recent years. Misuse of, and the crisis and explosion of the use of and misuse of opioids and other drugs in modern societies. What's happening is that these drugs are released through sewage by human taking these drugs, and are not picked up by our sewage treatment plants. They're not designed to deal with that kind of effluent. The problem is that we find them just after in our food supplies. Here are some examples. In mussels, find opioids in the US. I like that one. Crabs on cocaine, shrimps on speed. Of course, it's a level that don't pose a food safety problem, but try to convince your consumers that they should eat your crabs when they contain trace of cocaine or other drugs. It's not going to work. In terms of One Health, some of these are also affecting the behavior of fish and other animals in such a way that they suddenly do not fear predators anymore and are just being eaten easily by traditional and non-traditional predators, risking entire species to disappear over time, with potential, again, implication on our food supply. So we have to sit down at the table again in some of these discussions happening in other sectors. Food producers should help national food safety agencies by forcing other sectors they're talking to that national food safety agencies should be sitting at the table. Alone, they don't have the weight to do that. I haven't heard of national food safety agencies being invited in some of these discussions on how to address other type of problems in managing large cities from a public health point of view, for example. And last point, I would like to talk about nutrition. Back in 2016, because nutrition and malnutrition was not making any progress, on the contrary, the United Nations proclaimed a decade of nutrition for 2016-2025. The decade was an unprecedented opportunity for addressing all forms of malnutrition, and with concrete timeline to meet a set of global nutrition targets and non-communicable disease targets by 2025. 2025, it's by the way tomorrow. So let's look at how that decades have played out. If you look at the prevalence of overweight in children over the last 20 years, no improvement whatsoever, on the contrary. Prevalence of obesity, same direction, getting worse despite tremendous efforts from all sides to curb these negative developments. If we look at adults, the same. Up to 45% of adults are now overweight. And nothing looks like that the curve is going to break. Obesity, same. And these are factors leading to all kinds of diseases. Many of them affecting the immuno status of people. And we know that from a food safety point of view, that group of people with immunodeficiencies is going to become an even more problematic issue for us because they are much more susceptible to certain foodborne diseases. If we look at the targets that were set up back in 2016, obesity in men and women, all countries are off course. They're not going to meet any of the targets. Salt intake, the same. To me, that looks like a total failure. Whether you want to be diplomatic in saying it or not, it's a fact when you look at the figures. And the UN is saying the same themselves. They're not hiding. They recognize that no country is on course to halt the rise of obesity. And for example, very few countries are on course to prevent diabetes for increasing. So why does it matter for us? All the policies in nutrition over the last decades have concentrated on trying to convince consumers to change their food habits, helping them through guidance, taxing schemes, control on advertisements, etc. All these policies have not delivered. Not at all. So I think it's time to consider food composition as a hazard and address it the way we have addressed more traditional hazards over time. We look at food safety now as contaminant in the food, making food unsafe. But we should, I think, also look at the composition of the food in the same way. We have been successful in managing and controlling a lot of contaminants in our food with standards, maximum limits, criteria, etc., international standards adopted by and used by everyone, and it works. So why not do that with food composition, at least for some ingredients, salt, sugar, maybe others. And when you talk to the industry, they said, yes, of course we can reduce the amount of sugar and salt and fat in our products. These are acquired taste, and we can reduce them over time. Consumer will not feel the difference if it's done step by step over time. But everyone has to do it at the same time. We can't be the only one doing it, because then we're going to lose to our competitors. And that means we should look again at that from a food safety point of view, and regulating maybe some part of the composition of food in the same way. I don't know if it should be with criteria or maximum level or whatever. We can leave that to the experts. But I think it's an idea that is worth exploring. In conclusion, we have to invest in surveillance and monitoring and sharing of data. We heard that today, it's starting, but we have to do it that on a larger scale, much more. We need to know what's in our food. We need to have a full picture. We need to be able to share and analyze and benefit from all the data that are already out there. It's going to be complicated. We heard about the challenges, but we can overcome them, I'm pretty sure. And we have to invest in traceability. We can't continue to have food moving around without having any clue where it's coming from or where it is going. I've been managing international recalls for years and outbreaks. Some of them, the size of these outbreaks over time are getting smaller and smaller in terms of the number of people getting affected, because we are quite good at detecting and acting on contaminated food events. If you look at back in the old days, good examples, back in the 80s, there was a large outbreak of hepatitis A in China, went undetected for several months, 800,000 cases. Luckily, these days, that's not happening. We have the tools to make this outbreak much less dramatic. But the recalls are getting, on the other side, much larger and bigger. Many of the recalls have been helping managing at the international level, involved up to 120 countries where the same single food was distributed one way or the other. So managing recalls over such large number of countries is, I tell you, it's not easy. So we have to invest, and we have to do much more in terms of traceability. We heard several times this week, if it's unsafe, it's not food. I will add, if it cannot be traced, it shouldn't be put on the market. And as I suggested, I think we need to reduce human presence and role in food production and distribution, in particular in all the routine processes and activities where human error are happening and where we can do better with adapted machines. We have to raise the bar for who can produce food or prepare food. The cowboys' Wild West days should be over. It has to be a much more professional and serious business, and not everyone should be allowed to produce and prepare food. And we should redefine food safety. If you look at the Codex definition for food safety, it's about handling and distributing and producing food. There's not much about some of the other issues I've talked about. We have to redefine food safety and perhaps include nutrition aspects linked to food compositions and address emerging pathogens that are happening or emerging where we are producing food as part of a One Health approach. On this, I'd like to say thank you very much for your attention. I hope you got something out of it, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that very cogent and clear presentation, and a wake-up call once again to many of us, but also a little hint of optimism. Thank you very much indeed. A big hand of applause, please, for Peter. Now, our event has gone by so very, very fast. There have been so many impressive expert keynotes, powerful presentations, and some really practical hands-on workshops. And I've also seen what a fabulous networking space this is as well. I've learned so much, and I really have, and I've been so impressed by this conference that in essence really has been 3 days of celebrating the best while at the same time foreseeing the worst. And you know what I found really fascinating? I found it fascinating that while much of the work I've been hearing about here is deeply embedded in science, it also paradoxically intersects with science fiction, envisioning different future scenarios, whatever they might be, sometimes kind of outlandish, but just to safeguard our food safety and our food security if some unknown, unexpected event hits. And this approach also obviously involves preparing next generation of food safety experts, mastering the latest technologies, and even shaping the future of food. I've heard about lab-grown meat, which is on the menus today, and 3D printed meals, which will probably be on the menu tomorrow. At the pace of things are evolving, I can't wait to hear about some of the innovations and groundbreaking things that are already happening in your world at this conference in 12 months' time. And this great coming together of minds would not be possible without the Dubai municipality. And I'd like to invite Sultan Al Taher, who is the Director of Food Safety Management in Dubai, to the stage to come and join me. He's also an official advisor in the Chess Olympiad, so a man who's always thinking about his next move. And with him, I'd like to ask somebody who's really helped me navigate this conference, the Dubai International Food Safety Conference, my first. And I'm so grateful to Bobby Krishna and his team who've been at my side and so friendly and generous with their insights and knowledge. So do come and join me, Bobby Krishna and Sultan Al Taher. I'm going to briefly hand over to Bobby now.
Just want to give the number updates.
Go for it. What numbers have you got for me? Bobby has been very busily collecting lots of statistics to the last very moment, which is why he has his computer there.
Guess the number.
Of?
Visitors or delegates of the conference.
I'll cheat because I've actually seen it.
Last year was 2,833 in-house in the session. So guess how many this year?
2,823 last year.
33 last year.
So I can only assume there's more this year. Who believes it's 50 more? Put up your hands. No, it's going to be more than that. More than, I guess. Let's say 2,900?
Nope.
More? More? This feels like one of these game shows. Okay. More and more. 3,000? Still more. Are we going to be here till tomorrow? Go on, put me out of my misery. Okay. Who thinks it's more than 3,200?
No.
More? Oh, really? Oh, wow. So I didn't cheat properly because I obviously saw last year's figures. More than 3,500.
It's definitely more than 3,000.
It's definitely more. Okay, so are we in the 4,000s?
On a bit? No, not it. So it's 3,426.
Wow. That is so impressive.
An extraordinary thing is that we've got a high number of poster presenters and authors, like 186, 194 speakers, and that is an extraordinary number when we look at number of poster presenters we had in 2008 when we started poster presentations. We had questions about what is a poster presentation. And people just brought in posters. We're not really scientific posters. When coming all the way now, it's such an extraordinary number and such a great feeling for us because so many presentations are on. And also some extraordinary presentations were rewarded by our team members. So we also have like 4 posters selected as winners, voted by people who have seen the posters and evaluated them. The special prize goes to 2 students from school. They're 12th grade students, and they're from Al-Qadra School, and their poster titled Youth Inspiring in Mitigation of Food Poisoning and Food Waste. Sarah Abureda and Sama Abureda. If you're here, come over.
Come and join us.
So to reward the poster winners, I need IAFP's representative. Do we have the poster winner? Tamara and Julie to join us on stage with Sultan. We don't have the poster winners? Okay. We'll get the second winner. So that's not the winners. So you had fruit and vegetable safety and quality, Iman Abdullah from the Ministry of Agriculture. So you're getting an IAFP membership, 1-year membership, and Tamara and Sultan, you want to give it to them?
Congratulations. Come for the photo.
Oh, it's for the definitely the one thing.
Bobby, go for the photo. Go for the photo.
That's good. Third winner is knowledge, attitude, and practice toward consumption of whole grains in the UAE community. Salma Al-Habshi from UAE University, if you're here, please come forward. I think she left. Keep it for later. Third winner is for the poster production of niacin conjugated COU copper oxide and NPs in bacteriocid from Lactococcus lactis to be used as food preservative using sugarcane bagasse. Ms. Malak Mohammed, Ms. Mariam Atia, Radwa Kamal, Ms. Nehala from MSA University. If you're here, please come forward. I think we'll keep the authors separately later. IFP team, thank you so much for your support as always. We just want to present a memento to you as a gesture. This is the 12th year that we are partnering with IFP. You know, IFP is our recruitment ground for speakers. And this is a partnership that we always nourished. Do you want me to hold it? I'll hold it for you. Thank you. And I want to look at the map going on board. Sultan, you stay. Thank you so much. Okay. You want to? Of course. Okay.
And the plaque that I presented to Sultan is in recognition of the Dubai municipality's support of IFP as a silver sustaining member. Thank you again.
Before we move to the sponsors and our scientific supporters, I just want to look up at the numbers on the screen there. So this is a poll that we ran during the meeting to look at where people are from. We're just trying to find out who we missed. Iceland, Greenland. I think still a lot more areas to capitalize, but it just tells you how globalized our audience is and the vast amount of experience that people would bring into the room. Sultan, got a comment on this? These are people, these are our delegates. And I think only a part of our delegates took the survey, and definitely these numbers are going to be much more higher. So this is about the city where they're traveling from for the conference.
So if you didn't answer the survey, there's still time?
You can still do that, yeah.
Go ahead.
It's not live, we need to just jumble it up.
Because it's fascinating to see this updated.
Numbers, yeah. So if your country is not on the map, please step in. All right. Now, to the sponsors. Without their support, this conference would not have been possible. And most of our sponsors, I think almost all of our sponsors have been with us for a very long time, more than a decade. And thanks for your continuous support and generosity. And I would like to invite our platinum sponsors first. Lulu Hypermarket and Supermarket representative, please, onto the stage. Suraj, if you're around.
A big thank you to the sponsors. As Bobby says, an event like this is just not possible without you.
And our sponsors are not just sponsors. They all are part of our program. Many of them participate in building the program, being here on the floor, helping us with logistics and everything that's possible. Spinneys, Sharon and team, if you're around. Our next sponsors be ready. It's Hassani and PepsiCo. Just keep it there. That's Team Spinneys. They're not just here, they're everywhere in the program. Be careful. That's a lot of power. Our gold sponsors, Hassani Group. Mr. Farid, if you're here. PepsiCo, Susan. These are tired hands. Thank you. Coca-Cola, Mustafa and Ahmed. And Dubai World Trade Center, our host. How do you like the food?
It's the best food I've had
And the
at any
place?
conference. Fabulous.
If you found any problem, here are the people. Thank you so much for hosting us for the 19th year. And this is a team that looks at the entire stuff from the time that you enter the hall all the way to the stage till all of us exit that building on 25th. Meat and Livestock Australia. Amanda, if you're here. Guess she's not around. Nestle. Zubair and team. McDonald's, Mustafa Zaldi. Okay, busy day for them. ADNH Compass, Shaukat. Shaukat and Fadi. This is ADNH Compass team. Or ADNH Catering. There was a change of name. IFCO. Mars, people from Mars. Karine was also a speaker. So just before Karine was about to speak, she lost her voice completely. She was on stage. It was so nice to have. She managed to deliver the message. Denon, Shifa, if you're around. Choitrams for sponsoring the app. How many of you use the app? Just raise your hands if you use the app. There's still a lot of hands who did not use the app. That's surprising. You can start using now. Let us know how the event went. Give them feedback about the programs on the app. Thank you, Choitrams, for sponsoring the app for a second year. And the last, but not still important, is Barakat. Prapti, if you're around, for sponsoring juices. Next is a group of organizations, and these organizations work with us throughout the year to put the program together. And we saw IAFP earlier. The next is International Commission on Microbiological Specification for Food, ICMSF. We would like to welcome our members of the ICMS to come on board. So just as you see these programs, you start planning these programs now for next year, and you start looking at what has to be put together. We plan the panels, we plan what has to be spoken in each session, and speakers take a lot of time to plan these and put this together. Thank you so much, the ICMSF team. Well done. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. G4s, Global Food Regulatory Science Society. Sami, thank you for the countless, endless meetings. Finding him between his meetings is the most difficult thing, but we do get time sometimes between his flights. We have folks from NFIT here. Okay. From NFIT. Okay. Food and Agriculture Organization. Do you have any representative? Okay. Thank you, Kaya, for the talk and all the support from the Food and Agriculture Organization. We had a big team from FAO at the event this year. So many programs were organized with their help. In fact, we had the World Food Day celebrations also just before. Thank you so much, Food and Agriculture Organization, for being a part of this and also supporting us with this endeavors. We also have the International Federation for Environmental Health joining us this year. This is the first time that we had an affiliation, had a partnership with them. Would like to invite the representatives of IFEH if you're here in the audience. Okay, thank you. That's from our side with the sponsors and poster presentation ceremony. Over to you.
So, well, I'm actually now going to hand over to you, Sultan. And I know it's been a really packed few days, some amazing insights. It's been so enlightening. And I imagine you want to say a few words to everybody here about what's been an extremely successful event.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening or afternoon. Good evening, everyone. Today is the last day for our conference. Thank you for everyone who participated in this conference. I would like to thank everyone who are our partners, sponsors, my staff, my peoples, the teams. Really, they work really hard during this event. This event, alhamdulillah, now we are one of the succeeded events and conference in the world. This is number 18, and the number of participants in this conference is unacceptable, which is very good numbers we have, and this is really honor for us that, as Bobby showed a slide a few minutes ago, people globally are targeting to come here to Dubai, to visit Dubai and to attend this conference. Many interesting subjects was going around, and the topic and the themes of the conference was very interesting. It's talking about what is the futures and what the thinking, because food is very important for everyone. So this type of conference are very good to attend and to get big knowledge. So now, in the end, again, I'm thanking everyone who participated in this conference, and inshallah, now we can say this is the end of this event, and inshallah we'll see you next year in the 19th Food Safety Conference in Dubai. Thank you.
We'll announce the winners for the trivia also. We got 2 apps, and I'm just consciously thinking whom did we miss out. And I think one of the major supporters, or not just the organizing committee, biggest supporters of our programs have been the other organizations in the UAE that work with us, like the Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Climate Change, Abu Dhabi Food Safety and Agriculture and Food Safety Authority. We had Sharjah Municipality, Ras Al Khaimah, Kalba Municipality. There's so many organizations that came in and supported us. They had their representation at the event. It was fascinating. From our perspective, a lot of these talks were sent to us, and the teams came in to support us. And that was really something we felt that we're proud of, and we are happy that we are able to host this in this quarter. We are able to facilitate and host these events during the conference. So, is there anyone who didn't play the trivia in the room? You didn't? Okay. So there are 3 winners who got all 3 correct. But I don't know whether it's a matter of luck, but among the 3,400 people, only 3 got 5 out of 5. And they are Soumya, Amy, and Lizzie. Now, for the reason that Amy would know the answer, one of the answers was a presenter. And the question is, what connects 3 waterfalls with this conference? Do you know the answer? What connects 3 waterfalls with this conference? Amy, do you want to answer that? Niagara Falls. 3 waterfalls, and that's what it is. And where is Amy from? Amy is from Niagara College. And that was the answer. The answer is the presenter. So and we wanted to find something that is not Googleable. This was the only one that we could come up with. So we got 3 winners. I would like to invite Soumya and Liji to come forward. And Amy, join us in giving the T-shirts. Let's see whether they knew this or maybe they tried their luck. Yeah, they can try the sizes later. Yeah, just okay. Amy, join it, Sultan, to give them. Where are the winners? Okay, they're coming. Did you know it was the presenter's name? Really? 3 waterfalls? Did you Google the logic? Okay. Okay, but it's not John Stewart, it's Amy. And did you guess that right? Okay, so now go ahead and get your T-shirts anyways. Yeah, one more. Okay, and our leaderboard, Marina Sander, if you're around. I've been just trying to count how many points does she have. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 10 million points? Marina, are you here? Oh, come on. And second is Adonilin Mauhe, and third, Vinay Kumar Putta. Keeping the app users occupied. And I would like to now invite Vinay here. So if you're wondering where these prizes are, you need to be on the app to know the activities. So these are people who are contributing to the discussions and posts. Next year we have a condition that it has to be more engaging discussions as much as possible so that everybody learns collectively. Okay. Right. Now it's turn to let the organizers stand up. So the conference doesn't happen with individuals. We are a huge team, and the team works throughout the year, and this includes people who are in blue and also people who are not in uniform. They are in inspection. They are in different teams who work on different tasks. And the inspectors who normally visit the food facilities are not in the facilities in these 3 days. Not all of them. So they don't just work during the conference. They work throughout the year to put this program together. So if you've seen anyone wandering around, running around, setting things up, they're all staff members of the Food Safety Department who work together for putting this conference together. And this year, we also had a lot of other members coming in from training centers, consultation firms, food companies, all of them joining us to put this together. So if you are a contributor to the program, please come forward. And this includes our friends from other municipalities and agencies, Dr. Fadi and team from Arifsa Ministry. Please come forward. Organizing team, stand up and come forward. If you are a panel organizer, if you're a chair, moderator, please step in. Amin, Sammy, please. I think Leon, you should join me. Ahmed from Ahmed, Suzanne, Rola. Where are the people who call me? Yes, right spot. I'm hiding you. Get the space, get the space. Joanna, come. There you go. Come there. Fatma, to the side. Shehzad, you should be in this side actually. Come in. There are two organizers who are missing. Maysoon from Dubai World Trade Center and Solomon, if you're around. Yeah! Yay! No energy. Yay! Sultan is not lifting his hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank the Dubai World Trade Center, Maysoon, Solomon. I don't think they're here, but for all the support they do. And also the audience, please bear with us if there were any problems. You know, organizing such an event with a day job is not really easy. All of us have to go back to our food safety work and do the other things in between. So we try not to miss calls. When there is an outbreak, we still need to address the media, and we need to keep talking while the event is going on. So just bear with us if we have made blunders, mistakes, etc. Isabel, we'll let the event close.
Well, with that, yeah. I'd like to thank everybody, as Bobby has already. It's been a fabulous 3 days, and I think Bobby deserves a big round of applause for basically, we've not seen him, he's moved so fast in every direction. Thank you very much. And Bobby, do we know anything about next year?
We've got the dates, November 15th, 16th, and 17th for 2025. It's our 19th year. Technically, it's the 20th year, but anyway, we count it as 19. Yeah, so we're looking at that confirmation very soon, but tentatively block it as the November week from 15 to 17 are the dates.
Okay, so watch that space. So big thanks to Bobby, big thanks to everybody. Safe travels home, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sahar and team who were doing the translations.
And the technical team, of course,
and the
who've been
technical
fabulous.
team all around, and
in
the
all the
F&B
rooms.
and team.